Assalamu alaikum. I would like to welcome you back to the third session on the second day of the 18 plus Maarifa. I hope I find you all in good health. Inshallah, we shall get right to it because we have constraints on time and we would like to finish by today. The first participants, the first participant, the first participant's code is BA02MA. I repeat, BA02MA. inshallah, Surah number 21, verses 27 and 28. Surah Al-Anbiya.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان اللعين الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Ayat number 27 and 28 of Surah Anbiya. لا يسبقونه بالقول وهم بأمره يعملون يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يشفعون إلا لمن ارتضى وهم من خشيته مشفقون. They do not precede him in speech, only according to his commandments do they act. He knows what is before them and what is behind them, and they do not intercede except for him whom he approves, and for fear of him they tremble. In order for I to structure my verse and to present my verse, I'll start by the following. 1. This is a verse revealed in Makkah. 2. I have not come across Shan and Nuzul of this verse, but because this verse was revealed in Makkah, perhaps or maybe that it's referring to the mushrikins of that time. 3. In order for I to start explaining this verse number 27, as it says, they do not proceed, we need to go further or behind by 1 or 2 verses that it says from verse number 25. And we did not send before you any apostle, but we revealed to him that there was no God but me. And they say the beneficent God has taken himself a son. Glory be to him, nay, they are honored servants. Now, general understanding of this verse. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in the previous verses, 25, Allah clearly says that I am your God and I have no any partners. If we go to verse number 26, I want to enlighten on 2 specific words used over here, Rahman and Subhan. Now, in verse number 26, the beneficent God has taken to himself a son. Allah is trying to say that, Rahman, I am merciful to you. I have given you lots of mercy and lots of blessing. Yet you are appointing a son to me. Then the other quality used of Allah is called Subhan, that Allah is sublime. Allah does not need to depend on anyone. Allah is self-dependent. Allah himself is self-sufficient. Allah is eternal. So we also need to understand these 2 qualities in order now to connect to verse number 27. So in verse number 26, when they say that God has a son, Allah says they do not precede him in speech. Who are they being referred to in this verse? They are being referred to as the honored servants of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, if we refer to Surah Naba'ah, verse number 38, it also says in that verse that they speak only with the permission of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Again, referring to enlightening commentary. If we refer to enlightening commentary, the polytheists at that time would say that the children that were allocated to Allah are the angels, but Allah says that no, they are not my children. And the honorable servants over here are being referred to as the angels of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But without benefit of any doubt, we can also say that even the Anbiya are the honorable servants of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because in some verses of the Quran, Allah will refer to mankind by saying that, O servants, but no, Allah is emphasizing over here the honorable servants of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They know that they will not speak anything before the commandment of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So whatever commandments they will receive from Allah, they will then narrate it to the people. They will not pick something just out of their pocket and narrate it to the people. So they will follow the commandment and they will also obey Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Like in Surah number 4, verse number 80, that it says that those who obey the prophets are also obeying Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Then when we go to the next verse, 28, it says, He knows what is before them and what is behind them. Meaning Allah has knowledge of everything. Allah is not in that, for example, explaining more further, Allah is not in that hidden era that Allah does not know. Allah knows what is before them and after them. Allah knows what is to come. We as insan, we don't even know what is going to happen next. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala already knows what is yet to come and what is going to come. He has the knowledge of everything. And they do not intercede except for him who approves, and for fear of him they tremble. Now, over here I would like to give one hadith of Imam Ali alayhi salam. The Imam Ali alayhi salam says one important thing in the hadith, that there are three types of people. One, they will worship Allah out of his fear. There are two group of people that will worship Allah looking at the ni'mah that Allah has given. But there are this third group of people that will worship Allah knowing that He is deserving of worship. He is our Lord. He is our Rabb. And He needs to be worshipped because we know He is more deserving. So, coming to the other area of the criteria, important lesson that I learned from this verse, if I connect 25, 26, 27, 28, is that Allah does not depend on me. Allah does not depend on me. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we are dependent. We want Allah's rahmah. We want Allah's love. We want Allah's mercy. Like I remember Sheikh Khalfan in one of his lectures in Mombasa saying that every one of you have your own size of cup. If you come with cup, Allah will receive rahmah to the capacity of that cup. If you come with a big bucket, you will receive rahmah capacity of that big bucket. Allah's rahmah falls on this earth like the way rain is falling. So it is upon me that how much rahmah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala I want. But then I should not also perform any form of shirk. So emphasizing more further on this, that when I say shirk doesn't mean that only giving partners to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, for example, idol worshipping. I would like to give an example over here. For example, let's say there's a football match at 5:35 a.m. in the morning, and that's the time of Salatul Fajr. Now, I have a tendency of waking up for Salatul Fajr. Let's say, for example, at maybe 5:40, I'll wake up and pray. No, but that day when there's a football match, I will say, let me watch the football match first, and then I will pray. So I'm implying a message that this football match for me at the time of Salah is more superior than me praying my Salah, than me praying my namaz. Yesterday, one of the verse that it says, and that was discussed, that Allah says that remember me, buyutikum, in the house, remember me morning and evening, remember me. So when I say I'll remember Allah, when I'm trying to allocate that my football is more superior than Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that can be also another form of shirk. So these are the very important lessons that I learned and I will implement into my life. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. Thank you so much, Mullah Altaf. So the first question I have is, Alhamdulillah, you looked at verses before the verse in question, or before the verses in question, and you looked at other verses. So I have a very straightforward question, which will then lead to other questions, inshallah, in trying to make sure you have a good picture of what the verses are all about. So if you look at from verses وَقَالُوا اتَّخَذَ الرَّحْمَنُ وَلَدًا سُبْحَانَهُ بَلْ عِبَادٌ مُكْرَمُونَ. So that is verse 26. Okay? So you look at 26
27, and 28, 29. Have you seen the verses?
Yes.
Can you read the verses? Just read the Arabic, then I will ask my question.
From verse number 26. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. وقالوا اتخذوا الرحمن ولدا سبحانه ولد سبحانه
ولدا, if you want to continue, ولدا, otherwise, وقالوا اتخذ الرحمن ولدا, and then you continue. Bismillah.
بل عباد مكرمون
نعم.
لا يسبقونه بالقول وهم بأمره يعملون
Fantastic.
يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يشفعون إلا لمن ارتضى وهم من خشيته مشفقون
Uh-huh.
ومن يقل منهم إني إله من دونه فذلك نجزيه جهنم كذلك تجزي الظالمين كذلك نجزي الظالمين.
أحسنت. Habibi, this group of verses, what one thing are they talking about?
Okay, so in summary,
Yeah, that's why I said one
okay,
thing.
one thing, don't associate partners to Allah.
Don't.
Give partners to Allah.
It's okay, but I'm looking for something very straightforward. You're right, but I'm looking for something very straightforward. What is that? وقالوا اتخذ الرحمن ولدا سبحانه بل عباد مكرم. Quickly.
So if we refer to all this one thing that says that maybe the punishment of Allah.
No. The first point you made was good, but maybe you needed to go very direct and specific. These verses are negating something. What are they negating?
So as I said that giving partners to Allah, we can say maybe knowing, or if you have that Maarifa of Allah, you will not think of giving any partners to Him.
Yeah, I got you.
Because he is not someone who has a child.
Okay. Okay, so what are these verses negating? I think we get it there. They are negating one thing. When it comes to Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala.
Tawheed of Allah.
No. Of course, all will lead to Tawheed towards the end. That's the end goal, isn't it?
Allah's commandments.
No. Okay, look at the first verse. You will answer it yourself. I'm not going to answer.
And this verse number 26.
Yeah, go look at the verse. وَقَالُوا اتَّخَذَ الرَّحْمَنُ وَلَدًا. What's the translation?
And they say, the beneficent God has taken to himself a son.
Okay, son with who? Who is the son?
So, in enlightened commentary,
Yeah.
they are referring to angels.
Fantastic. So these verses, what are they talking about? They're negating what?
Angels.
Are not?
The sons of Allah.
Yes. Because if you don't give me that, then you don't understand the verse. You need to be able to give me the theme before any other discussion. Then if I live in the middle, I know I've got something to carry. Very good. So these verses are negating that, you know what? Angels are not sons of God. وَقَالُوا اتَّخَذَ الرَّحْمَنُ وَلَدًا. Now stick to the verse. بَلْ عِبَادٌ مُكْرَمُونَ. What's the translation?
Glory be to him.
Uh-huh.
Nay, they are honored servants.
Who are we referring to as honored servant?
Again, if I refer again to the enlightened commentary, it refers to the angels.
So they are ibadun mukramun. Now go back to the verse again. Waqalu, and they said who?
These are the polytheists.
Very
The-
good. These are
The polytheists.
What were they saying? What were they doing that triggered these responses from Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala?
Okay, I can try that why they were trying to associate someone to Allah. Perhaps or maybe they were not ready to, for example, accept any message from the Prophet or any commandments, for example. So they were trying to say that no, our religion, our belief is intact.
Who were trying to say that?
Polytheists.
Okay.
Okay, that is according to my understanding,
Okay.
and of course not referring to any specific. So they are trying to say that no, our the point that our religion worshipping the idols
Uh-huh.
is appropriate. Whereby now, if the Prophet comes and starts preaching about oneness of Allah and the Tawhid of Allah, so meaning, is it that what we have been worshipping is something that is not appropriate? So they are trying to defend themselves. They are trying to put
Okay,
themselves.
good attempt, but you see, we established that these verses are highlighting that angels are not God's children. Why this? But there were some people who held this view. What were they doing and what was their main view? When it comes to the relationship between Allah and angels.
I can still try.
Try, you gave a verse in Surah An-Naba.
So because if these angels, when they will come or they will bring any revelation, of course they will come with the permission of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
I got that. No, these people were mushrikeen,
this-
al-Arab.
So
They were
this-
polytheists.
so
They had a certain view about angels in relation to Allah. What was the view? Huh?
So again, the way I give the first answer, and that maybe I can justify my answer by explaining a bit
Okay,
more
Bismillah.
in my own understanding. So maybe if they were saying that the angels are the children or the son or the children of Allah, the son of Allah, maybe as I said, that they would have thought that if these angels are coming with their revelation to the Prophet and telling Prophet to give this commandment, so they felt that these angels have a connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so why not?
What's the connection? What's that connection?
They are angels of Allah. They
Yeah.
are like the messengers Allah sends
I
to the
agree.
Prophet. Yeah.
But then these polytheists, they had certain belief, and hence they were worshipping angels as a result of that. What was their belief? In addition to being the sons of God, they were the daughters of God. They were the women of God. But this is the core message of this verse. Before we go to any lessons. Now with this belief, Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala responded them properly in a very structured way. Can you take me through the responses of Allah one after the other?
So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala responded by saying,
One.
they do not proceed Allah in any of his speech.
No, that's not the first one. What's the first one? That's the second one, the one you just mentioned.
We said if this is the second, the first one will be that they are the owner's servants.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So, ibadun mukramun.
Yes, they are the owner's servants.
That's number one.
They
Number
don't-
two,
They don't proceed in speech.
la yasbikunahu bil qawli. That's number two. And number three,
They wait for Allah's commandments to act upon it.
that's number three response, isn't it?
Yes.
And then the next ayah obviously explains about Allah. Question. What's the difference between human beings and angels?
So, human beings maybe will say that, okay, so human beings will say that they are Ashraful Makhlukat, one of
Okay.
the best creation Allah has created, but better than them are the better Makhlukat that Allah has created, those are the angels. So angels are far better than human beings in terms of creation.
I don't get it. Can you explain further?
So, human beings, for example, will wait to be. Okay. So, human beings will wait, for example, someone to come and tell them something or to explain them something. So, angels are those who are in connection with Allah to receive messages from Allah in order to deliver it to mankind. Because human beings, we don't have that, for example, capacity to say that.
Therefore, what's the difference between the two?
Human beings are bound to, for example, maybe sins and errors, but angels are not.
So who is better?
I will say, okay, since you have asked me,
If you look at this verse, this man, you should be able to just tell me. And then after that, I will stop and then maybe if the time permit later we can do. Who is better, angels or human? Look at the verse.
So angels will be better
In what way?
because they are first of all, number one, Allah has given them that high status.
Who said that?
The verse says
Where?
on here,
Quote the verse.
honor servants, verse number 26.
We are also on
Bal
Ibadur
ibadun
Rahman. We are
mukramun.
also, there is a verse, Wa Ibadur Rahman alladhina yamshuna ala al-ardi hawna.
Okay, so
So he also Ibadum mukramun, for example.
so I'm
Wa
not saying,
idha sa'alaka ibadi, for example.
so I'm not refuting your point, but what I'm trying to say that we mankind are being referred. If you say
Angels, human beings who are better.
I will
And
say
why?
angels,
Why?
because they follow commandments of Allah.
You don't follow.
Generally, as human beings, not everyone.
So
will
why
follow.
you said insan is ashraf al-makhlukat?
I say they are of best of creation, but better than them, the better creations are angels.
Creation. Which creation?
Allah created human beings.
So Allah created angels.
And Allah created angels.
So,
So they are better creation compared to human.
no, why?
As I said earlier, that maybe we are bound to certain, we may have certain capacity or bound to certain
But
limitations.
Allah in Quran says, وَلَكَدْ كَرَّمْنَا بَنِي Adam. You know the ayah, isn't it? Indeed, we honor the children of Adam, referring to I and you. So why are you telling me angels are better?
Because they bring those revelations. Like, for example, I'll give you an
Are
example.
they better than Prophet Muhammad?
Sorry?
Are they better than Prophet Muhammad? Sallallahu alaihi wasallam? So they brought angel Jibreel came to Prophet. Is he better than Prophet Muhammad?
Of course, Prophet's status was.
Lala is human being.
Yes,
قُلْ إِنَّمَا أَنَا
but in
بَشَرٌ
terms of stat-
مِثْلُكُمْ.
It is very true, but Sheikh, in terms of their status, of course, I would not say I as a human being, my status is similar to the status of the Prophet. His status will be higher.
So you reckon angels are better than us?
according to my understanding.
Not really. This you can explore more. In action, we are better than them. In essence, they are better than us. Because they don't have a choice. But our angels don't have a choice. Look. وَهُمْ بِأَمْرِهِ يَعْمَلُونَ. And there's another ayah you could have used. لَا يَعْصُونَ اللَّهَ مَا أَمَرَهُمْ وَيَفْعَلُونَ مَا يُؤْمَرُونَ. They don't have a choice. You have a choice. So when you use your choice properly, you know the tradition of Imam Amir al-Mu'minin. You have a verse of the Quran also. Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala placed in angels' words only this aql, and placed in animals' words desire and imagination. One tradition said only desire, and placed in his hand words desire, imagination, and aql. And then whoever makes the best of out of these three, you become better than the angels. You don't make good use of it, you become worse than the animals. So in action, better if you use these tools properly. But they have no choice. You have a choice to leave your home to come to this place and sit. Okay, now I leave you here.
Thank you for your explanation. I felt the explanation was very clear and structured. So I actually took notes, and it was very easy to take notes because one point led to another and another and another. One very positive thing you did was that you started with verse number 25 and worked your way towards the verse of discussion. Sheikh Nur mentioned a very important point that we need to identify who these people are, and the discussion is based on who and what sort of entities or people are being spoken about over here. I have a few questions to ask from your discussion. You mentioned verse number 38 of Surah Naba. Can you draw the connection between our verse of discussion and verse 28, please?
So the connection is that in verse number, if we see that Allah says that they do not, it says that they do not proceed Allah in speech, they wait for His commandments. So the same thing I said in Surah Naba, that is a similar thing, that they wait for Allah's commandment before making a speech, before delivering.
Can you open verse 38 of Surah Naba and explain it exactly, because the setting is slightly different.
Should I read the verse?
So read it and please explain how it's connected to our verse that we're discussing.
So it says that the day on which the Spirit and the angels shall stand in ranks, they shall not speak except he whom the beneficent God permits and who speaks the right thing. So if you connect this verse, as I mentioned earlier, that even the angels, when they want to speak or they want to deliver something, here it says they will not speak unless Allah tells them to speak, unless Allah gives them the commandment. Like even in this verse of Surah Anbiya, Allah says that the honored servants, they will not proceed with the speech. They will wait. When Allah gives them that commandment to speak, it's when they will deliver. So in summary, it's in both the verse, if you connect, they both wait for the commandment of Allah.
Does the verse of Surah Naba, how did you draw the link between the two? Was there a certain reference, or is there a source, or do you think of it yourself?
So Sheikh, this reference I cannot precisely say that I got it, for example, from specifically from enlightened commentary, as I read a few of them, and the way I mentioned my sources, so it may be from one of them. Precisely, I cannot say it is from, for example, Al-Mizan or enlightened commentary.
Read verse number 38 again, the translation.
of Surah Naba.
Yeah,
The day,
that's enough.
sorry,
That's enough. The day, which day is this?
resurrection.
So, can we draw a link between these two verses, or is it a specific quality of the day of resurrection being spoken about? See if
Okay,
you-
if I compare these two, of course, Naba may say that refers to the day of judgment. Here, I don't see it connected to the day of judgment, but in order to justify my point, what I wanted to highlight was the importance of having this concept that even on the day of judgment, the angels will wait for Allah to tell them to speak.
But the,
Like,
but the point that verse number 38 is saying is a different point.
the day on which the spirit and the angels shall stand in ranks, they shall not speak except he whom the beneficial God permits.
See, what it's speaking about on the day of judgment is that nobody over there has the right to say anything.
Yes,
Or there's different verses even.
yes,
وَخَشَعَتِ الْأَصْوَاتُ لِلرَّحْمَنِ, that everything will become quiet until Allah allows. So the day of judgment is a different setting. So it's difficult to join these two verses. Because see, the day of judgment, what's the point the verse is trying to say is that there, the
will not speak.
total dominance of Allah is going to become apparent on the day of judgment. Over here, Allah allows us to feel like we have some authority and power. On the day of judgment, Al-Mulku Yawmaidin Lillah. Yes, everything will be totally apparent and clear for Allah. This is what this verse is saying. But the verse that we're speaking about and the verse in discussion just now is different. So joining these two, it becomes a bit difficult. The only link is that, yes, in both cases, speech is only by the permission of Allah.
So can I add to this?
Please.
So as you mentioned, the joining both of them would be difficult, which you are right, because once later on speaks about the day of Qiyamah. So again, the same thing I'm saying. It's the highlight or the concept is that even on the day of Qiyamah, that he says, none of them will speak. Everyone will be quiet.
Yeah.
When Allah will say, for example, speak is when they'll speak. So for here, also the same thing. Even angels do not speak.
Yeah.
When Allah give them the command and speak is when. So that was the connection I was trying to draw between the two verses of the concept of making speech.
Ahsan. But the problem is that on the day of Qiyamah, it's for a different reason. It's two different contexts. I understand what you're saying. That's why I wanted to know where you got it from. I haven't seen these two verses connected because it's from a different context. The context, see, let me try and explain to you. What happens on the day of Qiyamah, Allah is trying to say this is the place where Allah's total dominance and authority will be made clear to everyone. That's why nobody will be able to speak. See, I think you're understanding this of Ruh and Malaika la yatakallamun is connected to Ruh and Malaika. Whereas la yatakallamun over here is something that's more broad than Ruh and Malaika. It refers to everyone. It's not only specific to Ruh and Malaika. If you look at the previous verse also,
Surah Naba.
yeah. If you go many verses before, you'll see that this refers to all human beings. It refers to everyone. رب السماوات والأرض وما بينهما الرحمن لا يملكون منه خطابا. Nobody can take and nobody owns the ability to speak over here. يوم يقوم الروح والملائكة صفا. The Ruh and the Malaika will be standing in lines. لا يتكلمون, nobody here. It doesn't refer to them. Well, how can we also tell that? وقال الصواب. Allah says that and they say correct. Allah will not allow them until they say the truth. But the Malaika only say sawab. So this is a general verse here. It doesn't refer to them. So this is one point. A second point that you mentioned is that, so with Sheikh, we discussed how Ibadul Mukramun refers to the angels. But you said that this refers to the angels, it also includes the prophets. Do you have a source for this? Do you have justification for this?
I would not say there is a source for this. So when we look, of course, as I said earlier, the enlightened commentary says angels.
Yeah, it doesn't include
Yeah.
this at all.
Yeah. But then I may have said this possibly keeping in mind that also like for example today, uh, uh, whatever the prophets will reveal to the mankind, they will also wait for Allah's commandment, to come in order for Prophet to reveal it to the people.
Correct. But
So
see,
maybe
that's-
in line to that, I may have said that the angels and the prophets, keeping in mind of their status.
yeah. So see, applying a concept to the prophets is excellent. You can say the prophets have this quality in them, but saying that this verse refers to them is different.
Yes. It talks of only angels.
That's my question to you. So you'll retract the statement? I mean, you take it back?
Yes, I'll take it back. So I'll stick to the tafsir
Angels.
that says it's only angels.
Okay. Now let me help you. You don't need to retract the statement. There are tafsir that show that this could apply to certain prophets. But you have to tell me how it can apply to certain prophets. Go to verse number 26.
Of the same Surah Anbiya. Is it the same Surah Anbiya?
So if you
Verse
use
26.
verse number, see, Sheikh brought us very clearly. He said that there was an accusation that, what was the accusation? Verse number 26 of Surah Anbiya,
Yeah. The beneficial of God has taken to himself a son.
a son. So who was actually being suggested and believed to be the son of Allah or the sons of Allah? The clear example is the angels. There's many ayat that talk about the angels, and it talks about daughters and sons, because they used to attribute daughters at times, and Allah will say that you're attributing daughters, but yourself you're shy of taking daughters yourself. When you have a daughter, you bury the daughter, and this. So there's that clearly in the Quran. But is there anyone else that has been attributed to be the son of Allah?
So, referring to the enlightened commentary again, what I read is when they said son, when they gave that a son that is an angel, and if I'm not mistaken, they also indicated somewhere that a son that who has a bodily figure.
Okay.
Okay. But over here, which son or the name of the son, I have not read.
No, even when they say bodily figure, it's
Yeah.
talking about the angels.
Yeah. So specifically, a son, I wouldn't know now which son, because here I read is only about the angels in this enlightenment.
So the angels is a clear explanation for this verse. Now I'm saying outside of that, can you think of anyone that has been attributed as the son of Allah in the Quran?
Can I try? But I will not know the surah.
No problem.
Maybe I
The
can just try.
concept. Yeah.
Okay. Can we say maybe the prophet?
The Holy Prophet? No, incorrect.
So can I give a second try?
You can try 15 tries. As long as Sheikh tells me we have time.
Maybe Prophet Musa,
No,
Prophet Suleiman.
no.
I'll finish all my 15 tries.
It's okay, you'll have another 15. There's only 30 prophets in the Quran, correct? You can try all of them, 31 I think.
Okay. Specifically, I'll be honest, I wouldn't know that son that I'm
You do,
looking
you
for.
do. You know it very well.
Mankind?
No.
No.
Open Surah Tawbah, verse number 30. Surah 9, verse 30.
Verse number 30. I was about to say that, but you gave me the reference quickly. Thank you. And the Jews say, Uzair is a son of Allah. So,
Continue, continue.
and the Jews say Uzair is a son of Allah, and the Christians say the Messiah is a son of Allah.
I would
Yes.
expect you to get the second one. The first one, maybe Uzair is tough. The second one, the Masih. Masih is Prophet Isa.
Yeah,
The Christians mention that he's, the Christians mention, right, that he's the son of
the Messiah. The
So
son of
some people say that this verse, there's Tafsir Safi has quoted this,
God. Okay.
that this verse applies also. Everyone, all the commentators that I've seen, say that this refers directly to the angels. But then some say that it could also apply to certain prophets that were taken as sons of Allah. And then some of them go further. This is what I wanted you to say. Some of them go further and say that we can take a principle from this. And so if anybody else is attributed, like some people who become excessive in giving the wrong positions to the Ahlul Bayt, this verse also includes them. The Ghalis or Ghulat, which are people that say that the Imam is the son of Allah, or the Imam is Allah, Aliha. Quran is very sensitive about this, but the Quran says, Bal ibadun mukramun. Now this is a different tafsir, but like Shaykh said, the angels is one that all of the commentators have mentioned, and it's the most direct meaning. I thought when you mentioned including other prophets, you were going to tell us these other prophets. Okay, one more question. You mentioned a hadith, that's a famous hadith from our first Imam, where you said that there are three types of worship of Allah. Can you connect this to our discussion? Where's the connection between this and our discussion?
So when I mentioned this hadith, and when I was preparing, so I was trying to connect this hadith to verse number 28. When it says, He knows what is before them and what is behind them, and they do not intercede except for Him whom He approves, and for fear of Him they tremble. So I was trying to bring the understanding that when I mentioned the hadith, that at times we will worship Allah out of the fear of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that's why I was trying to connect this hadith to this verse of the Holy Quran of number 28.
Can you justify that? Because there seems to be a bit of an issue. Do you have any more explanation? So you looked at the word fear and you said that the hadith says fear.
So I look at the word, for fear of Him they tremble.
See, this word here is khashya. Khashya is different to khawf. Khashya means a fear that's based on knowledge. In fact, it would be a very high level. Khashya. Even khawf in the Quran sometimes is used for the fear that you mentioned, sometimes it's used for different. So fears of different types. So applying this hadith over here is, I would say, not accurate. To say that these are, in fact, yourself you said, Bal ibadun mukramun. These are very high level servants. How can they be of the lowest level of worship? Khashya is different over here. The level over here is a very high level, as we mentioned. There's many verses that talk about khashya, khawf. There's other concepts that also relate to the same topic of fear. If you look at khushu', or you look at ikhfat, there's many concepts. So it's not, it wouldn't be accurate to quickly just take fear and apply it to a certain hadith. The final point that I wanted to ask was, we find in certain ziyarat this concept لا يسبقونه بالقول being attributed to the Ahlul Bayt. How can we justify that with all that we've discussed? We just said that the verse now clearly applies to the angels, maybe one or two prophets. But how can this trait be attributed to the Ahlul Bayt?
Sheikh, if you can simplify your question, please.
لا يسبقونه بالقول means that they do not precede Allah when it comes to speech, right? What's the translation in front of you?
They do not precede him in speech, only according to his commandment do they act.
So this line has been used in certain ziyarat about the Ahlul Bayt. How can you justify that? We just said it's about the angels.
So if this been used in the other ziyarat, we can say perhaps that also the way Allah refers here angels, they will not proceed with the speech. So likewise, even the Ahlul Bayt, they will not, as I mentioned earlier in one of my maybe a question and answer, that even the Ahlul Bayt will not precede Allah in their speech. They will wait for Allah to give them the commandment or the message to be delivered to them. They will not deliver anything just out of from their own speech.
Super, excellent, perfect answer. But I have a more difficult question now. Does that mean that these ziyarat are saying the Ahlul Bayt are the addressees of this ayah or not?
If you look at the ayat itself, I will say that now because you're talking about this specific ayat,
Yeah.
it's talking about only angels, only angels. But of course, Ahlul Bayt themselves are the, of course, they are of the holy personality. So I will not I will not find it that this ayat itself also talks of the Ahlul Bayt.
Okay.
There is a point.
No, it was very good. I think what you're trying to say is this, that when you look at the verses as verses, we cannot attribute these directly to Ahlul Bayt, but the concepts in the verses can be attributed. And I think that's a good answer.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Son, so last question, Wallah Al-Taf. You mentioned a lesson or two we learned from this verse earlier on. It wasn't that clear. Can you be specific? What lessons do we learn from this verse?
Don't associate partners to Allah.
1. 2.
So the second important lesson is the way angels will follow the commandments of Allah. So we, as
They don't have a choice, so you
yeah, we
cannot
don't
even
have
see
so
the way
we
they will
follow the commandments that have been kept laid down for us.
They don't have
follow
a choice, so the way they will follow
Yes.
is neither here nor there. They
So-
don't have a choice.
So we have a choice. So we should follow the appropriate commandments.
Number 3 lesson.
If we don't follow, of course, the verse says that we will end up.
No,
in
I got
hellfire.
you, I got you, I got you.
We will
Number
end up in
3.
the hellfire.
So number 3 lesson.
And we will end up. Allah will put us.
No, you already mentioned. Let's follow. That's if you don't follow, there is a repercussion, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's the next lesson we learn? Any indirect lesson we learn from this verse when it comes to the Ahl al-Bayt alayhim as-salatu was-salam?
Following their principles.
Okay, you mentioned few lessons. How do we implement these lessons in our lives?
Don't to give partners to Allah. As I said in one of the examples, I clearly
No,
mentioned.
give me a practical way of doing so, because if you tell me you sit on member and you tell me don't associate partners with Allah, it's a theory you're giving me. You're not giving me anything practical. I need something
gave-
practical.
About that example of compensating the time of Salah and giving it a football match more priority, saying that first I'll watch my football match at the time of Salah. I'll give, and maybe if I'm a person, I will say, I'll pray salah later. I don't, but for football match, I'll wake up maybe an hour early at 4 o'clock, preparing myself for that.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to say, inshallah.
No, look, Habib.
So I'm trying to say that.
Here is
Yeah.
this person who is
Yeah.
addicted to football.
Yes.
So addicted and absorbed into football.
Yes.
He's mindful of his salah, but it's a bit complicated and difficult for him. What practical lesson will you suggest to that person so that, slowly but surely we'll get there? Something practical I'm looking for.
To follow your rules and regulations.
Yeah, but that's not practical. He knows it.
But
He
he's
knows,
not following. But
look,
he's not
he
following.
knows this is not acceptable and this is acceptable. He knows it. But he's struggling. He needs something very practical that he can start implementing slowly but surely and eventually get there. What will be that particular practical tip you will offer?
Telling him about maybe enlightening him more on the holy book. Or
Yeah, but these are all
the
theory.
day.
These are all theory. I agree with you 100%. That's what we do on member, isn't it? We give people theory, which is excellent. But that's not the end of it. It's means to the goal. It's not the goal itself. I need something practical. Youth comes to you. Wallah. MashaAllah, a very good speaker, a very good teacher in madrasa, for example. I really want to be passionate about my worship, but I'm struggling. Can you give me something very practical I need to do so it can help me slowly but surely to build my relationship with Allah Taala? What will be that practical thing? That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something practical, bro.
Tell him to start going maybe to masjid so they can feel that connection to Allah.
That's good one.
Yeah.
That's good one.
To feel
Okay.
that connection.
I find it difficult to just go to mosque. What is it that I should do to go to mosque?
First, you identify why do you find it difficult.
My heart tell me it's the right thing to do. For sure, when there's no collaboration between the mind and the heart, I will never do it. Those who drink alcohol, I'm talking of quote unquote Muslims who drink, or those who call themselves Shias and drink. It doesn't mean that they don't know alcohol is haram. You understand?
They know.
But there is no collaboration between the mind and the heart. How many people hold the view that, when you wake up at night to pray, Salat al-Layl is excellent, but how many people wake up is because there's no collaboration between the heart and the mind. So I want you to help me. What is it that I should do so that when there is adhan, I rush to the mosque? Something practical I'm looking for. I'm not looking for theory.
Now, if your mind is not connected to your heart, it will be very difficult for you to connect. But however,
So help me, my
How-
teacher.
however,
You are
yeah,
my teacher, isn't it? Sheh? You are my teacher. Give me something practical. A youth comes to you and say, you know what? I am
Send-
really struggling.
Start-
I am struggling.
start-
And the youth is crying, looking at you. I am really struggling. I don't want to let Allah down. I am really struggling. I need something practical to help. What is that practical thing? Will you help me with it? I think I made myself clear enough.
So first, I'll tell him, okay, what are the problems you're facing? I'll give him suggestions. So, for example,
Okay, the problem is
Okay.
I know it's halal, it's haram, but I don't know how to go about it. Give me some. The simple
Read.
thing I will tell him, look,
read kitab.
no, these are all theory, man, bro. I will say, look, are you on WhatsApp group? You say yes. Get
Yeah.
like-minded. That will be one of my practical tips. Get like-minded people. Or maybe Mullah Altaf is good. Ali Hussein, they're good. They go to the mosque, for example, Muhammad Amarsi, they are there. So let's do some WhatsApp group. Let's remind each other. Salat time, I call you. You call me. Today is your day. The next day is my day. Today is your day. The next day is my day. Another practical tip, I'll say, you know what? I think you've not appreciated the philosophy of what you are doing. Maybe you can sit with you. You can go to Sheikh Ali Rajani. Help us to appreciate the philosophy of what I'm doing. I don't want you to tell me Jannah and Nar. No, don't come to me with that. I do understand that. I need to appreciate this in my mind. These are the practical tips, sir. Yeah. It's okay, Mullah. You can go, man. May Allah bless you, man.
Things.
Keep it up, man. You are good, man. Inspirational. Salawat. Done now. You're done.
The next participant is BA12MA. BA12MA.
Inshallah, once you're ready, in 2 minutes time, you start, inshallah. Surah Al-Ra'ad, verse number 7. When you are ready, you start. You have 2 minutes to relax. Get yourself ready. Bismillah, tafadhal.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. السلام عليكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Give the prophet and said, there's nothing special about you. There's no ayat given to you. This is a commentary of but the commentary is became the prophet. But said the prophet, there's nothing what you put that is coming upon us. But there's nothing given special for you that you can prove that you are actually the prophet. You are the you've got something has come to you. لولا كنت إليه. Something has come to you. Nothing special. What is so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala من ربي من ربي إنما it's from your Lord من ربي from the Lord upon him from his Lord from the Lord of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Because the believers they didn't believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, so they talk from your Lord, not our. إنما أنت منذر. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala assures the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam certain. إنما أنت. You are surely منذر. You are the one who is going to be the one warner. ولكل قوم هاد. And you are a guide for every people. I will connect this ayat to ayat number 43, last ayat of this surah. Then we'll come to some other ayats if you allow. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ayat number 43. Same chapter, Surah. What? Same thing, the same concept, same intellect mind of these people of Prophet, the same words they're using. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the same. ويكون الذين كفروا لست مرسل. Telling the Prophet, you are not. He said, you are not a messenger. Allah tells again, Allah assures him, قل كفى بالله شهيدا. Tell them that I am a witness بيني وبينكم, between you and them. Then Allah assures him something. Now Allah gives him an tells them ومن عنده علم الكتاب. Those who have got knowledge of the book. So this verse I've connected to this. Now I'll come to another ayah. I told you that the disbelievers came the prophet, they're disbelieving him, giving so lot of troubles. I put this ayah and this, and there are so many things if you go to Surah, what we are claiming. For this particular ayah, because we are talking about this particular ayah, that's saying that nothing has come to you. So Allah assures them that you are a warner, And for every nation, there should be a guide. So, before the nations, which I reported in the tafsir, before all the nations come, they were guides and ones. And all the prophets were guides for their own nation, for their own form. They were there. And the continuation of this heart, this should be heart is Imam alayhi salam. This hadith alayhi salam, this hadith I wrote in this commentary. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam once took his hand, put it in the chest, and took his hand, put on alayhi salam, said, Anta hadi, you are hard, and your issues, your generation was coming after you, the issues are with the some after you, all will be there hard for the issues. But then another hadith said that he asked for water for pollution. Water pollution came, he took the pollution, then he took a heart. And his hand now. First he took his own hand, his other hand put it on his chest and said, I am a munwir, I am the warner. And he took that from Ali's hand and put on the head by Islam and the hard and your issues. So this ayat is first what the top order. Every nation, the nation before it come all prophets, they say, this is moon, or this is a room, they're all Musa, Harun, they went there. And then Ibrahim, they said Musa, Yusuf, all these were the warners. And they give good, they were the warners, and they were the leaders of this community. Because they were inviting people, they were telling people to come to the Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I'm going to keep some reference on the other is the ayahs, if you allow, please. I'm going to Surah Yunus, Yunus chapter 10, ayat number 57. Allah said, وَلِكُلِّ أُمَّةٍ رَسُولٌ. Every nation there was a message. What nation was it? وَإِذَا جَاءَ رَسُولٌ قُضِيَ بَيْنَهُم بِالْقِسْطِ. The prophets when came there, the prophets came to them, the matter was decided between them. Because they made judgment on the justice, justifying them. Anything they come, they took the Umrah from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and made, because Allah says here. And they didn't do any injustice. They didn't do any zulm on them. They told only what was the truthful and what was the issue was between them, and they guided them to the right path. I'll go again to ayat, if you allow me, in ayat Surah 30, chapter 35, ayat 23 to 24. بسم الله الرحمن إن أنت إلا نذير. You are only a warner. That's ayat number 26. Now 24. إنا أرسلناك بالحق بشيرا ونذيرا وإن أمة إلا خلا فيها نذير. To support that ayat number 7, I quoted this ayat. Surely we have sent you with the truth as a bearer of good news. That's Bashir is good news. It was not a warner but he was giving also good tidings, good news. What will be if you believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran, Allah says, الناس تجري تحت الأنهار. But الذين كفروا النار مثوى لهم. If you are going to be disbeliever, your abode is nar. So here Allah, إنا سلك الحق وإن من أمة إلا خلا فيها نذير. And there was not a people born and gone. So these are the little of the tidbits which I quote from this ayat. And also this, if you go to Surah Al-Ahzab, I think same. إنا أرسلناك بشيرا ونذيرا وداعيا إلى الله سراجا ومنيرا. We have sent you on to guide people in the last there are some good news and warners. وَالدَّاعِيَ إِلَى اللَّهِ, and to point towards Allah, وَسِرَاجًا مُنِيرًا, and to be illuminated light. I think for this swing service, there are many more, but inshallah. Oh, should I go ahead? Number 138. Let's bear with me. I'm coming to number how this ayats, what are the believers being told. Coming to number 136. يا أيها الذين آمنوا آمنوا بالله ورسوله. So believers with iman, that says, Amen. Those who already got Amin, now you believe. ورسوله, on prophet. وكتاب الذي نزل على رسوله. If I'm mistaken my translation, please rectify me. What we have نزل على رسوله, what we have sent on the prophet. وكتاب, and the prophet. الذي أنزل من قبل, what has been revealed before. Before the prophet came, the Holy Kitab was, let's say, we talk about Dawood, it is the book, the Isa, about Injil, it's Moses, the Torah. Then there's Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the Quran, which we are reading just now. And this is Surah last ayat is said, Sufi Ibrahim wa Musa. So Suhuf, I think so, is Kitab, is Quran. I've not gone through its translation, but if there's anything you can guide me and correct me. So this is 136. أنزل من قبل ومن يكفر بالله. Then there's those of Prophet were refusing Prophet. That there's not coming an ayat. There was not. You are not Musa. You are not Had. You are not any ayat. It's not missing. So here's the clear-cut message for them. ومن يكفر بالله وملائكته وكتبه. Those who refuse, who deny the Prophet, not the Prophet, the Allah, بالله. all creation, all creator, all creator, all Rabb, all sustenter, all beneficer, all gracious. ومن يقبل وملائكته and all the angels. وكتبه and all the books. All the angels, all the books. ورسله all the books. واليوم الآخر and the day of judgment. Which has to come and be accountable for that. Each of us. فقد ظل ضلالا بعيدا. They are an open distortion. They are indeed going open astray into remote error. But that's what happened translated in this Quran by Shafi. فقد ظل them. فقد ظل ضلالا بعيدا. They gone open astray from the path of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now I'll come to ayat 165.
Okay, that should be the last one, inshallah.
Yeah, okay, fine. That's why I'm asking your permission. Yeah, go last. But give me 2 ayats if you don't mind. Yes, please. 164 to 166. ورسلا قد قصصناهم عليك من قبل ورسل لم نقصصهم عليك كلام الله موسى تقديما. And what Allah episodes that we mentioned to you before the prophets detail what have not been told to you, have not been narrated to you. قصص not just being. وكلم الله موسى كان Allah will speak with Musa. And then there's the ayat. Bismillah, 165. Bismillah. رسلا مبشرين ومنذرين. The prophet was given good news to you and honor. لئلا يكون الناس على الله حجة. So they are, because they have become the hujjah, they are proof to the human beings that they are prophet, actual prophet, that is sent by Allah. They are the warners, they are the good people of news. When you بعد الرسل وكان الله عزيزا حكيما. Allah is the mighty, the wise. He knows where to send, how to send, and whom to send. So Allah knows everything. But that's 166. Allah gives the shahada. Because Allah said, شيء بيني وبينكم. لكن الله يشهد بما أنزل إليك. Allah bear witness by what He has given to you. أنزل إليك أنزله بعلمه, with the knowledge. Just by what He has given to you, and He has given this knowledge. Because He has given the Quran, what He has given to Prophet with His knowledge. وَالْمَلَائِكَةَ تَشْهَدُونَ. And also the angels are making this witness. And the angels bear witness. وَكَفَى بِاللَّهِ شَهِيدًا. وَتَوَكَّلْ عَلَى اللَّهِ وَكَفَى بِاللَّهِ. وَكِذَا ayat of last Surah Yunus, or Surah Toba. Surah Toba, وَكَفَى بِاللَّهِ وَتَوَكَّلْ عَلَى اللَّهِ. This here is saying وَكَفَى بِاللَّهِ شَهِيدًا. Allah is enough. It's okay for you as to be your witness. Thank you very much.
Ahsant. Thank you so much, Uncle. Really inspirational, man, to have the personality of your age, year in, year out, you know, attending and participating. It's definitely an inspiration to all of us, the young ones. Try as much as we can to also take a step in trying to enhance our understanding of the Holy Quran. So may Allah reward you abundantly, inshallah, and to grant you all the successes of this world and the hereafter. So my first simple question, Uncle, is وَيَقُولُ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا لَوْلَا أُنزِلَ عَلَيْهِ آيَةٌ مِّن رَبِّهِ إِنَّمَا أَنْتَ مُنذِرٌ وَلِكُلِّ قَوْمٍ هَادٍ. This ayah, what is it talking about?
ayah proves that disbelievers didn't believe the Prophet. Whenever a prophet was coming, he should prove something appropriate with their prophet will give miracles. See the case with Musa, Quran, give me some ayat. Give me some. Who is the Rabb al-Alamin? So yeah, the Musa Rabb al-Samawati, give me some. Musa told me, should I give something else? So he showed the stick, and he showed this. So there's many about that. Musa, Isa was given to Spirit of Allah, Ruhullah. He was given the enliven the dead, make the sick get well again, and what was in your house stored also again. 12 years then when Musa is today, you can talk to Maida, there is about this, we talk of Isa, Surah Isa, Al Imran.
So you see the non-believers.
And the Nabi are not believing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala first, because that they will not. They want to believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and also that His Prophet. So they say, there's nothing new about you. You don't have anything to prove to us that you are real prophets. That's why Allah says, إِنَّمَا أَنْتَ مُنذِرٌ وَإِنَّ مَا every nation will have a prophet.
What were they asking for?
Because they were disbelievers.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, they are disbelievers, but they want something.
What were they asking for specifically in this ayah?
They were asking for a kitab,
For?
for a book. If you are
No, look at the ayah again. وَيَقُولُ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا لَوْلَا أُنزِلَ عَلَيْهِ آيَةٌ مِنْ رَبِّهِ. What were they asking for?
science, some science from
Which sign?
medical science. They were prophet, they come to the prophet, okay.
Okay. They were asking for miracle. Where did you get that from?
Behind the other ayat, I don't remember actually. They come to the prophet and told him something. Make this tree come to us.
In Quran.
No, it's a hadith.
Okay. Very good. So they were asking for an ayah. That ayah you said is mu'jiza.
Moses. And the Quran says it's a Moses.
Which part of Quran says?
Quran is a Moses.
Yeah, so if it's mu'jiza, how do you justify that? Is it from the Quran or from the tradition of the Holy Prophet?
I don't remember, but as we said, as we read in the books, the Quran is the living miracle for all the times. The Quran is, I'm not, I write the Quran, but I'm not familiar with the Quran. Can educate me, can enlighten me.
Okay. So Allah says, إِنَّمَا أَنْتَ مُنذِرٌ وَلِكُلِّ كَوْمٍ هَادٍ. Is this Allah's response to them? And why? So they were asking for a sign to authenticate the prophethood of our beloved Prophet.
No, because there, إِنَّمَا أَنْتَ مُذَّرٌ. Allah is ensuring giving assurance to the Prophet ﷺ that you are born and you are the leader.
And you are
Had. Munzir wa had. So
Mundhirun wa had. What is Mundhirun and what is had?
had is to guide people, to the ways and to show the way back.
Which type of people? So you see, if you look at the ayah,
Any people, what the present, because the prophet is being hard, is talking about all the people at the time. Because the ayat here says the prophet took the hand of Muhammad Islam and put it on the hand of said, I'm Munir, I'm Mona, but you are hard. You and your issues are coming, your descendants.
so what's the difference between
then-
Mundhir and had?
Moon is the one to come and tell people.
Warning who?
The people
Which people?
around him, I think they were disbelievers, the Mushrikeen, the Munafiqeen, the Yahudi, the Nasara.
And hard
Hard also, he was also hard.
for who?
All the people.
Not really.
No, wait. No, there is why is Prophet sent? See, I'll give you ayah. وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا كَافَّةً لِلنَّاسِ.
I understand.
Why you have not been sent إلا to all the people? Now there's another ayah. وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ.
Now,
You have not been sent but a mercy to all the universe. I was with the whole universe from the beginning to the end.
so what's the difference between Munzir? Because Munzir is from Al-Indhar. No, that's the root of it. Munzir, warning. It's a root. And then Hadin is from the word Hidayah. Who do I do Indhar to? And who do I do Hidayah to?
The same people are doing them because أنت ما أرسلناك إلا بشيرا ونذيرا. The same people. You are giving the good news and you are giving a warning to them because you have to be balancing to them.
It cannot be the same.
You know this is a
Apana.
you can't. The prophet is not hard.
Prophet is Munzir and Prophet is Had. But these are two different roles. You come to me, you do Indhar to me. You come to me, you do Hidayah to me.
All the prophets that came for the nation, they were hard for the
I agree. I agree. But what's the difference between the two?
hard is to be a leader, guide them to the gospel, and moons at the same time to warn them if we are going to divert the path, we are going to face the situation, consequences of it. So, Allah, the prophet has to clarify what his role was.
Yeah, no, I agree. These are roles of the Prophet. But Indhar is to those who were astray, to warn them. Hidayah is for those who are steadfast, guide them. Yeah, it is very important. Something to check. Of course, there are other opinions. Now, next question. What are the possible meanings of had? Possible meanings of had. This had refers to who?
All the prophets and the imams.
Give me reasons for that. Mention one after the other and give me reasons.
Because when you are coming to the nation, we are want to bring them to understand who Allah is and everything, what the Islam is. So there should be a leader who's going to tell the people where we are facing, where we to head to.
So one is prophet.
All and the imams. Because Muhammad Prophet in the hadith says, Imam al-Islam is a hadi board and his descendants. And up to the time of the Mehdi, there is some bit of what it had.
Okay, I will give to Sheikh.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Again, I saw structure in your presentation. Alhamdulillah, it was nice to see. You brought across different verses, inshallah, that we'll be discussing some. Looking at the verse itself, the verse in discussion just now, which is Surah, verse number 7. You explained it word by word, and alhamdulillah, since you're familiar with Arabic, you're explaining it with each of the words with its own explanation. If you just open the verse and go over it from وَيَقُولُ الَّذِينَ كَفَرُوا لَوْلَا أُنزِلَ عَلَيْهِ آيَةٌ. This you explained. مِنْ رَبِّهِ was something that I didn't fully understand. You were saying that, what is this مِنْ رَبِّهِ? How would you explain مِنْ رَبِّهِ?
Yes, the translation which I've taken of Shah says,
Although, sorry to interrupt.
from his Lord, Rabbihi.
Yeah.
I don't know actually it's what he's explaining here. Rabbihi, not Rab. It's not Rab. It's Rabbihi. It's his Lord.
Ahsan.
Lord of God of the Prophet Muhammad. Why is that subhanAllah? Because the Ismail are already not believing in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it was the Prophet Muhammad exclusive.
Whose words are this min rabbihi? What part of the verse does it connect with? Is it with the previous statement, or is it with the coming statement?
No,
Is the statement?
this is starting from the
Awesome. Okay. That's good. In your explanation, I understood something else, but it's good. That's correct. لولا أنزل عليه آية من ربه, that he should get a sign from his Lord. Awesome. Very good. إنما أنت منذر ولكل قوم هاد. Can you explain this as accurately as possible? Again, Shakir's translation is not criteria for us. It's there just as a guide, but I mean based on your understanding and your research, can you explain this as accurately as possible? إنما أنت منذر ولكل قوم هاد. In terms of Arabic, there's two clear ways to explain this. So I want to see which one you're mentioning, or both, or how. Just the translation, an accurate translation.
no, warner.
I'm okay. I'm not focusing on the word had and munthir. We've had that discussion. That's okay. Just explain in terms of, just translate it. A clear translation.
You are the warner, and also at the same time you are the leader, guide of this community.
Can you see the verse? Because the verse is slightly different, I think.
Yeah, translation.
Not the translation, the Arabic.
Okay.
Innama means
Anta, Allah is assuring the Prophet. Innama anta, you.
innama means only. Innama is only.
Exclusive.
Exclusively.
Anta, you.
You.
Munzir, you're the warner.
You are a warner.
A warner.
Al-Munzir would be the warner. Innama anta munzirun. You are only a warner.
For every community. Every
Okay.
community, you are a leader. Then you are
Guide. Let's say guide.
guide, yeah, guide. Guide.
So-
Guiding to every person.
You are only a warner and a guide for every community. Well, this is one explanation. If you use this explanation, applying the riwayat that explain this to be Imam Ali becomes problematic. Because it says that you and only you are a warner and you are a guide for every people. So you've explained the verse saying that you are only a warner and you are only a guide for the people. How can we apply this verse to the hadith that talk about Imam Ali alayhi salam and Ahlul Bayt? The Holy Prophet is the warner, the Holy Prophet is the guide.
Prophets have left a legacy. I said in many times in hadith that I can quote this Fakali.
Please,
I can go ahead.
sure. You have to explain the response. However, whatever is required to explain to respond. It's okay, the Arabic isn't necessary. I want
I want to remember something.
إني تارك فيكم الثقلين كتاب الله وعترة أهل
إني
بيتي.
تارك الثقلين
ما إن
كتاب
تمس-
الله وعترة أهل بيتي
Okay.
إن تمسكتم وإن
ما
لم
إن تمسكتم بهما
لن تضلوا بعد.
لن
I've
تضلوا.
given you two heavy things.
Okay.
ثقلين. That's what I say. I'm not expert in Arabic. ثقلين. One is the كتاب of Allah, which they explain that it's a rope from earth to the heaven. That's what they explain. And my أهل بيت, my itra. I'm giving. If you are going to follow them, you are going to follow. They follow the footsteps. Then you are not going to be going astray. That's the worst thing. And there's another ayat says,
Just this one. It's a very good hadith. It's a mutawatir hadith and it's got a very clear explanation. It's one that we use. But how does it apply to this verse? That's the question.
because after the prophet, there should be somebody to guide them.
No problem, but this verse is saying that the Prophet is a warner and the Prophet is a guide for every nation. Finished.
Yeah.
It doesn't apply to anyone else.
No, it applies because a prophet has to reach this message.
That's a different-
It's a qadir that he applies.
Super. Excellent. That's additional to the verse. The verse here, see,
Yeah, but it applies to Prophet Muhammad.
if a verse says, it applies to the Holy Prophet only.
Okay, fine.
If a verse says, Allahu la ilaha illallah,
At his time.
At his time.
At his time. Now
after
the
his time,
now-
there's no message in this verse for us.
No, now we have to refer now because we have to refer the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, what he said. And there's ayat that used to say about this Al-Bid. قل إنما أسألكم أجر إلا مودة في القربى.
Excellent, excellent. These are all verses that you can supplement to this verse. That's why I said, let's stick to this verse. Using this verse with your explanation, it applies to the Prophet, and after the Prophet, the verse doesn't have any example.
Another example. Yeah, exactly. Fine.
Okay, but there's another way to translate this verse, which most of our Mufassirin have accepted, that makes it apply. Can you think of it? You'll have to look at the verse. إنما أنت منذر ولكل قوم يكون هاد. I added the yakunu.
What do you mean by yakun?
So look at the verse. I'm trying to help. I'm not.
Yeah, thank you. I'll need your help. إنما أنت منذر ولكل قوم. All the nations you are a guide. All the nations. ولكل here is written. Warner, and you are only a warner, only a warner. And there is a guide for every people.
Okay, so there's another explanation that is in most of the tafsir. It is in the enlightening commentary. I'm just looking for exactly where I have it in front of me. Look, the enlightening commentary itself, this is a line. You are only a warner, and there is a guide for every people. It's very different to there is a guide is one thing, and you are a guide. How can, there's two translations, do you see? So there's a second way in Arabic, if just for the technical sake, maybe our listeners might be interested. We have two ways of explaining لِكُلِّ قَوْمٍ had. One is had is إِنَّمَا أَنْتَ مُنذِرٌ. Mundir is the khabar of أنت. had is khabar ثاني, is معطوف على الخبر. And لِكُلِّ قَوْم becomes جار مجرور متعلق بهاد. But there's the second way of explaining it, where had becomes the mubtada itself, لِكُلِّ قَوْم is the khabar. What does this mean? It means that it's two separate sentences. إِنَّمَا أَنْتَ مُنذِرٌ. O Prophet, you are just a warner. And, O Prophet, there is a guide for every community.
There's a commentary talking about in the enlightening, yeah?
Enlightening has it, Ahmad Puya has it, all of the translations.
has not done that.
He has, I'll show you.
Here Ahmad Ali, I was referring.
Oh, the Shia commentators have, it's unanimous pretty much. You'll find most of them. I'll
Here is
just read
a
it.
guide for everybody. Shak which I'm pointing to.
Shakir is not a Shia translator.
Oh,
That's one of the flaws.
but you have to keep the Shia Quran, you know.
The Quran in front of you is just for indication. The research that you've done was the main thing that we're basing it on.
Something.
So this is something that we have to explain like this. وَلِكُلِّ قَوْمٍ هَادٍ means that there is a guide for each community. Now when you say that, when the Holy Prophet says that أَنَا الْمُنذِرُ وَعَلِيٌّ الْهَادِي, this makes sense in this context.
Something.
So we have to explain it like this to be able to use the verses. Based on this, I have another further question. First of all, some of the hadith that you quoted, it seems they weren't quoted fully accurately. Which books did you use to quote? Because I wrote something down that
I got this hadith from this man, Ahmad Ali.
Okay.
I think there was sometime I read somewhere, I don't remember.
Okay.
That he was saying.
أنت لكل قوم هاد, this isn't the main hadith. By the way, this hadith is
I'll comment after this
Okay.
ayat.
Okay. This hadith is present in many Sunni books. So this is something that we can also use over here. And Tafsir Namuna, for example, points out some of the key places that the Sunnis have quoted this. And that's something that when such a verse is being discussed, it's good to bring up the Sunni hadith, because they'll say that now these are your own hadith. But we have even Fakhr Razi brings a hadith over here, Ibn Kathir brings a hadith over here. Many of the commentators, Tafsir Namuna has brought the list of some of them.
Something.
Heading towards the final few questions. You quoted Fatir 23:24, Yunus 47, Ahzab 42, Nisa 132, Nisa 165. It was very nice to hear the different verses. I want to understand the link. See, when we say cross-reference, there must be something that we're extracting from a certain verse and applying, or some similarity that we want to take a point from. For example, if you look at Fatir 23, in ummatin illa khala fiha nadhir, what's the relation between these two? This is the verse that you quoted for us.
Part 35.
Part 23 I've written.
Yeah.
It's
In
24.
Anta ila Nabi, that's 23. In Anta ila Nabi, which your Sheikh was telling me that you are the Nabi one. You see, now, you are coming to now, I think so, you are coming to now to 24.
24.
Inna
It's
arsalnaka
a verse that you quoted. You told
Yeah,
us
yeah.
this is.
Yeah.
So I want to know the relation. You've explained the verse already. I want to know the relation between the two.
This we fully comprehend.
Okay.
There's an ayat here, last you see, when min ummat illa khala fiha nadhir. What they are translating here the term, and there's not a people but one has gone among them.
Okay.
And that is we fully comprehend. That's what
What does Walikul Qawmin Had mean?
comprehend that as you told me, it's a guide for every community.
Who is the guide for every community?
Yeah. At the time of the Prophet Muhammad. Now this ayah was saying that before the community which came,
Okay.
called the Nuh, Saleh, Thamud. This is what this ayah was talking. That's what I'm taking. I'm not a.
وَإِن مِّنْ أُمَّةٍ لَا خَلَا فِيهَا نَذِيرٌ is a general verse.
Yeah.
It's saying there is no single community except that we left within it a warner.
Before the community which came after before the Prophet Muhammad.
No, it's a general principle. It's not in the past tense.
Because we don't know Arabic and we are not going.
So even if you look at the translation, how is it translated? Shakir is,
In the translation it says but if one has gone. Yeah.
and there is not a people. This is Shakir I have in front of me, and
Yeah.
there is not a people,
But one
but
has
a warner
gone
has gone
among
among
them.
them. So it's a general
It's a
principle.
general.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And وَلِكُلِّ قَوْمٍ هَادٍ, what's the relation between these two?
Because if there's a Nazir, there's also hard to be the leader. Because the leader has to guide people to go the right path.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ahsant. So what practical lessons do we learn from these verses? And how do we implement those lessons?
So this is a very good lesson. It gives us some enlightenment that we should not sit like idle. It's that prophets have come, the imams have come to show us light, to show us guide. But as we, the believers, we have to take that also responsibility. Because there's a hadith, I think, that everyone is a shepherd of his family. So he has to look after. There's a ayat of Quran, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ya ayyuhal amanu qu anfusakum wa ahlikum nar. O believers, before you warn yourself and your family from the hellfire. And as you quoted that ayah that there's a malaika shiddadun la yaksa'una amrullah. Yeah, we quoted that something to that our Sheikh Malim was here. You know, there's another ayat of Surah Baqarah. It says أتأمرون الناس بالبر وتنسون أنفسكم وتتلون الكتاب فلا تأكلون. That you are telling people to be good and nice and what, but you yourself are not trying to reform yourself, tell and make good decisions. And you are reading the book. You have the book. You have the precious good. You've got the biggest gift. You've got the golden ayahs are there. It's the ayahs you've got. You're not pondering. أفلا تفكرون القرآن أفلا تدبرون القرآن أم ألا في قلوبهم أفكارها. You don't ponder the Quran, you don't see the commentaries, you don't listen, you don't hear, and are your hearts locked up? You can't see anything. You can't go out of your box. So it's our duty to make Amir Maruf. As you see, this world is how it's going out. Our youth are diverting. I'm telling you our community is diverting. Our youth are going bad ways. I'll give a very good example. We are coming here to read the Quran, everything. But you see, our youth are not there in the namasos. You can't see them in the prayer. You see them playing outside, but they are not coming to pray. It's our duty to guide them, to call them, to enlighten them, to educate them.
Last question on the lessons learned. Is there any link with the Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam when I look at these verses, or this verse rather?
But in this ayah,
Yeah.
yeah, particularly, yeah, they are also the warn and the guide. The Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, telling Muhammad, you are and your issues are going to the top. And there's ayat also the Quran says that وَمَا يَنْفَعُ إِلَّا وَحْيٍ يُوحَى. Prophet doesn't speak only of wahi.
So what's the link between وَمَا يَنْتِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَىٰ إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا وَحْيٌ يُوحَى and this?
It's whatever the Prophet says and speaks and guides and tell them, because you have to see, because when we have to see the ayats, the hadith of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam to match with the Quranic ayats. Prophet says, if you see that there's some discrepancies by hadiths with the Quran, throw it on the wall.
And with the Imam of the time,
Yeah, Imam of the time, yeah, it continues because he's also hard over time. Also, yes, he's unseen, because his blessings, his advice on us, and he's guiding us. But we are the people who don't have that receptive hearts to take as a guide.
yeah. Ahsantum, thank you, uncle. Wish you
Thank
all the best of luck, inshallah.
you. Jazakallah for your guidance.
Keep up the good work, inshallah.
Thank you. Jazakallah.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صلوات. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى محمد وعجل فرجنا بهم يا كريم يا رب.
We will now move into a short break. It's around, it's 10:16 right now. Let's aim to be here by 10:25 so we can move on. Please, let's keep time. We have a lot of participants left and heavy time constraints. So inshallah, we can move into a short break now.
I'm ready. So, the mic is so loud.
Alaikum. We will now move on with the rest of the competitors. The next participant is GA05MA. I repeat, GA05MA.
Yeah, so you have like 2 minutes. Just get ready and start saying. So it's Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, chapter Al-Anbiya, verse 105.
So the verse says, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, وَلَقَدْ كَتَبْنَا فِي الزَّبُورِ مِنْ بَعْدِ الذِّكْرِ أَنَّ الْأَرْضَ يَرِثُهَا عِبَادِيَ الصَّالِحُونَ. So firstly, to structure this verse, we can divide this into a few parts. So beginning with, we're discussing about the book that is mentioned here, which is Zabur and Tawrat. There are different mufassirin who say that Zabur in this word, in this ayah, and the Torah, which is mentioned as dhikr, are having different meanings. So firstly, I'm going to go with the literal meaning of Zubur, which means writings, and that can be evidenced from Surah Al-Qamar, verse number 52, if I'm not wrong, where it says, and we have it in writings. And then there are other people who say that Zabur in this, from some Mufassirin say that Zabur in this ayah is referring to a general basis. So like it's referring to either just the Quran, or it's referring to other scriptures that were revealed without an unconditional sense, or it is referring to the books that were revealed after Prophet Musa. However, yeah. However, it can also be referred to the book that was revealed to Nabi Dawood. And later on, we are going to discuss as to why the book of Zabur and why the book of Tawrat have been mentioned in this verse, and what relation does this verse have to Nabi Dawood, Nabi Musa, and linking it to Imam al-Zaman. So to begin with, the book Zabur for Nabi Dawood. During the time of Nabi Dawood's rulership, when he was a king, during his era, he was one of the prophets who was able to establish a just and fair society. And if we would want to link that to current situation right now, when Imam al-Zamana is supposed to return, when he will return from his occultation, he too will be establishing a just and fair society, just like the way Nabi Dawood did during his time, just that on a larger scale of basis. And then we come to the word of dhikr. Some people mention that dhikr in this ayah is referring to the reminder or the book Torah that was revealed to Prophet Musa. And twice in this very surah it has been mentioned in verse number 7 and verse number 48, where it says, "And we did not send before you any but men to whom we sent revelation. So ask the followers of the reminder if you do not know." That is verse number 7. And verse number 48 that says, "And certainly we gave to Musa and Harun the Furqan and a light and a reminder for those who would guard against evil." So we are being told that the dhikr is mentioned here, and as I said, that it can be referred to the book that was revealed to Nabi Musa, and other mufassirin say that it could be also referred to the Lawh Mahfuz, which is the guarded tablet. However, evidence on that is very weak. And then when we go on to discussing the Torah and its relation to Nabi Musa, is that during Nabi Musa's time, he too was able to liberate his people, the Bani Israel, from the tyranny of Fir'aun. So the same way, when Imam Mahdi again will reappear, he too will be liberating those who are suffering under oppression, injustice, and he will help them to come out of that. And lastly, the verse ends by saying, "My righteous servants shall inherit the earth." Who are the rightful servants who are mentioned in this verse? Some Mufassirin say that the righteous servants in this ayah are referring to the followers of Imam Mahdi. However, it can also be said that the righteous servants in this ayah are referring to the Ahlul Bayt. And that is from an ahadith mentioned by Imam al-Baqir, where Abil Ward said he heard it from Imam Baqir, is "Innal arda yarithuha ibadiyas salihun," that those who shall inherit the earth are the progeny of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ali Muhammadin wa ajil faraj. So inshallah we start Zara with some few clarifications, and then we go to some few questions inshallah, in trying to appreciate your understanding of the ayah. So the first, if you look at the ayah Zara, you mashallah beautifully explained what Zabur is all about. Can you remind me what are the meanings of Zabur?
It can either be referred to the Quran, it can either be referred to those scriptures that were revealed in an unconditional sense, or it can be referred to those scriptures that were revealed after the book revealed to Prophet Musa.
Any other possible meaning of Zabur?
The book that was revealed to Nabi Dawood itself. I can't remember anything else.
Good attempt, very good. So where did you get from? Is it through the lectures, or you read in a book or something, or
So I
tradition?
referred to enlightening commentary,
Okay.
from a lecture, and Tafsir al-Mizan.
Okay. So let's go to second thing I would like to clarify also. So Allah says, وَلَكَدْ كَتَبْنَا فِي الزَّبُورِ مِنْ بَعْدِ الذِّكْرِ. You said dhikr means what here?
The reminder. It can be either referred to as the Torah or the Quran.
How?
So Torah saying that it was the book that was revealed to Nabi Musa. And for Quran, because it says that it is a reminder. So when we refer to the previous verses, it says that for those of you who do not know, you refer to those and ask those people of the reminder. So those people who have the knowledge of the reminder, the dhikr.
So you reckon zikr either refers to the book of Prophet Musa?
Yeah, or the Quran or the Lawh Mahfuz. But for that, it suggested that the evidence for that was quite weak.
Who said that?
I read it on the commentary.
What are your proofs that this refers to either the book of Musa alayhi salam or the Holy Quran? So Allah says, "Min ba'di dhikri."
Oh yeah.
So maybe the dhikr came before the Zabur.
No, here it doesn't
Okay.
talk about after, it talks about in addition. So
Okay.
it's trying to suggest that while we have mentioned it in the dhikr, it has also been mentioned in the Zabur and all the other divine books that were revealed to the prophets.
Any reference from the Quran in this regard?
Was it from the very surah where verse 7 and 48?
Yeah, could be. But there are other possibilities of this dhikr, by the way.
Yeah.
Musa, yes. Quran also, there are places. But then what was also given to Ibrahim alayhi salam, for example, is also another possibility. What is ard here? Anna al-arda.
The earth.
So that doesn't give the meaning properly.
Then what do you mean?
What is the meaning of ard here? Ard literally is earth.
Yeah. So it's talking about the earth when Imam Zamana will come and the righteous servant shall be the one to inherit it. But then I'm not sure on this, but as I was reading, there were some contradictions where some people were saying whether the earth means the actual earth of this world or it refers to a higher spiritual meaning.
What's that spiritual?
I'm not too sure. I don't remember.
So ard, you reckon, refers to earth.
Earth, yeah.
Which earth? This
The
one.
land, yeah.
Which land?
The land.
Is that the meaning of ard here?
I don't know. I'm not too sure. I think so.
That's one of the possibilities, isn't it?
Yeah.
There are other possibilities also.
Uh-huh.
So what comes to your mind when we say the earth will be inherited?
Is that it will be clear of all disbelievers, all the kuffar, all those who are being unjust, oppressive. So it's going to be clear of all tyranny, as we said, like when we compare it to Nabi Musa and Imam Zamana.
Good attempt. Earth, of course, can be the entire world and everything, but that's good attempt. يَرِثُهَا عِبَادِيَ الصَّالِحُونَ. This earth, what is it? What is earth?
Earth is inheritance.
What is
So,
inheritance?
In this verse, inheritance is not something that I can mention something where Ar-Raghib says earth or
Who
what?
said?
Ar-Raghib.
Okay.
Okay, he says irth or waritha is something that when you inherit, you do not have to have a transaction. So it's something that you do not have to work for. It just comes down to you. So for example, let's say if there's someone in my family who owns an empire or like has some things that need to be inherited, I don't have to work for it. Initially, if once he leaves this world, I'm going to inherit it, but I didn't really have to do anything. I didn't really have to work hard in order to inherit what what he meant. Can I give an example to that?
Feel free.
So this relates to Nabi Musa alayhi salam when he was living in Egypt. Pharaoh had created all these pyramids. He built his empire, but in the end, what happened? Pharaoh and all his companions happened to drown in the Red Sea. And inheritance initially came to Nabi Musa, and Nabi Musa did not really have to work hard for him to be able to inherit all of that belonging.
So here, what inheritance are we talking about? Really?
Inheriting the earth.
Look,
Oh,
you have a family member. May Allah grant all your family member long life, inshallah. Who owns an empire? I'm borrowing from your words. And then the family member happens to depart from this world. That empire will be transferred from him to someone else to inherit him.
yeah.
Is it the same we're talking about here?
Yeah.
How? Explain to me. I want to understand
It's
it
the
properly.
kind of inheritance that does not need to be worked for because they are the righteous servants. They
No,
are
that
the,
I agree. Solid explanation. I agree with that explanation. I don't have to work for it. But is it the same here? That's the literal meaning of inheritance, earth. Is it the same here?
could be or could be not. It could be on a larger scale, like the inheritance that we are referring to and the inheritance that this ayah is referring to could have a differing meaning.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Any other verse in the Holy Quran to support this?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a
Surah
verse.
number 24, verse 55. That's
24?
55.
Okay, I need to. Can you quote the ayah for me?
It says that Allah has promised to those of you.
You have the Arabic there?
Yeah, sure.
Uh-huh.
وعد الله الذين آمنوا منكم وعملوا الصالحات ليستخلفنهم في الأرض كما استخلف الذين من قبلهم
Go on.
وليمكنن لهم دينهم الذي ارتضى لهم وليبدلنهم من بعد خوفهم أمنا يعبدونني لا يشركون بي شيئا ومن كفر بعد ذلك فأولئك هم الفاسقون.
MashaAllah, your Arabic recitation is good, MashaAllah. So what's the link? There is nothing here, man.
It says that Allah has promised to those of you who believe and do good that He will most certainly make them rulers in the earth.
But-
So He's trying to say that those who believe and those who are righteous.
But the word earth is not there.
It is not there. But He says that He will
Think
make.
about it when you mentioned something before of the earth in Quran. Can you remember?
Inna Allah. Wait.
No, you mentioned when you were.
Innal arda yarithuha ibadi salihun.
You mentioned another ayah where the word earth is used, inheritance.
I mentioned it.
I think so. Without the Arabic, you mentioned without the Arabic, that's the challenge. Chapter Dukhan.
Oh yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes,
Sheikh
yes,
is,
yes, yes.
Uh-huh.
Is it the one where it says that the one that fi jannatin wa uyun? Is that yeah?
So you'll find the same word appears in that ayah, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't worry, that we got it. My last question, then we'll go to Sheikh, then we'll come back, inshallah. Ibadiya salihun. What is that?
The righteous servants.
Yeah, it doesn't give me the meaning properly.
It says that the righteous servants could be those who are the followers of Imam Mahdi, those who believe, those who are steadfast. But then
Who said that? What's the meaning of ibadiya salihun?
righteous servants.
Yeah, that's the literal meaning. What's the commentary of it? Or what are their characteristics based on the teachings of the Quran and the traditions of Ahl al-Bayt? Salamullah alayhim ajma'in.
They follow Allah, His command, and His apostle. Um, yeah, no, that's the one.
Uh-huh. Okay, give me examples of Ibadi as-Salihun. Who are Ibadi as-Salihun?
Those who are steadfast, those who are treading on the right path, on the Sirat al-Mustaqim.
Give me an example, because this ayah is a very deep ayah. Yarithuha ibadi as-salihun. Who are those ibadi as-salihun who will inherit this entire earth? You gave some wonderful presentation before. If you refer back to some of your presentation,
Is
you know.
it the one of Innal Arda Yarithuha Ibadi Salihun? So it says that the righteous servants could be
So
the,
give me an example of the righteous
the
servant.
progeny of Rasulullah. That's the Ahlul Bayt.
Very good. And any other example?
Yeah, there is in Surah number 31, verse 9 to 11, that says, people among them will be the inheritors of the earth, and blessings of this world and the hereafter will be given to them. All praise is due to Allah, who has made good to us His promise and has made us inherit abide in gardens. And then the ayah ends as abide in gardens. So those people who are the righteous servants, those people who believe in Allah, and so Allah is fulfilling His promise, and as their reward, they are going to abide in the gardens of Jannah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much for your explanations. Your explanations were very, very clear. It shows that you have read up well, alhamdulillah. And the enlightening commentary, actually this was the first verse that I looked through the enlightening commentary, because when I was doing my research like you were also, I looked through Al-Mizan, Namuna, some other tafsir, and the enlightening commentary. When I saw this verse, I got a bit discouraged actually. Because, you know the reason?
No?
You should know the reason.
Really? I don't know.
The enlightening commentary on this verse, to your advantage and to your disadvantage, is extremely lengthy. Extremely lengthy. So it's to your advantage that you got a lot of content, but it's to your disadvantage that you got a lot of content. Both sides have, it's got positives and negatives. So I want to question you on a few things that you mentioned from this source, because I think you put it across quite accurately. There's a few places I didn't understand fully, and I'd like for you to clarify. One of them is that you said Zabur has the literal meaning, which is the writings, and you quoted Surah Qamar, verse 52.
Yeah.
Let's move on from that one, although it would be a good one to open up, but the next one I have more questions about. Then you said there's a general meaning, which means other scriptures without a conditional sense. I don't know what this means.
Unconditional sense.
What does this mean? What does it mean in English? Translate it to English. Have you've seen the, try and understand it.
Maybe it's talking about
What is the unconditional, which are these scriptures that have an unconditional sense?
Quran.
What does unconditional sense mean?
It didn't have a condition. So it was revealed either way. I mean, it had to be revealed.
Okay, good try. It's very good that you're trying. Try a little more.
Conditional sense. I'm not too sure.
Okay. The unconditional sense here, it isn't a type of scripture. We don't have scriptures that have unconditional senses. It means, in English language, in an unconditional sense. Means without a specific mention of a specific scripture. That's all it means.
Okay.
So it's not a four, you had 4 opinions, actually just 3 opinions.
Okay.
It's scriptures, other scriptures.
Yeah.
In an unconditional sense. Means don't say the Quran, the Injil, the Torah, unconditional.
Okay.
So that's one thing that I thought could have been explained better. Dhikr. So Zabur, I think you mentioned very clearly, and it has a strong supporting argument. Zabur is most likely the Psalms of Dawood over here. There's one main reason provided that it is the Psalms of Dawood over here that's very, very beautiful. But you didn't mention it, unfortunately. Can you think of it? So how can we mention that this is the Psalms of Dawood over here, the Zabur of Dawood? What reasoning did you provide?
Said that it's a link to Zabur being revealed to Nabi Dawood and Imam Mahdi. So how Nabi Dawood and Imam Mahdi are very similar in their government, and when they will establish their government, when Imam Zamana will establish his government.
Okay, and that's the reason to say that this Zabur is the Zabur of Dawood?
Yeah, and
It's not a good enough reason.
There's also I don't really remember the verse quoting exactly.
Okay.
But I remember it saying that, and we gave the Zabur to Dawood.
أحسنت.
So, yeah,
وَلَقَدْ آتَيْنَا دَاوُودَ زَبُورًا.
Zabur, yeah.
Ahsan. So actually the Zabur has been mentioned on 3 occasions in the Quran. 2 of them are clearly referring to Dawood. So that's a strong argument. The other point that you mentioned isn't a reason for this to be. Once we establish this is the Zabur of Dawood, we then can explore and see why has the Zabur of Dawood been mentioned. Okay. But there's one thing that is additional to this. I don't know if you came across it in your research, but I find this to be the strongest reason to say that this is the Zabur of Dawood, and it's a beautiful point. If you actually open the Psalms of David, which is a part of the Old Covenant today, we have the same verse existing in the Psalms of David. And Namuna mentions this point. And he mentions the reference as well. The Psalms of David actually has أَنَّ الْأَرْضَ يَرِثُهَا عِبَادِي الصَّالِحُونَ. The word inheritor is mentioned over there. The righteous servants will inherit the land. So it's a very beautiful point to show that. There's a miracle of the Quran, that the Zabur actually is the Psalms of Dawood. Okay, let's move on. Dhikr. You mentioned the dhikr is the Torah or the Tawrat. That's of Prophet Musa. You mentioned 2 verses of this same surah, verse number 7, verse number 48. Can you open both of these and explain over here? 48 is relatively clear. 7 is one that I want you to explain a little more and show us that is this really referring to the book of Prophet Musa or not? You get my question, right? You claimed that based on these 2 verses, you read the verse and you passed, but you didn't show us really, do the verses show this to us or not?
Okay. So it just mentions reminder, so we're not really sure if in this verse reminder is actually being referred to the Torah.
But if you were there in the previous sessions, I think this was the verse that went to Al-Bab.
Yeah, I was.
We established that it is actually the Torah.
Okay.
So if you're able to explain that, then you could use this verse. But without the explanation, you're not able to use this verse. So we'll take this verse away from the evidences provided.
Okay.
Unless you want to give it a shot.
No, it's okay.
Okay. You explained Lawh Mahfuz.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to know where this was from.
I read it on Al-Mizan.
Al-Mizan?
Yeah.
Al-Mizan, I don't recall this being in Al-Mizan. Let me just check. Are you sure it's from Al-Mizan?
Yeah. I think I read it on there.
Correct. It's there. Ahsan. Very good. So it's there, and Allama Tabatabai says that it's obvious that this is not the correct opinion. That's why he discards it completely.
Yeah.
So he doesn't say that the evidence is weak. He says that it's obvious that this is the wrong opinion. He doesn't work with the evidence. He works that this cannot be a true possibility. Ahsan. Very good. Again, you mentioned that Prophet Musa liberated his community from tyranny. What is this trying to show?
That Imam Zamana, when he comes, he'll do the same thing.
No, in relation to وَلَقَدْ كَتَبْنَا فِي الزَّبُورِ مِنْ بَعْدِ الذِّكْرِ. What is it? So what's the point over here? That why did you mention this point over here? You said that Prophet Musa liberated. Why? What was the point you're trying to explain? I've written what you're trying to explain. I can tell you. But I want to hear it from you again.
So it's saying that that Nabi Musa was trying to liberate the people of Bani Israel.
Correct.
Yeah.
What's the relation of that with this verse? Why is that relevant to this verse?
Because it's been mentioned in the Zabur and the reminder that there will come a time when the Qaim or the Mahdi will appear and will liberate the earth.
Okay. If you remember with Zabur, I asked you the same question.
Yeah.
And I suggested that you should say it like this, that after we've understood that this is the Psalms of David, this is a possible reason why these two books were mentioned. Because one of the things the Mufassirin explain over here is that this sentence, أَنَّ الْأَرْضَ يَرِثُهَا عِبَادِيُ الصَّالِحُونَ, is something that's come in all of the previous scriptures. Why were these two selected? So this is the answer to my question, that because it was mentioned over here. This is one more thing. Let me give you a tough question now. These were all clarifications. I'll give you a tough question, but inshallah, if you've read Al-Mizan, the answer is very easy for you. And Namuna also mentions this. I assume the Enlightening Commentary also mentions this. What were one of the opinions of dhikr? You said the Torah or?
Reminder. Or the Lawh Mahfuz.
Or?
The Quran.
The Quran, ahsan. So, وَلَقَدْ كَتَبْنَا فِي الزَّبُورِ مِنْ بَعْدِ الذِّكْرِ.
Yeah.
We wrote in the Zabur after the Quran.
Yeah.
Subhanallah, Zabur after the Quran.
No, it's not after, it's in addition. So it's trying to show that when we have written it in the Zabur, it has also been mentioned in the
But
Quran.
why did the Quran say min ba'd, after?
In
Min ba'd.
addition, no. Min ba'd doesn't mean after here, it means in addition.
How can you say that? No, really, how can you say that? Based on what?
Based on, wait. Because this is not talking about the chronology of the
But
book's
it is min
revelation.
ba'd. Ba'd means after.
Because of hierarchy, because the Quran has a higher status than Zabur.
So, the answer I was expecting from you is that the commentary says it.
I was going to
It's
say.
okay. You can say it like that. Say the real answer.
okay.
The real answer is that the commentary suggests that in
Yeah.
addition. But this is one of the reasons why the Mufassirin have not preferred this view. That it, in Arabic they say, fi takalluf, means it's got a little bit of difficulty to explain it like this. But they say that if we establish that dhikr means the Quran, min ba'd here doesn't mean chronology. Even though the original meaning of min ba'd is chronology, over here it doesn't refer to chronology. So you just say that you found it in the tafsir. It's
So
good.
is it in addition or is it after?
The real meaning is after.
Okay.
If we went with the meaning of dhikr being the Quran,
Yeah.
we would be forced to say that it cannot mean after, because everyone knows the Zabur is not after the Quran.
Agreed.
And now we would have to think of a new way of explaining min ba'd.
Okay.
Like you said, in terms of the level being higher, the Quran is at the highest level, so after that, you see after, we use the word, after that the dhikr, the Zabur, sorry. Ahsant, very good. I think we don't have time. If we do, I'll come back, but I think we have to cut short. Thank you very much, Ahsant.
So Zara, last few, and then we're done, inshallah. Is there any connection between this verse 105 and 106?
Could be.
What is it?
Saying that most surely in this is a message to a people who serve us. So it's saying that those people who serve Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, those who are in the servitude of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, there is a message for them in this verse suggesting that
In what? This refers to what?
this Quran,
You have to look at the whole verse. وَلَقَدْ كَتَبْنَا فِي الزَّبُورِ مِنْ بَعْدِ الذِّكْرِ أَنَّ الْأَرْضَ يَرِثُهَا عِبَادِيَ الصَّالِحُونَ إِنَّهَا أو إِنَّ فِي هَذَا. That haza is what? What is it referring to?
this
Yeah, but what is that?
the Quran. No, you said
No. أَنَّ الْأَرْضَ يَرِثُهَا.
the inheritance.
Ah. Inheritance of the land. It's something massive. It's the conclusion of Allah's mission on earth. Without it, the mission is incomplete. So that is why in it, there is a balaga liqawmin, not everyone. What practical lessons do we learn from this verse?
It's giving us the hint to become part of that righteous servants, so that we should work towards being righteous servants, so that when Imam Zamana comes, we too can be under his banner.
Okay. How do I do that in my life?
Active intidar.
How do I do that?
Firstly, fully agreeing that yes, there is going to be a qiyam, there is going to be a time when there is going to be the zahur of the final imam, and that when that time comes, there's going to be justice and good spread around all over.
Where does Imam Mahdi fit in this verse? Because there is no mentioning of Imam Mahdi here.
It's related to the book of Zabur that was revealed to Nabi Dawood, and if we're saying dhikr, Tawrat, then Nabi Musa.
Not really. Where does Imam Mahdi fit in the concept of
My
Mahdi?
righteous servants shall inherit the earth.
Inheritance. This inheritance referring to the reappearance of Imam and the governance of Imam. As a young lady, do you think the concept of Mahdism makes sense?
Yeah, it does.
How?
Because if you relate it to the previous ayah of Surah Ra'd saying that every community shall have a guide, then it's impossible that we would be living in a community.
Our guide is Prophet Muhammad.
Okay, then he's our warner.
Our guide, but he's a guide also.
But it's a must to have. Like, it's impossible that we are living.
Sheikh is my guide.
Sheikh is the mediator. So, for example,
Yeah, but I don't see Imam. Sheikh is the one guiding me. He's been sitting on member teaching me. How do you explain that to someone? Say a friend comes to you
yeah,
and says, Uzara, you tell me one of the lessons we learn from this ayah is that Imam al-Zaman will reappear. He will inherit this earth. He will ensure absolute social justice. Uzara, it doesn't make sense to me. There are so many injustices in this world. Lives have been lost daily. Children are being massacred. Pregnant women have been killed. Poverty engulfed this world. How do you, as a youth, explain to your friends that logically and textually it makes sense? That's what I require from you before we allow you to go, inshallah.
logically, maybe you could say that we need someone to remove us from this oppression, as you're saying, this poverty, this malnutrition that's happening, all this oppression that's happening all over the world. There has to come a stop to it. It cannot just continue like that. So logically thinking, there has to be someone who will come, who will reappear, who will appear and actually put an end to this.
How? What's the difference between him coming and the day of Qiyamah? Of Qiyamah there will be justice. So what's the difference between Imam al-Zaman, Ajalallahu Ta'ala Farjahu Sharif, coming and the day of Qiyamah? Definitely for me, the main practical lesson here is the coming of Imam al-Zaman. It's everything. Without him coming, the mission of Imam Hussein alayhi salam is incomplete. And it is something that all of us, young and old, especially our youth, need to be driven towards too. And we need to be able to explain to people logically. So do you believe in the concept of Imam Mahdi?
Yes, I do.
Convince me about it.
You said that what's the difference between the day of Qiyamah and the reappearance of Imam al-Zamana? The day of Qiyamah is like the earth is going to be rolled up. Everything is going to come to an end. But when Imam al-Zamana comes, we will still continue to live. Because he still has a mission to complete.
So why should I believe in that? If he has a mission, that's his mission. Why do I supposed to believe in that? You've got a point, but you know it's about absolute social justice. That the way I see it and I look at it, if you look at the world we live in, the powerful ones are becoming more and more powerful, and they don't care, most of them. And the poor and the weak are becoming more and more weaker. How many people are taken to prisons, for example, without any fault? So will Allah leave us like that until the day of Qiyamah? No. There must be justice here before we meet there. Otherwise, what's the point? He is very powerful. If I sneeze, he gets me arrested. He is very, very powerful. He attacks me and I can't do anything. There must be a time in this world where justice is properly administered. So far, it's not like that. You agree?
Of course, yeah, definitely.
We've not seen it yet. We're still waiting. We may not be here, but we're still waiting wherever we're going to be. There must be justice one day in this world before the day of Qiyamah. So for me, when I look at this, then I say it is crucial Imam Sahib al-Asr wa Zaman comes. And that is why we believe if a person is extreme in his Iman, the person will come back during the reappearance. You know about that?
Sorry?
That those extreme in Iman, even if they are dead, they will be brought back. You heard of that?
I've heard of it.
And those extreme in tyranny and kufr, even if they are no more, they will be brought back. You heard of that?
I've not heard of that.
It's the same concept.
I know, but I've heard of like
What's the name of the concept? Al-Bada or Raja'a. We have to look at these concepts. So we link it. Thank you, Zara. MashaAllah, you've done well, man. Keep it up, man.
Thank you.
Wish you all the best of luck, man. Okay, salawat.
The next participant before we break for namaz is GA08MA. I repeat, GA08MA.
Alhamdulillah. Surah Al-Takathur, verse number 8. Number 8. So once you're ready, Mama, we start. Take your time. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Prepare, inshallah. Then we start. Inshallah, Mama, when you are ready, we are ready. Ma. Okay, so inshallah, you'll obviously first present it to us. We'll just listen carefully. And thereafter, inshallah, a few questions we can ask and then seek some few clarifications. ثم لتسألن يومئذ عن النعيم.
On that day, this is the Qiyamah, you'll be questioned about the blessings that Allah has given you. But Allah is not going to question on the food that you eat, the clothes that you have worn, and also the money that you spend on the poor. And this surah also means its abundance, and it also means adoration and boasting. And the kuffars is to boast about their group, about the many people that were there. They used to boast. And Imam Ali used to, and they used to also go to the graveyard and count how many people are dead there. So Imam Ali had said that how can they count those people who are dead, who are spiritless? It's no use counting them. But just to show off, they used to say that. And also for the wealth, they used to accumulate wealth, and they wanted position, these people. Do I have to recite the surah?
Whatever you want to do, you have 10 minutes. But once you're done, you let us know and then we'll start asking questions, inshallah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ألهاكم التكاثر حتى زرتم المقابر كلا سوف تعلمون ثم كلا سوف تعلمون ولا لا تعلمون علم اليقين لا ترون الجحيم ثم لترونها عين اليقين ثم لتسألون يومئذ عن النعيم. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells them that you can do the boasting and everything, but until you'll come to the grave, you will soon know. And it is emphasized because 3 and 4, حتى زرتم المقابر كلا سوف تعلمون ثم كلا سوف تعلمون. It is repeated. That means it is emphasized. And means it's in the grave that you will come to know your punishment. Then you shall most certainly see it with the eye of certainty. Eye of certainty.
Are you done, inshallah?
Almost.
Okay, mashallah. Finish.
Recitation I finished, and also the meanings.
Okay, so Mama, I've
So
got...
sorry. It's the abundance which diverts them, you see, to be towards Allah. It's the abundance. So they are distracted from these things, and they are all lifeless things. They are not very important, you see. Things that divert them.
Thank you. So I have like a few questions to discuss with you, and then inshallah Sheikh will also ask,
Yeah.
and then we'll conclude with
Hope
salat.
I'm
Inshallah.
able to reply.
Inshallah, he will. Allah is with you, inshallah. بحق الزهرة.
Alhamdulillah.
This chapter, What's the name of the chapter?
Takathur.
Surah Al-Takathur. Where was it revealed?
No idea.
Check it, check it.
I only know that the virtue of reciting this surah is that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has said that anyone who recites this surah will get the benefit that Allah will not do his accounting. He will do his accounting easily, and also he will get sawab of 1,000 ayats recited.
MashaAllah.
Right.
Can't you remember where this chapter was revealed? Which city?
I don't want to guess.
How many cities were the verses of Quran revealed?
Where Quran was revealed?
Yeah, how many cities?
Makkah and Medina.
Makkah, Medina. How do you identify verses revealed in Makkah and verses revealed in Medina?
I don't know, Sheikh.
So Makkah talks about general Iman, belief, Tawheed. But Medina, now they are believers already. So Allah's discussion is to the believers.
But they were more firm, isn't it, in the belief than the
Yeah, so
Meccans.
Medina well established. So I want you to look at the verses of this chapter and tell me, where was it revealed? Makkah or Medina?
It was the kuffars, isn't it? It should be in Mecca. It should be in Mecca because the kuffars were there.
How? What if I tell you it was revealed in Medina?
Because the kuffars did not believe in the Holy Prophet.
So there are two opinions
So, two opinions
here.
for this surah.
Yeah. Even you have chapters in Quran where some verses are Makkah, some verses are Medina.
But I thought the Medinites believed more in HP.
Both opinions have solid reasons. Something, Mama, you need to check, inshallah. Maybe you put it in one of your majalis. So you need to read on that. But this chapter is of two opinions when it comes to where it was revealed.
Okay.
So something, take note of that, Mama, inshallah.
What should I write? Chapter?
Chapter Takathur.
No, was revealed.
Some said revealed in Makkah and some said revealed in Medina. Why? So there are two opinions. So you need to make research on that, your own research. So that you can give majlis opinion. Quran is an ocean, Mama.
It's true.
Subhanallah. So that's my first question. Let's go to the second question.
Okay.
Have you come across any reason for the revelation of these verses? Especially the first ones.
Sorry, please repeat.
Reason for the revelation, sababun nuzul.
No, I haven't written that.
Not at all. You see, this is a very small chapter. To appreciate every single verse of the chapter, your departure must be with the reason for the revelation of the chapter. There are some possible reasons mentioned. How tribes used to be boastful.
Yeah.
You remember that? We are better than you. The others will say you are better than us. To such an extent,
Because we
look
are-
how people were stupid, excuse my word.
Yeah.
They will drag each other, go to the cemetery.
Yeah.
They say, you know, this one here is from my tribe. This one here. Can you believe that?
Imagine, yeah. So
Imagine.
I wanted to add one more point here.
Okay, add.
Now I forgot. But because there were many in number, so that is why they used to pride themselves, you see. So they used to scorn all those other people,
Now,
look down upon them.
ألهاكم التكاثر حتى زرتم
Makabir.
المقابر. Okay, let me go to the verse number 8 and then I will give to Sheikh because of time for Salah, and then we'll come back and I'll ask you a few questions on lessons learned. ثم لتسألن يومئذ عن النعيم. So, Mama, understand this thing. I want you to learn. Number one, we have reason for the revelation of this. You need to look at it. No, it's about those tribes who were arrogant, they were pride. Yeah, they had pride. That's one. Number two, you need to understand when it comes to a place of the revelation of this chapter, there are two opinions. Some said Makkah and some said Medina. You've written that.
Yeah.
Now, number three question.
Arrogance.
This Na'im, which Na'im is that one? ثُمَّ لَتُسْأَلُنَّ يَوْمَئِذٍ عَنِ النَّعِيمِ.
Yes, Aninaim is those blessings which Allah has given.
Give me examples of those blessings, and if you can give me some referral to the traditions of Ahl al-Bayt,
Yes,
what
yes.
Na'im the ayah is talking about.
Yeah, of course. Now, Naim is also the food that Allah is going to give you. The food that you eat is unaccountable on the day of judgment. Even the clothes that you wear and the money that you are going to spend. And another Naim for us are the Ahlul Bayt and the religion of Islam and the Prophet. Without them, we would be nowhere. We would have been wiped out if Imam Ali did not take part in these battles. And also, if Rasul was not there to guide us, what would have been our state? We would have been, what should I say? Rasul is also a big blessing for us because I've read it, but now it's not coming to my mind. Okay, in the meantime, I'll think over. Without the Rasul, and on that day, Allah will also ask us, how did you enjoy these blessings of Allah? See, blessings of Allah. Because takasur, this al-hakum means amusement. So how did you enjoy this amusement?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for your presentation. A lot of motivation and alhamdulillah energy in your presentation, which was very, very nice to see.
Please don't praise me, I haven't done much.
It's a reality. I was very happy to see the energy that you put in. So I had a few questions. One of them was the point that you just mentioned. You mentioned that blessings over here do not include food that was eaten, money spent, money spent on the poor, you said, and clothes worn. Do you have a reference for this? Is this from somewhere or?
Yes, I got it from. But I don't remember which reference.
Okay.
All these books that I told you about, I've
It's
referred
from
to.
one of them.
So I'm not very sure which one.
Okay, thank you. You spoke about verse number 3 of this surah, verse number 2 of this surah. And I heard two ways of explaining it in your discussion. I wanted to get some more clarity on it. So, Alhaakum al-Takathur means that this act
Boasted.
of
And it also means abundance.
abundance and always seeking more and more has caused you to be distracted. That's what the Quran says, right?
Distracted.
Alhaakum al-Takathur. And then the verse says, Hatta zurtumul maqabir. Can you explain or translate this, however?
So this is that Allah is telling them, it's okay, keep on boasting. Until you will reach your graves, that's when you'll come to know the punishment that you're going to get.
Ahsant. So this is one way of explaining it. You had another way in your own explanations. I just want to make it clear that there's two ways of explaining Hatta zurtumul maqabir. Can you think of the second one? So hatta in your explanation over here is alhaakum takathur. Your boasting is the fact that you're looking for more and more and more and not being satisfied with what you have has distracted you, and this distraction will continue until you visit your graves, means until you're buried, until you're dead.
It is also like Bani Israel,
Yeah,
when they were given manna and salwa. They were
Yeah.
not satisfied.
correct. So this is the
This is-
takathur, correct. They always want more and more. But hatta zurtum al-maqabir, you said that they reached a point where they're counting the dead in the graveyard.
Okay.
Now, this is not dying themselves and going to the graveyard in terms of me going as a person who's dead. It's now visiting the graveyard.
Oh.
Can you explain this? You
Visiting.
mentioned it in one of your points.
Yeah, they visited the graveyards just to boast.
How can you
many
boast in the
people-
graveyard?
Yes, how many people have died.
So how can you boast in the graveyard? Graveyard isn't a place
That
to
means they had such a big community,
Ahsan.
many people.
boast. Kutum. They looked at the big kutum and they said that we are big people.
We are more than you. They were
Ahsan.
comparing.
Even on the grave. So these are the two explanations for hatta zurtum al-maqabir. Very good. You mentioned ثُمَّ لَتُسْأَلُنَّ يَوْمَئِذٍ عَنِ النَّعِيمِ, which is our verse that is the verse of discussion. They'll be questioned on blessings. What questions will we receive when it comes to blessings?
So for Naeem, yes, we will not be questioned about these things, what I mentioned, but we'll be questioned about Tawheed, Imamat, and Nabuwat.
But these are the blessings that we had?
Yes,
Because
of
it says
course
you'll be
Of
questioned.
course they are blessings. Without them, today Islam wouldn't have been wiped off.
Okay. What would you define as a blessing? What's a blessing? If you say ni'mah, for example, na'im is from the same root word as ni'mah. Nima ya Mungu. Nema. What does nema mean?
It's the blessing,
What would you call a blessing? For example, is this stage a blessing? Is this camera a blessing? Is my laptop a blessing? What's a blessing? What would you define as a blessing?
something from which we can earn some, it's an advantage for us.
Ahsan. Ahsan. So that's exactly what blessing means. Blessing means that something that is of convenience to the person that's being blessed, something that you can benefit from.
Benefit. Yeah.
Okay, so this is what na'im means. Now, what questions will be asked with regards to my blessings? For example, my phone, with what you said, is a blessing, right? This laptop is a blessing. My clothes, okay, let's say the ones that I'm wearing, you mentioned that it's not counted. But what will I be asked when it comes to these different things? ثُمَّ لَتُسْأَلُنَّ يَوْمَئِذٍ عَنِ النَّعِيمِ. You will be asked. What will I be asked? About my blessings, I'll be asked. What will I be asked?
Of course, about my faith.
Okay? So with regards to a particular blessing, what will I be asked?
About my faith, how much I followed Islam, how much I
Ahsan.
followed
How much I followed Islam.
Prophet Muhammad
No,
and his Ahlul Bayt.
with regards to that particular blessing. So I'll be asked about the particular blessing, means I'll be asked about how I used this blessing. How did I take advantage of this
Because
blessing?
action is more important in Islam.
Ahsan. So we have to, when we say you'll be asked about your blessings, mean you'll be asked about what you did with these blessings. For example, a parent gives their child something, an opportunity, they give them an amount of money, and then they ask them later, how did you spend your money?
Oh, that's a good example.
Ahsan. So now apply this to the Ahlul Bayt. ثُمَّ لَتُسْأَلُنَّ يَوْمَئِذٍ عَنِ النَّعِيمِ. The Ahlul Bayt are blessings for us because they guided us, they showed us the true path, they gave us the success in this world and the hereafter, all of this. What will we be asked about when it comes to this blessing?
Did you follow them?
Ahsan. Super. So the main thing is that,
But
did you
follow, yeah, because just listening to them is not enough. You have to
Exactly.
follow them.
So this blessing that you were provided, did you take advantage of? So the Ahlul Bayt, did you listen to their instructions or not? Very good. So this is a quick summary of the verse, that you will be asked about your blessings. One of the greatest blessings we have is Ahlul Bayt because they showed us how to live. And what we'll be
Sirat
asked about,
al-Mustaqim, they
Ahsan.
taught us.
what we'll be asked about is that How did you take advantage of this blessing? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ahsan, Shaykhana Al-Aziz. Last few questions and then we're done, Mama, inshallah. Someone comes to you and says to you, you've read this verse, ثُمَّ لَتُسْأَلُنَّ يَوْمَئِذٍ عَنِ النَّعِيمِ. What comes to mind the moment you read this verse?
Sorry, please repeat.
What comes to mind, to your mind, the moment you read this verse?
What I said right now.
Say it again.
That will not be questioned about the food that we have eaten, and because that's a blessing from Allah. So He will not ask us.
Okay.
And the clothes that you wear, but and also the money spent on charity.
Very
that will
good.
not-
So what comes to mind is the blessings of Allah in our lives. Is there any verse in the Holy Quran or a hadith of the Holy Prophet and Ahlul Bayt about this verse, explaining this verse?
Yes.
Okay, give me some.
Abu Hanifa,
Ah,
sorry,
Bismillah.
he had come to Imam Jafar Sadiq. Of course, it's a
Allahumma salli
detailed
ala.
question.
Yeah, give me the summary of it.
I'm just giving you a summary, the last part of it.
Karibu, Karibu.
That sixth Imam asked Abu Hanifa that what would you think of a person who gives you some blessing and or some food or something, and then he asked for obligation. So at once he said Abu Hanifa, his actual name was Noman. So sixth Imam told him, what would you think of that person? So he said, I would think of that person as a miser. You see? And so Imam said, no, so that is the thing. If Allah gives you a blessing, you will not be accountable for these blessings. But the main blessings that you will be accounted to will be the love of Ahlul Bayt and how you followed us, Tawheed, Imamat, and the prophethood.
Okay.
And then the eighth Imam also said something, but I don't remember that hadith. He also said the same thing. That Allah cannot account you for
Allah cannot.
account you on those blessings He Himself has given you.
Or He will not ask you.
You're not asking for it.
But which blessings
But He
will He
can.
ask?
But we still keep on asking.
No, but you say, Mama, any blessings given to us by Allah, we will not be accountable for. How?
Not all the blessings. We will be accountable.
Which one we will not be accountable for?
I explained the food that Allah is
So the
giving
food
us.
we get, we are not going to be questioning about the food on the day of Qiyamah.
No.
At all. Really?
But only the time that the other things that you spent your money on, you whiled away your money, you wasted your money, that of course will be asked for.
So the food I eat, I'm not going to be questioned about it.
That's what I read in the tafsir.
Which tafsir?
Food, I don't remember. I followed 4 tafsirs. So
Is
that's-
food a blessing or not?
Of course it is.
Why wouldn't I be questioned about the food I eat?
Isn't He giving us the food?
Hope Allah gave us Ahlul Bayt also.
Of course we are working for, yes, Ahlul Bayt also.
No,
blessing.
Sambro. Allah gave us Ahlul Bayt, isn't it? You agree? Who gave us Ahlul Bayt?
Allah gave us.
Good. Just Sambro, just give me. He gave us Ahlul Bayt. But you said to Sheikh, we will be questioned about Ahlul Bayt.
Yes.
But why are you saying we will not be questioned about the food when the same Allah gave the food and Ahlul Bayt?
That's because we are working on it, and He's helping us to get money.
Yeah, but it's also helping us to get closer to Ahlul Bayt.
Yes, but of course there are so many who don't believe in Ahlul Bayt.
There are so many also who don't believe in the food I and you eat.
Now it's their problem. That's not my problem.
Okay, Mama, let's conclude this because we want to make sure Salat is. You know, Mama, all that we have in our lives
Yeah.
are blessings of Allah.
Are you sure all of it?
Of course, without Allah's blessings, we are finished. Whatever we have in life,
It's a blessing.
of course,
So we have to thank him.
of course, we have to use it wisely. We can't abuse it. Mama, question. You know Israf? Baba, you Muliani, you know Israf? Okay, Asraf. You know Asraf?
Yeah, yeah.
MashaAllah, Sheikh is good.
Oh,
too.
it's a gunah kabira.
So will I be questioned about the asraf of food or not?
Of course.
Oh, so that's the point I'm making. You said you will not.
Asraf to sure.
Yeah.
Because there are so many people who are living hungry. They don't get access to water. They don't
Baba,
get food.
True.
And
True.
we do asraf. Oh,
So it means we'll be questioned about the food we eat. Not even only the asraf. When you put unlawful food here, haram, you'll be questioned. Even where you get the money from to buy the food, that source, you'll be questioned about it on the day of Qiyamah, as per the tradition of our beloved Prophet.
whether you got it in haram way or halal.
And how you spend it, you'll be questioned about it. Okay, last question, Mama. What lessons do we learn from this ayah and how do we implement the lessons in our life?
It is very important that we should not make the same mistake what they did, the kuffars.
So what do I do to make sure I don't make the same mistakes? Something
Of course,
practical.
I should correct myself. If I think that I'm not following what I should correct myself.
Any other lesson? So there, of course, there are so many lessons we can reflect on here. One of the main lesson I see is we don't abuse Allah's blessings in our lives.
Abuse, not abuse.
We are blessed. We are blessed. We have what to eat. We have where to lay our heads. We have what to wear. There are so many people in this world who cannot dream of having quarter of what we have. So we need to
That
appreciate.
is why, sorry
Yeah.
to say,
Yeah.
but that's why we should not look at those who are higher than us. We should always look at those who are below us, so that we can be more thankful to Allah's
No.
blessings.
MashaAllah. Thank you so much, Mama. We wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you.
And remember us in your du'as, inshallah. MashaAllah, you are an inspiration. You come every year to participate in this
Last time I
competition.
could not come because Mehbub's daughter got married.
Yeah, I
So
remember.
she's a yatim girl, so I thought that is
No, may Allah bless you, Mama, man. Our du'as are always with you, inshallah. Keep up the good work, man. You are a role model, you are an inspiration. Inshallah. Sallu ala Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad.
With that, we come to the end of the third session. Inshallah, let's try and. Sorry, fourth session, I'm being reminded. Hopefully, we can meet back at exactly 1:30. So that's an hour, 30 minutes after lunch and namaz. We have 4 more participants left, and we hope to finish with the Maarifa session as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Who's them?
Assalamu alaikum. We'll have the next participant, BA10MA. BA10MA.
Inshallah, once you're ready, we start. So you have like a minute or two to get yourself ready, inshallah. Ready, inshallah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Surah Al-Ra'd, ayah number 43.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ويقول الذين كفروا لست مرسلا قل كفى بالله شهيدا بيني وبينكم ومن عنده علم الكتاب صدق الله العلي العظيم. The Ahmed Shakir translation goes, and those who disbelieve say, you are not a messenger. Say, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is sufficient as a witness between me and you and whoever has knowledge of the book. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. This verse is one of the key verses that emphasizes the wilayat of Amir al-Mu'mineen Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salam. It's at the end, it's the final ayat of Surah Ra'd. At the very beginning of Surah Ra'd, the truth being with the Holy Prophet is emphasized. But the pagans, the disbelievers, still keep on challenging the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. At the end, the climax of the surah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala addresses the Holy Prophet and says, and instructs him to tell the kafirun that the Prophet, that the kafirun who claim that the Holy Prophet is not a messenger, Allah tells the Prophet that Allah is sufficient to be a witness between the Prophet and the kuffar. Not only Allah, the person who has knowledge of the book. So let's break this down further. What does kafirun? Yes, we typically translate it as faithless disbelievers. Sometimes can even be translated as ungrateful. How do we know this? Because it's often contrasted with shukr. لَإِن شَكَرْتُمْ لَأَزِيدَنَّكُمْ. But then the next part is لَإِن كَفَرْتُمْ. Yeah, if you're not, if you're ungrateful. So there's a comparison in several places in the Holy Quran where kufr is contrasted with shukr. But that's not the key focus of this verse. That was just a by the way. The key focus of the word is this witnessing that the Holy Prophet is the messenger. So let's start off with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as a witness. Is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala witness of the Prophet's messengerhood or the Prophet's message or risala? Yes. Where? So in Surah Mubarak to Yasin, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, Yasin wal Qur'anil Hakim. إنك لمن المرسلين. And that is a clear indication that Yasin, the Holy Prophet, is among the Mursaleen. He is a messenger. So Allah Himself witnesses that the Holy Prophet is a witness. Again, how else do we know that Allah is witnessing the prophethood of the Holy Prophet? It's through the miracles which are bi'idhnillah. So the Quran itself is the miracle, but all the other miracles of the Holy Prophet, as well as the other Anbiya alayhi salam. So we've established Allah witnesses the Prophet of the Holy Prophet. But what is the witness for the Prophet? But who is this? عنده علم الكتاب ومن عنده علم الكتاب. Who is this? And we need to break it down even further. So let's look at a couple of different alternatives. It could be those who have access to other divine scriptures. Kitab could here, for example, perhaps refer to the Jews and Christians, the rabbis and the priests and the experts in the other scriptures. But that's illogical because they disbelieve. God is not going to ask the disbelievers to stand as witness for the Holy Prophet. So we can discard this opinion and say that those who have knowledge of the previous scriptures are not man indahu ilmul kitab. Let's look at another alternative. What about those who were previously Jewish or Christian, for example, but they later came towards Islam? They had knowledge of the books then, and now they've actually believed in the Holy Prophet. But that's very interesting. So there's two major examples quoted in commentaries, Salman and Abdullah ibn Salam. And say, you know what, they were Jewish or Christian and they came to Islam, they had knowledge of the book. But we discard this opinion as well because this verse is quite strongly regarded to be Makki. And they actually converted to Islam in Medina. So the order of revelation does not support that. But equally strong, Abdullah bin Salam himself in one of the hadiths actually attests to the person this verse refers to, who will come to a bit later. And in fact, Imam Baqir was once asked, someone pointed to the son of Abdullah bin Salam, is this the person who's man indahu ilmul kitab? Imam Baqir said no, and referred to the correct person. So we're coming to who is this man indahu ilmul kitab? A third person says, you know what, this is God. The kitab refers to Lawh Mahfuz, and God is witness to this. And this might be right if the verse was framed like that grammatically. But typically, and even in English, when you have multiple adjectives you can add, yeah? So Ali is handsome and clever and strong. But often when you have different nouns, it often means two different things. And I'm sort of saying grammatically, it doesn't make sense to say that this is God who is witness and God has knowledge of Lawh Mahfuz. We do, of course, agree that God has knowledge of Lawh Mahfuz, but that's not the subject of this verse. Which leaves us with one other option. But let's take a bit of a detour right now before we come and explain. Right? Let's go to Surah Waqia, and if you have your devices available, please open Surah Waqia, verse number 75. فلا أقسم بمواقع النجوم وإنه لقسم لو تعلمون عظيم إنه لقرآن كريم في لوح محفوظ. Sorry, let me open up the verse. I think
إنه لقرآن في كتاب
في
مكنون
كتاب مكنون لا يمسه إلا المطهرون. So I'm going to open this verse so I do justice to it. So Surah Waqia, is Surah number 56, and this is verse number 75 onwards. So, but nay, for Allah, I swear by the falling of the stars, and more surely it's a very great oath if you know. So Allah clarifies, it's a very great oath, the oath of the falling stars. Most surely it is an honored Quran. Innahu la Quranun Kareem. Fi kitabim maknoon. It's an honored Quran. It's protected. And la yamassuhu illa al-mutahharun. So none shall touch it save the purified ones. So who are the mutahharun? God says only the mutahharun can touch it. Some people say it's angels. We say, you know what, let's ask the Quran who is purified. And obviously we all know this verse. We decided very often, alhamdulillah, and this is the verse of Tathir. So Surah Hazab, verse number 33, the last part of it, and I'll open it again so I don't make the same mistake. But you can all follow along as well. So Surah Hazab, verse number 33 is إنما يريد الله ليذهب عنكم الرجس أهل البيت ويطهركم تطهيرا. So let's do tafsir Quran bil Quran. We know that the Quran is protected in Surah Waqia, but none can touch it except the purified ones. Who are the purified ones? Surah Ahzab. And the verse isn't really about Surah Hazab, but we know that Surah Hazab 33, Ayat Tathir refers to the Ahlul Bayt alayhim wassalam, Holy Prophet and the Panjatan, and the verse and the incidents of Kisa attest to that, and there's numerous traditions and accounts that verify the veracity of that claim. So let's bring it back to the verse of Surah Ra'd. So it says, Ilmul Kitab. Who has Ilmul Kitab? Someone combining 56, 79, combining 33, 33. We know it has to be someone who actually can touch the Quran. We don't mean physical touch. We mean actually understanding. And so it has to be the Ahlul Bayt. But let's now add in hadith to verify this. So there's one hadith from Abu Sa'id al-Khidri where he asked the Holy Prophet, who does this verse refer to? And the Holy Prophet says, Imam Ali alayhi salam. There's another verse, I'll give you a Sunni resource, and there's multiple Sunni resources. There's Tha'libi in Kashf al-Bayan, who's a Sunni scholar considered a Shaykh and Imam. And he also clearly says that this verse, in the Ilmul Kitab, refers to Imam Ali alayhi salam. Again, in Basair, Imam Sadiq alayhi salam also says that this is Imam Ali alayhi salam. So there's various narrations from Sunni and Shia resources as well. I can add if another sort of supporting verse to sort of attest that this points to Imam Ali is 3:7, which is the verse that explains Muhkam and Mutashabihat. And at the end of that, it's Rasikhuna fil Ilm. And again, we can go later and attest that that proves to Imam Ali, but we can leave that for a subsequent question and answer session. Okay, so that's sort of, we have very strong evidence that this refers to Indu Ilmul Kitab. But there's somewhere else in the Holy Quran where something similar is mentioned. And I invite you all to go to Surah Naml and look at the incidents of Bilqis. So Nabi Sulaiman asks, who will bring the throne? And I'm rephrasing, I'm not reading the translation. Who will bring the throne of Bilqis to me? And one of the Ifrit, the jinn, said, I can bring it to you before you stand up from your throne. But someone who had Minal Kitab, not full Ilmul Kitab, Minal Kitab, and we'll come to the distinction in a bit, said, I'll bring it to you in the twinkling of an eye. And the throne actually came. Again, then we go to Nabi Sulaiman saying, Hadha min fadli Rabbi. It's very beautiful verses of the Holy Quran. So we know, let's distinguish between Min al-Kitab and Ilmul Kitab. Min al-Kitab is a bit from the Kitab, a little of the Kitab. Ilmul Kitab is the full knowledge of the Kitab. In fact, there's a There's a hadith from either Abu Ja'far or Abu Abdullah saying that it's like the difference between Min al-Kitab and Ilm al-Kitab is when the wing of a fly dips into an ocean and that droplet that remains on it versus the full ocean, that's the level of difference between the two, the Min al-Kitab and Ilm al-Kitab. So this person, Asif bin Barkhia, Nabi is considered in some sources Nabi Sulaiman's successor. Also his sister's son. He had just a bit of the kitab, but all these narrations strongly prove that the one who had full ilm al-kitab is none other than Imam Ali bin Abi Talib alayhi salam. There is one other tradition which it's from Tabarsi and Ihtijaj, and I'd like to just shed some light on it. Someone comes and asks Abu Abdullah, Imam Sadiq alayhi salam, rather Imam Sadiq, and the narration is quoted from Imam Sadiq. So Imam Sadiq asked this person, is Ali better than the Ulul Azm, the determined ones? And that person says, no. Imam Ali says, okay, let's look at two other verses of the Holy Quran. So if we open up Surah number 7, verse number 145, I'm just going to, in the interest of time, be a bit short on this. Surah number 7, 145, and this is with regards to Nabi Musa alayhi salam. And in that, it shows that Nabi Musa is granted not the full, okay, I'm just going to get the exact verse.
Verse number?
145. A'raf. Okay, so it says that, I'll come back to it. I need to just gather my thoughts. But a similar reference is 43:36, where it also for Nabi Isa alayhi salam. And if you open up Surah 43, which is Surah Az-Zukhruf, and verse number 63. And in both these verses, the indication is that both Nabi Musa alayhi salam and Nabi Isa alayhi salam, there is some gap because they've been given, in this case, for example, part of what you differ in, right? So it's not the full clarification, but Imam Ali alayhi salam has been given the full ilm al-kitab. So it's an indication of the supremacy of Imam Ali alayhi salam in this scenario. And this hadith is quoted from Muhammad ibn Abi Umair from Imam Sadiq alayhi salam in Tabarsi's Ihtijaj. I think let's move into sort of a tadabbur reflection part for this.
Yeah, you've got like 2 minutes to finish. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. There's often, in our belief system, we do face challenges, lots of online debates about the supremacy of Imam Ali alayhi salam. But the evidence is overwhelming. The evidence is very clear. So how do we build in our lives that ability to actually go in, reflect, look at these evidences? There's a lot, the Quran. So let us search and look for it. And something we need to adopt more and more. Let's understand that these proofs are not just something that we read we listen to from the member, but we need to actually learn them, understand them, debate amongst ourselves about them, and increase our ilm, our yaqeen in the wilaya, because the wilaya, as we've seen over the last 2 days, takes us to the truth. It takes us to hasana. So that's one very important thing. Let us learn and strive to research about the wilayah of Imam Ali alayhi salam. Number 2, Mamaliya's ilmul kitab. How much ilmul kitab are we striving towards? Are we even at that phase where we're minal kitab? I have so much more to do. So how do we start building towards that and get more and more knowledge of the Quran and the Ahlul Bayt? So we need to continuously strive, and it's a continuous process, improving every day. And finally, we know that the Prophet himself had challenges. The pagans kept on arguing against him. The Holy Prophet is challenged, but God is this. There's a bit of tawakkul in Allah. God says, I am witness. So at one point, and this is the tadabbur reflection back, we leave it towards God, and God will be there for us. And not only will He be there for us, He will appoint people to help us and guide us. So we need to, even if we're struggling, if no one is believing in us, if no one is supporting us, tawakkal on Allah. Alhamdulillah, I think that's okay for the first part of the presentation.
Ahsant, inshallah. So the first question is a very straightforward question. What's the link between the first verse of this chapter and the last verse? The last verse obviously is the verse in question.
Yeah. I'm just going to open up the verse to make sure that. Okay, so the first verse obviously talks about, it emphasizes that these are the verses of the book, the kitab, which is revealed to you from Allah, and this is the truth. And most people don't believe. So again, at the end, we also have the kitab. At the beginning, we also have the kitab. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is declaring that this is the book, this is the truth. A lot of you will not believe. And at the end, sort of, it brings around full circle. Even that those who don't believe, it's okay. God is witness to the Holy Prophet, and the people have knowledge of the book. Do you want me to expand a bit further?
Yeah. Yes, so why would Allah do that?
Well, as a rhetoric device, sort of, it brings it full circle, and generally the Quran often does that. But if you want, it's just to emphasize that the book itself, so the book, which is the guidance, is the truth. So the actual is Rabbik al-Haq. So it's pointing people that this is the truth, and at the end it also pointing that this is also the truth. It sort of takes it full circle.
Okay. Concluding with what it began.
Correct.
Just to put more emphasis on the authenticity of this mission. Okay. Now, if you look at verses 41 to 43, so the last three verses of this chapter, are they related? If yes, how and why?
They're all addressing the disbelievers. So it's castigating them, warning them, and reminding them that, وَقَدْ مَكَرَ الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِهِمْ فَلِلَّهِ الْمَكْرُ الْجَمِيعُ. That all planning is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Allah is the authority. And Allah, يَعْلَمُ مَا تَكْسِبُ كُلُّ نَفْسٍ. Allah knows what every soul is earning. So it's reminding the unbelievers especially that this God will punish you. God knows what you are doing. God knows what your soul earns. And there is a bitter abode in the future coming from you. There is destruction. Once God announces His destruction, when Allah pronounces a doom, so let me read the verse to me. Allahu yahkumu la mu'aqqiba li hukmi. There is no repeller. You can't repel His decree. And He is swift. وَهُوَ السَّرِيعُ الْحِسَابِ. So the audience is very similar. It's a reminder to the disbelievers to take heed and understand that God is watching, He's observing. There will be a decree, a final statement. You can't run away from it. And if you don't want to listen to the Holy Prophet, remember God is witness. and man indahu ilmul kitab.
Okay. So what will you say is the link in a word?
It's well, one key link is they're addressing the disbelievers, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Inviting them to do what?
inviting them to take heed, to understand, and this also ties in because they also need to take heed and understand that who is man indahu ilmul kitab.
Yeah, we'll come to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Now, my next question, Habibi, is now we go to the nitty-gritties of everything.
Yeah.
ويقول الذين كفروا لست مرسلا
Yeah.
قل كفى بالله شهيدا بيني وبينكم ومن عنده علم الكتاب. This verse, as it stands, what is it talking about? If someone asks you, like a student comes to madrasa and say, I've gone through this verse.
Yeah.
I had a lot of speakers saying it's about Imam Ali. But before we go there,
It emphasizes that the Prophet's messengerhood, God is witness, and this man indahu ilmul kitab.
so in other words, what is it proving?
It's proving one, the messengerhood, but it also proves wilaya.
No, we'll come to that.
Okay.
Wilaya, inshallah, on the second level.
Yeah. But it proves the message.
Just look at the verse,
Yeah.
if you like, from the face value
It
perspective.
proves risala. It
Ahsantum.
emphasizes risala.
Ahsantum.
Yeah.
It proves or emphasizes on the authenticity of the message.
Lasta mursala.
Ahsan.
That's what they're accusing the Holy Prophet of.
Ahsantum. Question. قُلْ كَفَى بِاللَّهِ شَهِيدًا.
Yeah.
What sort of shahada is this? Well, how possible? Allah bearing witness. How? He doesn't talk.
One, through the Quran, which we've established.
I will come to that. I've
But
written
the second,
that.
also, God, through the miracles of the Prophet. Because the prophets don't do anything.
Yeah, but a miracle prophet did it himself, not God doing.
Bi'idhnillah.
Yeah, Bismillah, that's fine. Okay, Isa also did the same.
Yeah.
قُلْ كَفَى بِاللَّهِ شَهِيدًا. True. Allah is the witness.
Correct.
How does Allah witness? That's my question. Which sort of khitaba is it?
I don't know.
Think about it.
Yeah.
You answered it, but I want to get more from you. True, Allah doesn't speak. It's not
Yeah.
khitaba
Yeah.
fi'liya, as they
Yeah.
say, you
Yeah.
know.
So it's a declaration, it's an emphatic statement. It's a.
In Quran,
Yeah.
I want you to, obviously you mentioned Surah Yasin, we'll come to that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
obviously it's qasam and jawab al-qasam.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yasin,
Wal
Quran, like then innaka lamin al-mursalin. So that's qasam and jawab al-qasam. That will come to that. But that's, I like that when you mention it.
Yeah.
Although there are a lot of things there. But can you think of any verse or verses in the Holy Quran where Allah sort of challenged the disbelievers in relation to either our beloved prophet or whatever prophet
قُلْ
came?
يَا أَيُّهَا الْكَافِرُونَ.
What
That's
challenge
one
is that?
challenge.
How?
I do not believe what you believe. And you do not.
That's not a challenge. That's, I want to be
Yeah,
in
yes.
my zone.
Yeah.
You be in your zone. I'm not going to stress about you anymore.
Yeah.
But there are verses where Allah challenged them.
Yeah. Some verses will bring me a verse like.
Ahsantum.
Yeah. And that's one of the miracles of the Quran.
Ahsant.
And
In fact, this ayah is talking about also ijaz, the miracle
yeah.
of Quran and the Holy Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Because fine, you don't want to believe in him.
Yeah.
You don't want to believe in the book he brought you.
So bring me a chapter or a verse from that chapter.
Ahsantum.
The Quran.
Ahsantum. Excellent. Excellent.
And even with ChatGPT, they've not been successful.
Yeah, so ChatGPT, we can challenge it big time, but that's another topic of discussion. It has failed us in some instances. We tried it. Some said it will replace marja'iyah, but we tried it few times and then it failed. Man. Although that shows the power of human mind, isn't it? Okay, Habibi, let's move forward.
Ji.
The second, so the first witness is who?
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Allah Ta'ala. قُلْ كَفَى بِاللَّهِ شَهِيدًا.
Shahida.
Who is the second witness?
وَمَنْ عِنْدَهُ عِلْمُ الْكِتَابِ, which we have established as Imam Ali alayhi.
No, how did you establish that? I know you explained, you spoke a lot about
Yeah.
that. How?
So let's first go with, is it Allah who's both? Or is the subject of the verse both Allah and man indu, is it the same? And we've said the conjunction, the wow conjunction in this case, is two separate entities. So
Let's look at the wa first.
Yeah.
قُلْ كَفَى بِاللَّهِ شَهِيدًا بَيْنِي
Yeah,
وَبَيْنَكُمْ.
correct. Between me and you.
Then woman in the, that wa in woman in the is which wa?
I don't know the Arabic grammatical.
No, you
term.
mentioned the English one.
So it's not a conjunctive wa.
It's which one?
I don't know what the English, the grammatical term. But I know it's not conjunct. It's not joining. It's sort of separating. It's adding. It's something distinct. I don't know what the Arabic.
No, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Idafi.
Idafi.
So who is that? Who is that?
Who is man in the ilm kitab? Like I said, there can be three options, right? It's not the Holy Prophet, because the Holy Prophet in this verse is being told to say. So it's not referring to him. We know that. So that's very easy to exclude.
Yeah.
We know it's not the Jews and the Christian scholars, because the audience, he's been told, says to the disbelievers, and they're disbelievers themselves. They will not bear witness against themselves. So we exclude them as well.
How? So somebody can come. You mentioned, let me
Yeah.
see the name. You mentioned Abdullah bin Salama.
They later came to Islam.
Abdullah bin Salama became a Muslim.
Correct.
So maybe he would have.
100%. So before, I mean, we're not talking about those who converted to Islam. We're talking about the Jews and Christians who remained on their path.
But there is an opinion that said that woman indahu ilmul kitab is Abdullah ibn Salama.
Excellent. So that we will come, before we come to that,
Okay.
we have excluded the scholars of the Jews and Christians. Then we come to Abdullah ibn Salam and Salman and Salman. But let's focus on Abdullah ibn
No,
Salam.
let's Abdul Salam one
Okay.
after the other.
So he converted to Islam.
Yes.
So one 3 points of evidence why it's not Abdullah bin Salam. Number one, the surah is Makki. Abdullah bin Salam converted in Medina. So the verse was revealed before he converted. Number two, Abdullah bin Salama is one of the narrators and several sources where he himself attests that the subject of this verse, Man Indahu Ilmul Kitab, is Imam Ali himself.
Where did you get that from?
It's in, it's one, I got it from, if I'm not wrong, it's in, it's not in Ihtijaj, but it's on a resource I got from, not Enlightened Commentary, one of the resources I got online. But it has a whole list of narrators, so I'll not claim to. But besides that, there's Muhammad ibn Hanafi and quite a few people. Number three, there's a third one I said, that Abdullah ibn Salam's son himself, Imam Baqir himself says that Abdullah ibn Salam's son is not the son of the one of the subject of the verse, it's Imam Ali himself.
So Abdullah bin Salama understand. Now
Yeah.
let's move forward.
Yes.
Some said no.
Yeah.
It's Salman al-Farisi
Similar, Salman
and
actually,
Tamim al-Dari.
Tamim Mundari, they all converted in Medina. They all became Muslim in Medina.
And this chapter and these
It's
verses.
Makki. And I think there's good unanimity that this verse was a Makki verse. The surah is a Makki verse.
So how do you justify that? وَمَنْ عِنْدَهُ إِلْمُ الْكِتَابِ is Imam Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam.
Correct. So besides the hadith, which we've established, there's numerous hadiths, and I think that makes it very clear, because remember, Kitab Allahi wa Ahl Bayti. So hadith al-Thaqalain says, follow Kitab Allah and Ahl Bayt. So the hadith needs to strengthen the Holy Quran's interpretation. So that's one very strong proof which we must not discount. The second verse is using Tafsir al-Quran bil-Quran, saying if the Quran can only be touched by the purified, لا يمسه إلا المطهر, then this means that the Kitab, Ilmul Kitab, the mass over here isn't a physical mass. it's understanding, it's a metaphorical mas, and I am not using my words very, yeah, I'm being a bit loose with my words here, but mas here is more metaphorical, and that also can refer to understanding, getting knowledge of the Quran. And we've proved that the mutahharun are those who are purified in tathhir. So the Quran says that only the purified can touch the book, and the book, and Imam Ali has been purified according to the Quran.
Last question, and then we'll
Sure.
go to Sheikh, and then later we can come back. What's the meaning of ilm al-kitab?
So,
I want like a proper response.
good. It's not knowledge of, it's knowledge of the Zahir and the Batin. It's the full knowledge of the Quran. It's the knowledge of the Muhkamat and the Mutashabihat. We know the Holy Quran has said it's very clear in many places. So the one who has Ilmul Kitab will know how to make it very clear. So and just the al over there as the definite article means the kitab. So it's not any kitab, it's this specific kitab. And the kitab is not just the Quran between the mushaf, it's also all that the interpretation, the meaning, whatever has been preserved in Lawh Mahfuz. And again, we used al-Waqi as well to support that and establish that further.
Okay, inshallah. Wallah.
Yeah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for your very, very strong presentation, mashallah. You went very clearly through the different opinions of Man Indahu Ilm al-Kitab based on Al-Mizan, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Al-Mizan-
No. This is actually not, like I said, I didn't have access to Al-Mizan for this verse. It's not online. So this is from a different resource. I forget the name, but it's found on Al-Islam, and it's by River Kardan or something. It's a name similar to that.
The person that the resource, whoever's produced it, has most likely used Al-Mizan because the sequence is
Yes.
identical
Yeah.
to Al-Mizan.
So Alhamdulillah.
Okay, so I have a few questions for you. Allah being a witness.
Yeah.
Now, Sheikh asked you this, but I don't think he got the answer, so I want to try again.
Yeah.
Allah being a witness can be of two types. I want you to tell me which one you were attributing to the verse. Of course, with our research, not in the way that it's the final attribution.
So I haven't done any research on that.
No,
so
you
I
realize
think I'll
with
be
the
able to
question.
guess.
No, with the question, it's okay. I mean, in terms of discussion.
Okay, so in terms
Which
of
one?
discussion, one witness.
Let me present the two types to you, and then you
Sure.
tell me which one.
Sure.
Because obviously witness can be of many, many different
Yes.
types. But I'll tell you two types and you tell me. One of them is over here, if I want to paraphrase it, it's Allah saying that I've got your back. I have you, don't worry. Means that all of these people, and we've had this in a verse earlier today as well, that Allah says that don't worry, kafa billahi shahidan, I'm here with you. I've got you. This is one type. The second type is actually Allah really being a witness. Means that Allah is actually saying that I bear witness, and that's why you are a prophet through me bearing witness. Which of these two do you see as the correct meaning?
I think it can be both.
No, translate it in a way that it excludes the other. So you can say the second one is also support. No, support without bearing witness. Bearing witness, that may have support to it.
So based on innaka laminal mursaleen,
Okay.
I think I would lean towards the latter.
The latter.
Because it's clearly saying that you are the prophet.
Very good. That's correct. The second opinion is a preferred opinion. Now, although there's both opinions exist with the scholars, the second opinion is the strong one. The question then comes
Sorry,
up.
I don't think the opinions are contradictory or mutually exclusive. I think
Let
it can
me
be-
explain them in a way that they are exclusive.
Okay.
The first one, we call it bishart la, means don't look at it as the second one can also be a support. No, I'm saying that the first opinion is saying it's a support and it's not really Allah bearing witness. Allah isn't really bearing witness. There's no real witness over here. It's just support.
This is
It's
a
just-
real witness.
Yes.
That's different.
Okay. Now, when you say it's a real witness, which is a stronger opinion, The question then comes that what does that actually mean? How can Allah bear witness on the sidq and the correctness and the truthfulness of a prophet? How does that even make sense? If you believe in Allah, then you obviously believe in the prophet as well. How can you take Allah's shahada to understand the prophet?
Well, you can believe in Allah without believing in the Prophet.
Where would the shahada come?
So wait, if we assume the audience are the disbelievers,
Okay.
and the disbelievers include not only the mushrikeen but also the Jews and the Christians.
Perfect.
The Jews and Christians are monotheists, so they do believe in Allah.
Where will Allah make that witness? Where will He bear the witness?
I would say by His miracles.
Okay, that's the next question I'm
Yeah,
coming to. So
okay.
leave that for now.
Okay. So I don't understand how would Allah bear witness.
Hmm.
Allah, one through the Quran we've established, but
You see where that has an issue.
yeah, it's a circular argument.
Exactly.
Yeah. So you're asking where would Allah bear,
Bear
witness outside of the Quran and
Unless
the
you, go,
miracles?
unless you go back to the first opinion and say that Allah is just trying to say the Prophet, don't worry, we've got your back. There's no real witness here.
Besides the Quran and the miracles, I'd also say all the support Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and it's a bit of tadabbur,
Okay.
all the support Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala afforded to the Holy Prophet, which was extraordinary and almost not miraculous because it's possible, but
Okay.
it's so extraordinary. It's all that support.
Okay.
With the Prophet winning in Badr with stones.
Small number.
Yeah, a small number. Allah is throwing, the stones are being thrown by angels and Allah. So that level of support, I think, also bears witness to the Risala of Rasulullah.
Okay.
That's what I would say. It's not specifically a miracle.
This is coming to the second point.
Yeah.
So it's with the miracles. It's similar to miracle.
Yeah.
Let's come to
It's
that.
a lower, it's a,
I'll
it's not
explain.
technically a miracle.
There's
but-
shahada qawli and fi'li. We have two types of shahada.
Okay.
Sometimes the shahada is spoken.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's through an action.
Correct.
Miracles, nusra of Allah, all of these are shahada fi'li.
Action.
They're acts of Allah.
Yeah.
So we keep that aside for now. Let's work with shahada qawli.
And we just said with Shahada Qawli, if God's word is the Quran.
Yeah. But that's where the circular argument you spotted yourself.
Exactly.
So there's a bit of a,
Yeah.
we have to work on. Okay. There's a way to solve it. One of the ways to solve it is that even though they would reject the Prophet and the prophethood of the Prophet, the Quran had a special element of it that they would accept the words of it. Anyway, let's leave this for a different time. It is a bit of a place where
Because then if they accept in the Quran with the Prophet, then it's.
it's not accepting the whole Quran, correct?
Yeah.
And it's sort of accepting half. So we have to say that they're accepting the miraculous nature of the Quran, but they're not completely, they don't have full faith in it.
Which is weak on their part because.
It's like sort of they're not being consistent
Exactly.
in their, which they were at times. Okay, that's good. The second part is shahada fi'li.
Yeah.
Miracles and all of this is brought under shahada fi'li.
And
Now
nusrat.
this, to call it shahada, is, it's got a bit of distance. It would be almost a form of majaz. It's not exactly the exact word. So let's leave that as well. Let's move ahead. So when you mention the miracles, I wanted to just point out that we have to work with shahada that's in the Quran if you agree with the second opinion that we began the discussion with.
Correct. Which is a direct Shahada. A witness.
Which is translating the verse as it is.
Okay.
You don't have to add anything to it. Okay. Next question. You mentioned the three groups of people before you moved on to number 4.
Yeah.
And then you moved to La Yamassu. I'll come to La Yamassu. Let's go with number 4. What's group number 4? Can you explain to me group number 4? So I'm going by your 3 groups. 1, the non-believers, the people that became Muslim, God himself.
Yeah.
And number 4 you said is
Imam Ali alayhi salam.
Imam Ali alayhi salam, or a group of people.
Aha. So if you look at the translation, if I understand correctly, it's a plural, but please clarify.
Okay. That's my question. That's exactly my question.
Yeah. So if I remember, it is plural and it does include the imams after Imam Ali alayhi salam.
If you say that, I have further questions. So are you saying that? Man in Arabic is not plural,
Yeah.
but it's called ism mawsul. It's a word that can include multiple, but can also apply to one. It means who. If you look in English, it will translate to who.
Yeah.
And who and that person. See, now that person can be a single person, but it can also be multiple people.
Well, we do believe that theologically we believe all the Imma
Uh-huh.
have ilmul kitab.
That's
I'm,
good.
I'm now using that to apply,
Uh-huh.
but I don't have evidence this way to go.
This
that.
is stronger.
Yes.
This path that you're taking is stronger. When you said the fourth one was Imam Ali,
Yeah. Imam Ali alayhi salam and the Imma after.
I'd work backwards. I think you're working backwards.
Yeah.
What does the verse say? Let's work with the verse. You just said it when you wanted to include the Imams.
Yeah.
You mentioned it in this sense. Work with the verse. Put aside the tafsir just now. وَمَنْ عِنْدَهُ عِلْمُ الْكِتَابِ. What does it mean?
And whoever has knowledge of it.
Ahsan.
So
when-
whoever has knowledge of the book will
Ahsan.
be witness.
Ahsan.
So we need to prove that not only Imam Ali but all the Imma have knowledge of the book.
and possibly other Sahaba.
Possibly.
Would you accept that?
I mean,
Possibly
if,
Salman.
possibly if there's evidence to show Salman had evidence had ilmul.
He had knowledge of the book.
No, ilmul kitab is exhaustive. It's not. Otherwise, it'd be the min would come in, right? So it has to be exhaustive, and there is no evidence.
This continuation, leave it for now. We'll come to that.
Yeah.
Work with the words.
Yeah.
So we want somebody, you mentioned it exactly the way it is. We want somebody who has full knowledge of the book.
Correct.
Now, who this person is not of our concern just now. At this stage of looking at the verse, we can say who it isn't. We can say, and tomorrow if somebody comes, like you beautifully said, if Salman, somebody comes based on a reliable proof, says he had ilmul kitab, we'll say he's a part of the verse as well.
Yes.
You agree with that?
If the proofs are strong enough.
Proofs are strong.
Yeah.
So perfect. I agree with you that now you've said this is not specific. But when we look at the reality and the people around, it limits itself naturally to the people who have ilmul kitab.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a very important point. In your explanation, I didn't hear it like this. Okay, let's move on. لا يمسه إلا المطهرون. لا يمسه means they don't touch it. I heard you trying to go metaphorical with Sheikh, but
Yeah.
I won't take it that easily. لا يمسه إلا المطهرون means they do not touch it. And we have the fiqh ruling as well.
Of
Right
masa.
now, if you want to touch the Quran,
Yeah.
you cannot touch it until you are mutahharun. Mutahharun means a person who's done tathhir. Where did you take the verse? You took it high up.
So I agree, but if you look at the two verses before that,
Okay.
and let me just open it up before I make the same mistake as earlier. Surah number 56, verse number 70, 75 to 79. So if we're going, فَلَا أُقْسِمُ بِمَوَاقِعِ النُّجُومِ وَإِنَّهُ لَقَسَمٌ لَوْ تَعْلَمُونَ عَظِيمٌ. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, this is a great oath, yeah? قَسَمٌ لَوْ تَعْلَمُونَ عَظِيمٌ. It's such a weighty, heavy matter. Would it be just only for touching the verses of the Holy Quran? I believe that while it's important, it's wajib to be in wudu, I think it's greater than that. Yes, remember the Quran has layers and layers. So this might be the very apparent first layer, but as you go deeper and deeper, it becomes more obvious. Obviously, al-mutahharun, if you use the Quran to define tathhir, mutahharun, then doesn't necessarily say only wudu. It goes
We also have tathhir in the physical sense in the Quran. مَاءً لِيُطَهِّرَكُمْ بِهِ.
yeah.
لِيُطَهِّرَكُم, it exactly is the same as.
Mutahharun. Yeah.
So how
But,
do you
but I
solve
think
this?
for me, the reason is because of the qasam that's done in that
So
section
it's
of the
making the meaning very lofty.
very deep, very high.
Important way to take this verse forward is to work on the meaning of mas.
Yes.
Mas, whilst it does mean to touch, in English even, you say that you cannot touch this degree, you cannot touch this course. To work with the words. And you can establish the same point with the words. Ahsan. So the context that you created, you have to have it with the words.
Okay.
Both come together. Otherwise, what would happen is anyone would put any meaning on the Quran. It becomes tafsir bil-ra'i, but you just throw any meaning. So ahsan, that's also good. You connected إِنَّمَا يُرِيدُ اللَّهُ very beautifully. مُطَهَّرُونَ لِيُطَهِّرَكُمْ, very good. You brought the discussion of رَاسِخُونَ فِي الْعِلْمِ. We'll skip that because that's a long discussion for another time.
The ilm part is,
رَاسِخُونَ فِي الْعِلْمِ.
no, I wanted to sort of tie in ilm over there and there. from the
Yes, it was a good point. It was
yeah.
a good, because mas actually has this meaning in Arabic.
Okay.
And rasikhuna fil ilm, of course, rasikhuna fil ilm has two,
And
has a
very-
lengthy discussion. We'll leave it. Inshallah, we can discuss later at more length. One last question, although, mashallah, you mentioned a lot, so the questions are also many. But I'll leave it at this last one. Check one more. Akid? Okay, I'll leave this for. I'll ask you, please answer it later. That's a good question.
No, please ask.
Ilmun min al-kitab.
Yes.
This can't be the Holy Quran.
Because Asif bin
Yeah,
Barqiyya,
it's before the
so,
Holy Quran.
So one narration actually is that he had some knowledge of Ism Adam.
So then, when you compare ilmun min al-kitab to ilmul kitab, the comparison is flawed.
But like Sheikh also pointed me in the right direction. From the first verse of Surah Ra'd, the kitab is sort of being referred to.
There is the Holy Quran, for sure.
But kitab,
Last of Surah, definitely the Holy Quran, for
Right.
sure. But this isn't. Anyway, we'll work.
Okay.
We'll speak later.
Yeah.
So.
well, kitab can also mean not just the Quran, it can mean the. I mean, do we want to go into?
Yeah, don't go back there.
Okay.
You've built until here, let it
Okay.
So ilm min al-kitab, ilm al-kitab is what?
Knowledge of the book.
Which book?
So
Definitely Quran included, but which book?
So it's the kitab is what's on Lawh Mahfuz. It's
What is in Lawh al-Mahfuz?
the not the essence, the true guidance of
The secret of
the-
everything.
Yes.
Okay, that's another opinion. That's good. Question, then we're done, inshallah. We'll go to the reflections and then we're done. Logically, Habibi, you presented to us. But of course, there are opinions as to who is this man indahu ilm al-kitab. But the strongest possible opinion is Imam Amir al-Mu'mineen alayhi salam. Someone comes to you and says to you, Habibi Sajjad, this doesn't make sense to me. How do you logically respond to that person? Logically now. Respond to the person that it is indeed Imam Ali alayhi salam. Here I give you a tip, you can just use Quran here.
Sure. I'd go.
No, you can use the Kitab as Quran just for the sake of this response.
Okay. I would go that if you want guidance, main guidance is found from the Holy Quran. And can we glean a full understanding of religion from the Quran alone, just using the Holy Quran? And the rational answer is no. And that's proof from the Quran, again with Muhkamat and Mutashabihat. But we know God guides us. So He must have given us someone to help guide us. And immediately, and at the Prophet's time, he was one of those. But after the Holy Prophet, who would they be there to guide us? So God gave us someone, gave us a resource. And this resource is Man Indahu Ilmul Kitab, because this is he has all the knowledge of the book to help guide us. So there must be some person to guide us who has Man Indahu Ilmul Kitab. I think that's the starting.
What informs that person?
He has to have all the knowledge of the book, right? And so the question is, if you go back to the life of the Prophet, look at all the people who had the knowledge of the book. And there's a handful of scribes. Number two, there's a handful of people who were with the Prophet from the very beginning of the revelation until his deathbed. Three, there are very few people who are the Prophet almost every moment of his life.
Yeah.
But if you overlap all those three groups of people, it stands out only Imam Ali alayhi salam. Every other and if you could come back and say, but this is a group of people.
Yeah.
But then where's the
Good attempt. Obviously, whoever is going to be that person, man indahu ilm al-kitab, must share something in common with the Prophet and the book.
Correct. And then we have a lot of other verses.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So I cannot be Dalil to
What?
something or for something if I don't have any similarity with that particular
وَأَطِيعُوا
thing.
اللَّهَ وَأَطِيعُوا الرَّسُولَ وَأُولِي الْأَمْرِ مِنكُمْ.
Okay.
Says,
So what lessons do we learn from this verse? This is a very rich verse.
one is to uphold and preserve and proclaim the wilayat of Imam Ali alayhi salam, which I think. Number two, I also mentioned is, for me, one of the lessons is that to have that faith in God, that even the prophet who was being disparaged by the believers, and at one point God said, I am witness. So we leave it to God and those God has appointed for us. So just to have that absolute level of faith in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
How do I implement that in my life?
It's a lot of it is just when we face difficulties in our day-to-day life, you fall ill or you're facing financial troubles, you just understand that God will be there for us, and that's most important.
Ahsantum Sajjad. I think we're done. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Excellent. Ahsant. Salawat. What a message.
The next participant is BA09MA. BA09MA.
Inshallah, you have like 1 to 2 minutes. Get yourself ready. Take a sip of water. And then we start, inshallah. Yeah, 2 minutes, inshallah. You prepare, huh? Bon? Oui, oui. Ah, merci beaucoup. Classic. Merci beaucoup, habari yako. Ready? Are you ready, inshallah, Haji?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Ah, tayar cho?
मैंने तैयार हूँ.
Okay, barabar. Sheikh is teaching me. Kem cho tama?
Okay.
Kiyon? Tabiat?
تبيات.
Okay, bismillah. Bismillah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ألم ترى إلى الذين يزعمون أنهم آمنوا بما أنزل إليك وما أنزل من قبلك يريدون أن يهتكموا إلى الطاغوت يريدون أن يتهكموا إلى الطاغوت وقد أمروا أن يكفروا به ويريد الشيطان أن يضلهم ضلالا بعيدا صدق الله العلي العظيم. God said in the Quran, have you not seen those who assert that they believe in what has been revealed to you and what was revealed before you? They desire to summon on another to judgment of Shaitan, thought they were commanded to deny him, and the Shaitan desires to lead them astray into remote error. Right? فصبت كلام الان بعد كم شيلدره خب first of all that verses is verses of Madani, not Makki. اول این چیز است که این آیات
نه شما با انگلیسی حرف بزنید که بعداً دیگه به زبان فارسی دیگه.
خب این
سعی کنید میشه که
in verse inshallah comes.
So our brother inshallah he will is from Madagascar, mashallah. For the first time we're having a participant from Madagascar. It's really inspirational. He will try to speak in English a little bit, but then he will venture into Farisi inshallah, and sometimes maybe Arabic and even Gujarati inshallah. So get ready.
Okay, so that verse, it's Madani verses, not Makki verses, right? Okay, what about the Shan and Nuzul about these verses? Okay, about that Shan and Nuzul, you know, one time ago, okay, we had more of Yahudian. And one of this Yahudian came in front of one guy of Muslim, and he infaq. What about infaq? Infaq کرده با همون
Give charity.
Give charity. I don't know what you can use a lot of termics.
خب بفرما فارسی هم بزنید.
آره بهتر فکر کنم. خب همون دیگه یه روز بود که همون یه یهودی بود اومد پیش یه مرد مسلم که بود و خودش انفاق کرده و ما کتاب داریم. مثلا شیخ توسی چی میگه درباره اون آیت؟ شیخ توسی یه چیزی میگه درباره اون آیت. چی میگه؟ خودش میگه که یه مردی به نام حسن بصری گویند که درباره قومی از منافقین نازل شد. یعنی این آیه مخصوصاً برای منافق نازل شد. یعنی ما میتونیم مثلا ببینیم یه مثال، زبیر ابن حوام یه مسلم بود و خودش با امام علی جنگ کرده که در مورد جنگ جمل که بود خودش از اسلام ترک کرده، خودش انفاق کرده، تو زبانش میگه که نه من اطاعت میکنم از شما یا رسول الله، ولی در دلش انفاق بود. در دلش نفاق بود. آره خوب. و ما مثلا یه چیزی میگیریم، یه حدیثی میگیریم از امام جعفر صادق علیه السلام در کدوم کتاب؟ در کتاب تفسیر احسن الحدیث سید علی اکبر، سید علی اکبر قریشی. و خودش امام صادق چی میفرماید؟ امام جعفر صادق میفرماید که کسی است که به حق حکم نکند و در برابر فرمان خدا دستور دهد و اطاعت شود. یعنی چی؟ یعنی حکم و حق بر خداست. اولین چیز اینه. خب و مثلا در این آیت ما میبینیم که اولین چیز میگه شما مگر ندیدی اون قبلانشی که اونا باور کردن برای اونا نازل کردیم و خودشونم میخواد طاغوت را برای قاضی بگیرن و شما مواظب باشید که شیطان از شما چیز وسواس نکنه، چون نتیجهش چیه؟ نتیجهش این است که شما از خدا ترک میشید، شما از خدا ترک میشید و گم میشید. خوب، چی میتونیم بگیریم در این آیت؟ چه what lesson can we get in this verse? First of all, ایمان. اولین چیزی که میتونیم از این آیات رو بگیریم این است که ایمان باید باشه. ایمان یعنی چی؟ ایمان بدون تتبری از طاغوت ایمان نیست. Even you believe طاغوت, it's not ایمان. And secondly, ادیان. اوکی. دومین چیزی که میتونیم بگیریم از این آیت این است که در این آیت هم ادیان خدا رو میخوام به ما یاد بگیره. چرا؟ چون میگه چی میگه؟ همون که قبلا را نازل کردیم برای خودشون. یعنی چی؟ یعنی پیامبران قبلی بود، هم برای شما اومد اون آیات رو. یعنی نفاق نه در همون زمان پیامبری که بود، نفاق هم داشته بود در زمان پیامبران دیگران، یعنی قبل از پیامبر خدا محمد صلی الله علیه و آله و سلم. و در مورد اون باوری از طاغوت about believed as طاغوت, God tell many verses in Quran talk about that. Which verse? Like Surah Al-Baqarah. Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayatul Kursi, right? What God says in Ayatul Kursi? Okay. God says, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wallahu ولي الذين آمنوا الله ولي الذين آمنوا يخرجهم من الظلمات إلى النور والذين كفروا أولياؤهم طاغوت. Right? يخرجونهم من نور إلى الظلمات أولئك أصحاب النار هم فيها خالدون. Allah is the guardian of those who believe. He brings them out of darkness into the light. And those who disbelieve, their guardian are shaitan. کسانی که خودشون به خدا ایمان نیاورده به خدا باور نمیکنه، برای خودشون طاغوت و آخرش کجاست؟ آخرش در جهنمه. اونجا محل خودشونه، چون در دلشون اصلا ایمان نیاوردند. In their heart they have no belief of God, right? Okay. So and we have more and lot of verses in Quran to speak about iman, to speak about and و همیشه خدا به ما چیز ذکر میکنه که شما از طاغوت اصلا ایمان نکنید، شما اصلا اینا را تو دل شما نیاوردید، شما اطاعت بکنید به پیامبرانی که من را فرستادم، شما دنبال اونا باشید، چون اونا من را خدا من را انتخابش کردم. این واجبات مؤمنان، تمام مؤمنان در دنبال پیامبران هستیم. خب و آخری دعوانا الحمدلله و رب.
أحسنتم وأجملتم. Thank you so much, my dear brother, for the wonderful explanation. So the first question, Swale Aval, you mentioned that this verse was revealed where?
Medina. Revealed in Medina.
Why?
Why?
چرا؟
اوکی. چرا؟ چون در مدینه اونجا یاران پیامبر زیادن. در مدینه وقتی که پیامبر اکرم اجرات کرده، همون اهل مدینه به خودش ترک کرده. یعنی اهل مکه،
اهل مدینه چیکار کردن؟
اهل مدینه به پیامبر خدا به چیز they are hypocrites. اهل مدینه همین چی میگن؟ به
نفاق.
آره همون نفاق رو کردن به خدا، به پیامبر خدا.
اینا منافقان دیگه.
آره منافقان دیگه. همهشون که نه، ولی اکثریت خودشون.
از کجا این آوردید؟
چرا این
که داری میگی؟
نه این در سیره دیگه. این در سیره است.
کدوم سیره؟ کجا خوندید؟
من یادم نیست، مثلا اون کتاب را چیز، البته این سیره است. اهل مکه بیشتر پیامبر خدا رو باز کردن دستشون، باز کردن دستشون. که
یعنی شما میخوای بگی اهل مکه پیامبر را قبول کردن؟
بله.
چرا هجرت کرده؟
به خاطر مشرکانی که تو مدینه زیاد بودن.
نه بابا، پیامبر از کجا هجرت کرده؟ به کجا؟
از مکه به مدینه.
خب شما میخوای بگی در مکه اکثرشون پیامبر را قبول کردن یا نه؟
نه در مکه،
خب
در مکه کمتر از پیامبر قبول کردن.
مدینه چیه؟
مدینه برعکسشه. چون
خب شما اولا گفتید که در مدینه.
نه یکم شما اشتباه کردید.
خب بفرما. ببخشید.
همون یعنی مهاجرین بیشتر از پیامبر خدا قبول نمی کنن، برعکس از انصار. خب انصاری که مثلا خودشون تو مدینه بودن، خودشون بیشتر از خدا من باور میکنن. همین.
خب هایر نگاه کنید. الم تر الى الذين يزعمون انهم آمنوا. مخاطب این آیه کیه؟
الم تر الى الذين،
بله الم تر همون کافیه دیگه. الم تر إلى الذين يزعمون أنهم آمنوا بما أنزل إليك وما أنزل من قبلك. مخاطب این چیه؟
مخاطب این همون تا در اون فعل ترای دیگه. همین میخوام بپرسید. همون تا
خب کی اینجا صحبت میکنه؟
اینجا
کی میگی علم تره؟
به پیامبر میگه.
احسنتم، چون مخاطب پیامبره.
مخاطب پیامبر
خب
دیگه.
خدا بهش صحبت میکنه.
خدا بهش صحبت میگه. شما مگه ندیدی؟ شما مگه
خب باشه، مخاطب پیامبره.
اما
خب یزعمون کیانن؟
اون یهودیان.
یزعمون کیانن؟ این فعل مضارع دیگه، درست؟
فعل مضارع هستش.
خب کیانن؟
اون مسلمان دیگه.
نه بابا، دقت کنید بابا. مسلمان چه نوعی مسلمان بودن؟ منافقان.
همون یهودیان.
منافقان اینا یزعمون. خب چند تا اسباب نزول داریم راجع به این آیه؟ شما که یکیشون
رو فرض کردم
ولی مفصلا نگفتید، کاتیش کردید.
کاتیش کردم بله.
خب دیگه باید خوب بگی.
آره کاتیش کردم، فقط یک سبب نزول رو از این
نه باید کاتیش کنی، باید خوب بگی دیگه، چون خیلی مهمه. خب بگو، دوباره بگو.
خب اونی که میخوام بگم سبب نزول اینا، یک اولین همون است که یهودیان رو که مثلا همون با اون آقای مسلمان چیز نفاق کرده. دومین همون برای خود مسلمان که خودشون هم نفاق کرده به پیامبر، چون بودن دیگه. همون که مثلا من مثال آوردم، مثلا زبیر ابن حوام مثلا خودش اولین با پیامبر اکرم اطاعت کرده، خودش هم اسلام رو قبول کرده به زبانش را، و بعد چی میکنه؟ بعد به امام علی حمله میکرد و عایشه را کمک میکرد. کجا بود؟ در جنگ جمل بود.
خب سبب نزول چیه؟ خب هیچی نگفتید بابا. دعوا بود، چی بود؟ بین کی و کی؟
آره دعوا هم بود.
بین کی؟
بین یهودیان و مسلمان.
چه اتفاق افتاده؟
همون که کسان دیگه رو انتخاب کردن به جایی که باید پیامبر اکرم رو انتخاب بکنن.
خب باشه، عرضم موضوعتون این سال آخر دیگه، بعد دیگه به جاگاه میدم انشاءالله. موضوع این آیه چیه؟
موضوع چند تا موضوع داره تویش.
نه بابا، یک موضوع اساسی.
موضوع اساسی همون نفاقه. این موضوع داخل این آیه همون نفاق دیگه.
خوبه.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. دست شما در نکنه، خیلی ممنون استفاده کردیم.
اوکی.
خواستم راجع به این قسمتی از آیه که میگه بما انزل الیک و ما انزل من قبلک، این چیه منظورش؟ بما انزل الیک و ما انزل من قبلک منظور چیه؟
منظورش همین که پیامبران همون قبلش پیامبر را فرستادیم، بعدم بازم پیامبر رو میفرستیم. خداوند چند تا پیامبر رو فرستاده بوده.
یعنی بعد از پیغمبر آخر یک پیامبران دیگه هم فرستاده میشه.
نه همون اهل البیت هم بود دیگه که به خودشون برای ما هدایته.
قشنگ باید دقت کن، درست نیست. به ما انزل الیک،
همون
لا من
قر-
انزل الیک.
آن کتاب الهی است.
کتاب الهی و ما انزل الیک کدومه؟ مخاطب شیخ از شما پرسید مخاطب آیه کیه؟
هم پیامبر
پیغمبر.
اکرم.
خب ما انزل الیک ما الذي انزل الیه الرسول.
اینجا خداوند میگه که ما انزل الیک اینکا همون پیامبر اکرم و ما انزل من قبلک و همون پیامبر قبلی که قبل از شما فرستادیم.
از چی منظور چیه؟ ما انزل الیک و ما انزل من قبلک منظور چیه؟ ما الذي انزل الى رسول الله؟
خب
آن چرا که نازل شد بر پیغمبر چیه؟ چی نازل شد بر پیغمبر؟
همون آیات رو برای
قرآن دیگه، قرآن.
همون که کتاب الهیه دیگه.
آره دیگه.
همون که گفتم کتاب الهی اول.
الحمدلله. ما انزل من قبلک چیه؟
من انزل من قبلکم
ما انزل
ما انزل من قبلک همون کتاب الهی که قبل از قرآن بود، مثلا زبور، تورات و ایناست.
خب تا حالا با شیخ تا اینجا اومدیم. الم تر الی الذین یزعمون انهم آمنوا بما انزل الیک و ما انزل من قبل.
من قبلک.
آیا نمیبینی؟ آیا نگاه نمیکنی به این افرادی که فکر میکنن ایمان دارند؟ خب الان باید بگه که چطور ایمان ندارند. خودتون گفتید نفاق دارن.
آره نفاق دارن.
خب این دلالت بر نفاق تو آیه چیه؟ کجای آیه میگه نفاق دارن؟ تا اینجا گفتن که آیه
تا اینجا. بعد آیه بند میگه خودشون میخواد طاغوت رو.
طاغوت رو چی؟ میخوان طاغوت رو چی؟ یریدون ان یتحکم ما معنا. معناش چی میشه تحکم؟
تحکم یعنی
حروف اصلیش چیه؟
منفصلش مثلا شما یه مثال میگیرم اگر میتونم. مثلا شما یک قاضی هست داشته باشه، خودش من میگه اینا رو باید بکنی، باید شما بهش اطاعت بکنی، شما قبول میکنی همین چیزی که مثلا خودش رو میگه، شما سمت اون میرید. همین. آره
این میشه تحکم.
این میشه تحکم، یعنی خودش که حکم میده.
نه حکم دادن نیست. کسی است که سراغ کسی میره برای حکم.
یعنی
قاضی قرار قاضی قرار دادن، نه قاضی شدن.
قاضی قرار دادن همون که مثالی رو آوردم دیگه. خودش مثلا شما میری سمت همین چیزی که خودش رو میگه، شما دیگه قبول میکنید تا میکنید مثلا خودش سمتش میگه.
قرآن میگه که آیا نگاه نمیکنید به کسانی که فکر میکنن ایمان دارن، بعد میگن که میخواند، یریدون، نه اینکه میکنن حتی.
آره یریدون ان
یتحکم قاضی قرار بدن طاغوت را.
آره
خب چه ربطی داره؟ قاضی قرار دادن طاغوت چه ربطی داره به اینکه ایمان دارن؟
چه ربطی داره؟ ربطش نفاقه. ربطش نفاقه دیگه. خودش به زبان خودشون میگه من قبول میکنم اسلام را.
چه اشکالی داره؟ تحکم الی الطاغوت چه اشکالی داره؟ طبق آیه
اشکالی این است که خودشون میشه گم در راه مستقیم نیستن.
قبل از گم شدن آیه میگه
یریدون ان یتحکموا الطاغوت وقد امروا
وقد امروا
ان یکفروا به و یرید الشیطان ان یضلهم ضلالا بعیدا.
لو كان كيما ما ايبو كسكرانو يريدون ان يتحكموا الى الطاغوت وقد امروا ان يكفروا به. لو كان سو كيما ما ايبو
که خودشون اصلا
جاتي ما قلت بيجا سمجه
اوت سمجون
تم سمجه وقد أمروا أن يكفروا به.
ولی خداوند به اونا
امر
گفت شما اصلا به طاغوت چیز باور نکن.
آیا پس درست شد؟
آره درست شد.
Gujati mai kokat kyau. Sharati chalu sudi. Gujati ma samjha bata samjha to kuch kale.
نه فرتابه سرویس فارسی بولو جو استر.
Mu to samjhi lido chu.
نه من کم.
Gujati ek kokat bolo pati kyo.
لا
حبیبی خجراتی عبدال بولو چی؟
خب حالا دیگه زبانم کاتی میشه، زبان انگلیسی، گوجراتی، فارسی، بعد چیزام انگلیسی، همه چیز کاتی میشه بعد.
اصلا خیلی ممنون. دست شما در نکنه.
خب دیگه برید تمام نشد.
خب آره. فقط چیزی میخوام اضافه بکنم که
خب بفرما.
یه نکته ای هست که هر چیزی که هر سایش و باوری از دارود در حکم عقایدی یعنی فکری حرام است. حرام دیگه.
چی؟
نباید، حرامه. یعنی باوری از غیر کداست حرامه. همون
دیگه چیه؟
که همین میخوام اضافه بکنم.
ماشاءالله خوبه. خب یه چیزی به زبان خجراتی بگو دیگه، حداقل اینا
نه تمام کردم.
نه تمام نشد. اینا که حداقل از شما استفاده میکنن دیگه.
بفرمایید.
چون این که نمیفهمن دیگه، باید به زبان خجراتی هم دیگه چیزی بگیم. آماده ای؟
حالا دیگه خودش میتونه به زبان فارسی صحبت بکنه. اگر مثلا میتونه انگلیسی هم بگو، میدونم مشکل.
نه يسأله بلغة الخبرات أي عبر ودروس يعني
ولی زبان من کاتی میشه بعد.
لا بس أي عبر نلتمس من هاي الآية الكريمة.
لا يمكن إذا كان تسألون من
عبر تعرف معنى العبر؟ عبرة دروس. هل هناك دروس في هذه الآية اللي نلتمس؟
الدروس من الآية؟
إيه عبارات از این آیه کریمه.
آره عبرات. آره
خب بفرما.
خب یعنی این چیزی که میخوام بگی عبرات کجاست در این آیه؟
بله دیگه.
خب
چه درس از این آیه؟
یعنی درس که میتونیم بگیریم از این آیه.
همون دیگه فهمیدید دیگه بابا.
میفهمم. و همین که باید ایمان بدون تبری، ایمان بدون تبری یعنی مثلا شما از طاغوت تبری نمی کنی.
نه این از کجا جور کردی؟
اینا را این از توضیح تفسیر چیز همون تفسیر نور
آقا قرائتی دیگه. خدا حفظش کنه
انشاءالله.
خب بفرما.
خب دیگه ایمان یک درس که میتونیم بگیریم از این آیه دیگه با ایمان باشه.
درس دوم.
خب درس دوم که دین باشه.
خب چه فرق بین دین و ایمان بابا؟
فرق داره دیگه. ادیان و ایمان فرق داره. ایمان باوریه، ایمان در دل شما. ادیان این نیست. شما میتونم مثلا میگی من مسیحی هستم، من مسلمان هستم، ولی شاید ایمان نمیآوری. فقط ادیان و دین فقط یه نشانه ای، ایمان چیز دیگه است.
خب سومی.
خب و سومین در این آیه خب اینجا
خب
مسئله عقایدیم آورده میشه.
همه عقایده دیگه با ایمان و دین و نمیدونم چیه.
میدونی شما شاید واضح رو میتونی بیاوری ولی واضح فرق میشه که قبول میکنی. مثلا از ما میتونی یا مسلم یا مؤمن و مسلم مثلا فرق داره. شما مثلا فردا میتونی میگی
فرق چه فرق داره نداره، همه چیز تحت موضوع عقاید دیگه.
آره.
خب
منظورم
اینه دیگه.
خب درس آخر چیه؟
درش آخره که نفاق را نباید تو دل ما بیاوریم. اینم درسه که در این آیه را آورده میشه.
نفاق چیه؟
نفاق دیگه راستی دلی نیستش دیگه.
خدا حفظت کنه انشاءالله. استفاده کردیم. سر درد نکنه.
انشاءالله
انشاءالله میبینم یک دفعه بعد انشاءالله.
انشاءالله
ما را دعا کنید انشاءالله.
انشاءالله.
یا علی.
يعني واخر دعوانا الحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
وعلیکم السلام.
Assalamu alaikum. It's currently 2:30 and sorry 4:30, and because it's so late, we will not be breaking for a break. We will just move into the final part of the session. The next participant is BA09MA. Sorry, I'm mistaken. The next participant is GA06MA. GA06MA. I repeat, GA06MA. Participant is supposed to approach the table before they come with their resources. Thank you.
Once you are ready, inshallah, we begin the journey. Famida, inshallah. Bismillah. Bibarakatillah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah An-Nur, verses 47 to 51, وَيَقُولُونَ آمَنَّا بِاللَّهِ وَبِالرَّسُولِ وَأَطَعْنَا ثُمَّ يَتَوَلَّى فَرِيقٌ مِّنْهُمْ مِّن بَعْدِ ذَلِكَ وَمَا أُولَئِكَ بِالْمُؤْمِنِينَ. And they say, we believe in Allah and in the Apostle, and we obey. Then a party of them turn back after this, and these are not believers. Then in the next verse, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَإِذَا دُعُوا إِلَى اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ لِيَحْكُمَ بَيْنَهُمْ إِذَا فَرِيقٌ مِّنْهُمْ مُعْرِضُونَ. And when they are called to Allah and His Apostle that He may judge between them, lo, a party of them turn aside. Verse 49, وَإِن يَكُنْ لَهُمُ الْحَقُّ يَأْتُوا إِلَيْهِ مُذْعِنِينَ. And if the truth be on their side, they come to Him quickly obedient. Verse number 50. أفي قلوبهم مرض أم اغتابوا أم يخافون أن يحيف الله عليهم ورسوله بل أولئك هم الظالمون. So in their hearts there is a disease. Is there in their hearts a disease? Or are they in doubt? Or do they fear that Allah and His Apostle will act wrongfully towards them? Nay, they themselves are the unjust. And the last one, إِنَّمَا كَانَ قَوْلَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ إِذَا دُعُوا إِلَى اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ لِيَحْكُمَ بَيْنَهُمْ أَن يَقُولُوا سَمِعْنَا وَأَطَعْنَا أُولَئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. The response of the believers when they are invited to Allah and His Apostle that He may judge between them is only to say, we hear and obey, and these it is that are the successful. Sadaqallahul Aliyyul Azim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Firstly, there are two occasions of revelations according to the narrations of these verses of Surah An-Nur. The first one is that there was once upon a time conflict or a quarrel between the hypocrites, the hypocritical Muslims and the Jews. And what the Jews did is that they liaised with Rasulullah due to him being a Sadiq and Al-Amin, the truthful and the trustworthy. And the hypocritical Muslims did not liaise with Rasulullah due to their jealousy and the disbelief in their hearts and their pretense. So they went and liaised with another Jew whose name was Ka'b ibn Ashraf. So this is one of the Shan Nuzul. The other one is between Imam Ali alayhi salam and Uthman, that Imam Ali alayhi salam liaised with Rasulullah. It was concerning a piece of land. So he needed some advice about it. So he liaised with Rasulullah, while Uthman said, no, it's rather that I liaise with someone else, because if Imam Ali alayhi salam liaised with Rasulullah, then it may be because it's his cousin brother, he may favor him. So it's rather he not liaise with Rasulullah. But Imam Ali yet went to Rasulullah. Therefore, these verses were revealed. When we look at the previous verses in reference to this one, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes it very clear in verse number 46. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. لَقَدْ أَنزَلْنَا آيَاتٍ مُبَيِّنَاتٍ. Certainly we have revealed clear communications. So this is the description of the verses of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That the verses are so clear that there is no doubt about it. These verses are those kinds of verses that instill within a person the light of Iman, the light of faith. And وَاللَّهُ يَهْدِي مَن يَشَاءُ إِلَى صِرَاطٍ مُسْتَقِيمٍ. And Allah guides whom He pleases to the right way. Does this mean that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is unjust? That He guides whom He pleases? If a question as such arises, like for example, there is a verse in the Quran where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that He increases in guidance, like in some, and He does not guide. يُضِلُّ بِهِ كَثِيرًا وَيَهْدِي بِهِ كَثِيرًا. So does that mean Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is unjust? Just like the Umayyads had the belief of Jabr, that whatever we do, Allah made us do it. So even if it's a sin, then Allah made us do it. Without the belief that inna hadaynahu sabila imma shakiran wa imma kafura, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us the hidayah. Just like the clear verses, ayatim mubayyinat, whereby if we allow our hearts to be receptive to this guidance, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will guide us to the right path. And He's going to increase, it's going to be nurun ala nur, increase in that guidance. But if we behave like the hypocritical Muslims, for example, in Surah Al-Munafiqun, اتَّخَذُوا أَيْمَانَهُمْ جُنَّةً فَصَدُّوا عَنْ سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ إِنَّهُمْ سَاءَ مَا كَانُوا يَعْمَلُونَ ذَلِكَ بِأَنَّهُمْ آمَنُوا ثُمَّ كَفَرُوا. That is because they believed and then they disbelieved. So because of that, a seal is set upon their hearts. فَطُبِعَ عَلَىٰ قُلُوبِهِمْ. Therefore Allah has blocked their hearts from attaining that hidayah, because they did not take that step toward Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Rather, they were in full pretense. Therefore, the verse in question, and they say, وَيَقُولُونَ آمَنَّا, we believe in Allah and the apostle and we obey. So as we know that the belief and the obedience of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala always comes with obedience to Rasulullah, as mentioned in many places in the Quran. For example, Surah An-Nisa, Surah Al-Ahzab, verse number 33, Nisa, verse number 59, أَطِيعُوا اللَّهَ وَأَطِيعُوا الرَّسُولَ وَأُولِي الْأَمْرِ مِنْكُمْ. This is because وَمَا يَنْطِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَىٰ إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا وَحْيٌ يُوحَىٰ. Whatever Rasulullah proclaims and whatever he tells the people, it is none other than the words of Allah. So if you do not obey Rasulullah, you have not obeyed Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So therefore, and they say we obey. Then a party of them turn back. So this is a group of them turn back, and these are not believers. So if these munafiqeen who had nifaq in their hearts and pretended to believe and say that, oh, we believe, but Allah is already openly proclaiming here that they are not believers. Although from outside they pretend to be believers, they may say the kalima, yes, but they are those who plot against Rasulullah in the night, and they pretend to love him in the day. Then the next verse, and when they are called to Allah and His apostle that He may judge between them. So this is the Shani Nuzul that we were talking about, the judgment that the Jews went to Rasulullah and the hypocrites did not go to Rasulullah, instead they went to Kaab. Between them, lo, a party of them turned aside. So this was the whole story. And if the truth is on their side, so this is like their own selfish reasons. So let's say if it's going to be for their benefit and for their good, then they run to him quickly. They start running to him obedient. They pretend to be obedient. But when they are not on the truth side, the side of the truth, then they run away from Rasulullah. Why would they run away? Because they know that Rasulullah is a Sadiq and Al-Amin, and he is going to just fairly. And therefore, due to that fair and equal justice, their truth is going to be revealed and manifested of their hypocrisy. Then it goes on to say that in their hearts, there is a disease. Is there in their hearts a disease? When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asks a question, it does not mean that we don't know, but Allah is trying to emphasize upon it. Is there a disease in their hearts? Or are they in doubt? What could it be? Are they in a state of shock, maybe about the religion? Or is it fi qulubihim marad? Like in Surah Al-Baqarah. Or do they fear? So there could be three reasons. Number one, disease in their hearts, marad. Another one, shock, doubt. So they don't have yaqeen in Rasulullah and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the religion, or maybe that they fear that Allah and His apostle will act wrongfully towards them when they know in their hearts that Allah and Rasulullah can never do that. So here Allah is asking, maybe there could be three reasons over here. They themselves are the unjust. Ulaika humul zalimun. So for example, when in Dua Kumail we recite, Zalamtu nafsi, what does it mean? That I have indeed wronged myself. This is by Imam Ali alayhi salam. It's a lesson for us over here. That if I say zalimun, it does not mean oppression as in oppressing someone else, but rather oppressing your own soul through sinning, through this sin of nifaq, hypocrisy. Then we go on to the last one, the response of the believers. إِنَّمَا كَانَ قَوْلَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ إِذَا دُعُوا, when they are invited to Allah and His apostle, that He may judge between them. So not only judge, even when it comes to the same Surah Al-Munafiqun, because here this whole gist is about nifaq and munafiqiyat. That's why I'm referring to Surah Al-Munafiqun a lot. That وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمْ تَعَالَوْا يَسْتَغْفِرْ لَكُمْ رَسُولُ اللَّهِ لَوَّوْا رُؤُوسَهُمْ وَرَأَيْتَهُمْ يَصُدُّونَ وَهُمْ مُسْتَكْبِرُونَ. When it is said to them that come, that Allah's apostle, so this is another invitation that Rasulullah gives them. Here the invitation is about judgment. That Rasulullah may judge between them. Over there in Surah Al-Munafiqun, it is about forgiveness. يَسْتَغْفِرْ لَكُمْ رَسُولُ اللَّهِ. What do? لَوَّوْا رُؤُوسَهُمْ. They twist their heads. وَرَأَيْتَهُمْ يَصُدُّونَ وَهُمْ مُسْتَكْبِرُونَ. And you see them turn away disdainfully, proudly, puffed up with pride. So this is the negative quality of these munafiqeen. Then it says, is only to say that we hear and obey. That's all that they do. They know only how to speak, right? وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمْ, and it says that وَإِذَا رَأَيْتَهُمْ تُعْجِبُكَ أَجْسَامُهُمْ وَإِنْ يَقُولُوا تَسْمَعْ لِقَوْلِهِمْ. When you listen to them, when they speak, you want to listen to their speech, yet they are like dry logs set reclining against a wall. They suppose every cry is directed against them. Then Allah directly says that they are the enemy. Humul adubu fahdharhum. Beware of them. قَاتَلَهُمُ اللَّهُ وَأَنَّا يُؤْفَكُونَ. That may Allah assail them. Where will they then go? When Allah will destroy them. So this is an invitation that come, we will judge between you fairly. And there was about forgiveness. So whatever the case, be it judgment in any matter, be it about a land or about any conflict, or be it for forgiveness, this is what their response is. And then it says over here that is only to say we hear and obey, and these it is. So therefore I'm very sorry, I think I miscalculated this, that the response of the believers when they are invited to Allah. So verse number 51 is the opposite of munafiqiyat, and that is iman. إِنَّمَا كَانَ قَوْلَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ إِذَا دُعُوا. I think we were talking a lot about the munafiqeen, so I got carried away. This is about the mu'mineen. So as we know that whenever Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking about something negative, like about Jahannam, He will always bring in the rahmah of Jannah, the topic of Jannah. So here, nifaq, and then we have the topic about mu'mineen. So it's so beautiful that when the believers, when they are called, their response, وَإِذَا دُعُوا, when they are called, when they're invited to Allah and His apostle, that He may judge between them, is only to say, for them, without a split of even a second of doubt, without any shock, without any even doubt in their hearts, they would say that we hear. قالوا يقولوا سمعنا وأطعنا. Not only do we hear, but we also obey. And guess what? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ. And these it is who are the successful. Many places in the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about these successful people, that the Hizbullah, those who are in the party of Allah, are the muflihun. And the Hizb shaitan, of course, these munafiqeen fall under that, who are the khasirun. So as here we can see that it's very, very clear. And if I would refer to the next verse, 52, and he who obeys Allah and His apostle. Now this is very important because أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول always comes hand in hand. As I said, وما ينطق عن الهوى إن هو إلا وحي يوحى. Not only obedience but fears Allah and is careful of his duty. So here it's about taqwa. ويتقه فأولئك هم الفائزون ومن يطع الله ورسوله ويخشى الله ويتقي فأولئك هم الفائزون. So there it was successful. Here it is achievers. What have they achieved? They have achieved the rida'at of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and his pleasure.
Okay, thank you so much, Sister Famida, for the presentation. So before we look at few questions, I would like to ask you, you mentioned so many things, but there are two things I would just like to seek some clarification for the benefit of all, inshallah. So the first one, you mentioned Aqidatul Jabr. You remember?
Yes.
Number one, what is Aqidatul Jabr and what is its link with what we are discussing in these verses?
In verse number 47, and they say we believe in Allah and the Apostle and we obey, then a party of them turn back, and these are not the believers, and when they are called to Allah and his apostle that he may judge between them. So what I had mentioned about Jabr is that when I was talking about guidance, fi qulubihim marad, in the verse number 50, sorry, not 48 and 49, verse number 50, in their hearts is a disease, or are they in doubt, or do they fear that Allah and his apostle will act wrongfully towards them? Nay, they themselves are the unjust. So when I say about disease in someone's heart, is when the hidayat comes to them, as I had linked in verse number 46, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that the verses are very clear. Ayati mubayyinat. Then it's upon the receptive hearts to take that guidance from those verses and improve yourself and take that hidayah, and Allah will increase in your guidance. So the Aqidatul Jabr was a belief, especially at the time of the Umayyads, Yazid and Muawiyah and them, that whatever we do is from Allah. Like for example, whatever happened in Karbala, it was a plan of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It was meant to be, right? So like, you know, like even if we do like guna, for example, if you drink alcohol and if you are half in the Quran at the same time, it's all from Allah. So that's their belief. Whatever we do, like the way I said, that Allah guides many and he misguides many. So it's upon you to take that guidance, like Surah Al-Dahar, verse number 3. So that's how I connected with the disease in their hearts.
Where is the disease of in the heart? In the ayah?
In verse number 50.
Okay, 50. What does it say? Let's look at 50.
أفي قلوبهم مرض أم ارتابوا
يخافون أن يحيف الله عليهم ورسوله بل أولئك هم الظالمون. So what is his link with Aqidatul Jabr?
I had linked the disease in their hearts to the verses Ayat Mubayyinat in verse number 46.
Yeah.
Because according to my research, 46 and 47 was together in one topic.
Got you. But you said Aqidatul Jabr. Is that whatever happens to me?
No.
Is from Allah?
No.
So what is Aqidatul Jabr?
It is like, today for example, God forbid if I sin, then Allah made me sin. That's
it means it's written by Allah.
Yeah, everything is written by Him, everything.
And you quoted a verse of the Quran, يُدِلُّ مَن يَشَاءُ
يُضِلُّ بِهِ كَثِيرًا وَيَهْدِي بِهِ كَثِيرًا.
And there's of course يُدِلُّ مَن يَشَاءُ وَيَهْدِي.
Yeah, similar, yes. But here it says that if you do take those verses, then Allah will guide you to the right path.
Obviously, there's a struggle to link whatever the verses are discussing with Aqidatul Jabr. Aqidatul Jabr definitely is there. Still in this world, we still have people who sort of hold that type of Aqidah. But if you look at these verses we've recited, or you've read, or explained, What are they discussing in particular? And who are they discussing?
About the hypocrites.
Fantastic. So is there a link between hypocrite and those of Aqidatul Jabr?
No,
Ah.
not at all. It's just that I was referring to about a person who's in hearts, there is
Yeah.
a disease,
Yeah.
and Allah guides whom He pleases. So does that mean Allah chooses who to guide? Does that mean Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is unjust?
Apparently that's what he's saying in Quran. He said, I guide whomsoever I please.
But there is something before that, that certainly we revealed clear communications.
Yeah.
And Allah. So there is wa. And is a conjunction which connects one thing to another.
Which ayah are you looking at?
Verse number 46.
Okay. Go to the verse again.
لقد أنزلنا آيات مبينات والله
Uh-huh.
والله يهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم.
So stop at that ayah. You said that wa of wallah is what?
Wa is a connective. That means Allah has given us the ayat mubayyinat and Allah guides whomsoever. So
How
if,
is it a connective wa?
I have
Because if you look
taken
at it,
it,
lakad anzalna ayatim mubayyinat, is it a complete sentence? If we stop there, say for example, the ayah stops there. Lakad anzalna ayatim mubayyinat, is it a complete sentence?
it could be, but the
So
conjunction.
then, wallahu yahdi man yasha ila siratil mustaqim.
So we consider those as two separate things. I
Could
have not
be.
looked into this verse in a
Yeah,
deeper
because you mentioned the
perspective.
word, that's why I'm pinning you on that.
Because when we look, can I give an example?
Yes, please, quickly.
Okay, like Surah Al-Ahzab, verse
No.
number 33, okay? So, ayat at-tathir,
No.
okay? وقرن في بيوتكن ولا تبرجن تبرج الجاهلية الأولى وأقمنا الصلاة وآتينا الزكاة وأطيعنا الله ورسوله.
Now,
Full stop.
yeah,
Shan and Nuzul, different.
yeah,
People refer to different.
okay.
Then the whole behavior of the verse is changing over here. It's going to a masculine pronoun. إنما يريد الله ليذهب عنكم الرجس أهل البيت ويطهركم تطهيرا. It's in that same verse. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعجل فرجهم. It's in the same ayah. But does it mean that وقرنا في بيوتكن, that bit is together with إنما? No. Reason? Because there's a stop over there. There's a full stop. And this proves that those two
So
things
here
don't
is
belong to the
is
same
the word
person.
here, because the ayah you quoted, وَكَرْنَ فِي بُيُوتِكُنَّ
It's
وَلَا
connecting.
تَبَرَّجْنَ تَبَرُّجَ الْجَاهِلِ is connecting.
It's connecting to the previous
yeah, it's the same
verses.
thing, talking of the same
The
thing.
wives of Rasulullah.
So the question is, when you say connecting, I'm not saying right or wrong. Why is it a connecting wa? Is it a beginning wa?
Because the
Is it a
theme is the
connecting wa?
same. The theme is the same.
So it doesn't matter if the theme is the same. لَقَدْ أَنزَلْنَا آيَاتٍ مُبَيِّنَاتٍ وَاللَّهُ يَهْدِي مَن يَشَاءُ إِلَى صِرَاطٍ مُسْتَقِيمٍ.
Because guidance is connected to those verses.
I agree, it's connected, but it's not atf. Something to check. This is not atf. There are different opinions, but this is not atf. Wallahu yahdi man. So that ayah 46, what is it talking about? Before we even go to the ayah.
It's referring to the Holy Quran in itself. Ayat mubayyinat. Yeah. Just like we have ayat mutashabihat, we have decisive verses, and we have those verses that need to be looked into deeply. So the whole of the Quran basically has clear, there's no doubt about it, that that it confuses you, or you have maybe any excuse to say that no, Allah didn't
Why
say
would
that.
Allah punish anyone if He is the one who guides whomsoever He pleases? But the ayah is saying, Wallahu yahdi man yasha ila siratim mustaqim. So the one He doesn't want, He will not guide them. So why will He punish anyone? Why day of judgment? Because Wallahu yahdi man yasha.
Allah didn't leave us in the dark. He gave us the
Yeah, but
ayah.
He's saying clear in Quran here. Wallahu yahdi man yasha. What's the translation?
And Allah guides whom He pleases to the
Yeah,
right
so
way.
the one who is not guided, Allah doesn't want. We are here because Allah wants us to be here. Somebody is in the pub, may God forbid drinking because Allah wants him to be there. Somebody is in a nightclub. Wallahu yahdi man yasha.
Guidance is of two kinds. We have divine and we have religious guidance.
Huh?
Divine and religious guidance.
What's that?
The hidayah that Allah gives us.
You said we have two types of guidance.
Yes.
Divine.
Religious.
So explain the two. What is divine guidance?
Divine guidance is one that we are born with. The aql, the intellect, like a child. When a child cries, we know, okay, fine, the instinct of the child tells it, like itself, that it's uncomfortable. And it needs to be changed, or it needs to be fed or put to sleep. And then we have the other guidance, which is religious, which is the acquired guidance, which is through the Aimma Tahirin, the Hadith, the Holy Quran, and of
Where
course
did
the
you get
religion.
this from?
From enlightening commentary, from the verses of Maarifa of the 15 to 18.
So divine guidance and religious guidance. Allah is saying, I guide whomsoever I please. What type of a guidance are we talking about here? Are we talking of the divine guidance as per
No.
your terminology, or are we talking of the religious guidance? It's good explanation, but which type of guidance are we talking about here? Then I have the last question. On
The
verses.
receptive one. The receptive one.
Which is receptive
The
guidance?
receptive one, which is the second one.
They're acquired.
Yeah, because the fitrah is put into everybody when they are born. فطرة الله التي فطر الناس عليها لا تبديل لخلق الله. So this is the second one, of course, that Allah has given it to you. It's upon you to take it.
So we all been guided by Allah by giving us the senses, the akal, all those faculties.
Originally, yes.
So whoever makes the best out of this, then Allah will guide him further.
Even an atheist, you tell him, is murder good? Although the atheist doesn't know maybe of the effects of murder in the day of judgment, right? An atheist because doesn't believe in any God. But even if you tell an atheist, is it good to lie? Is it good to kill? The atheist will automatically tell you no. Why? What told him that murdering is bad?
More discussion here, more discussion here. Verses 47 to 51. Starting from وَيَقُولُونَ آمَنَّا بِاللَّهِ وَبِالرَّسُولِ وَأَطَعْنَا ثُمَّ يَتَوَلَّى فَرِيقٌ مِّنْهُم مِّن بَعْدِ ذَلِكَ وَمَا أُولَٰئِكَ بِالْمُؤْمِنِينَ. Let's stop there a little bit. وَيَقُولُونَ آمَنَّا بِاللَّهِ وَبِالرَّسُولِ. Who are they?
And they say, we believe
Yeah,
in
who
Allah.
are they?
The Muslims,
From where?
in general.
In Jannah.
Yes, in general. In general.
Or in general?
Yes, the Muslims in general. Because
Which Muslims are these people? You mentioned Sababun Nuzul. Although, of
the
course,
time of Rasulullah and
we
of
don't
course
limit ourselves to Sababun Nuzul. But
general.
who are specifically this ayah talking about? وَيَقُولُونَ آمَنَّا بِاللَّهِ وَبِالرَّسُولِ وَأَطَعْنَا. Who are they?
I cannot say that it is those who are mentioned in the occasion of revelation, because verse number 48 already explains that.
Okay.
So we believe in Allah and the Apostle and we obey it, and there is a column over there. Then a party of them turn back after this.
Who are they?
The party who turns back,
Who are those parties?
the munafiqeen.
وَيَقُولُونَ آمَنَّا بِاللَّهِ وَبِالرَّسُولِ وَأَطَعْنَا ثُمَّ يَتَوَلَّى فَرِيقٌ مِّنْهُمْ. Same party, then from them, some turn away. Who are they?
The munafiqeen. Munafiqeen are Muslims. So they are
Fine,
Muslims,
but you
those
said
who turn
general
away.
Muslims. That's the
Yeah.
problem. Of course, we can apply it further later when we come to lessons learned. But here we're trying to appreciate the verse. You know, hypocrites, and some of them, you know, يَتَوَلَّى فَرِيقٌ مِّنْهُمْ وَمَا أُولَٰئِكَ بِالْمُؤْمِنِينَ. Why, whenever there is a discussion about hypocrites, Muslims come in?
Because they have proclaimed the Shahada already. It's not like they don't pray, they don't fast. They
What's
are
the difference
Muslims.
between munafiq and kafir?
Okay, so a munafiq is a person who pretends to believe, but in his heart he disbelieves. But outside he pretends to believe. So when you'll see him, you'll be astonished, like wow. And when they speak, you're like, okay, you want to continue hearing them. But in their hearts, they have disbelief. They don't really mean what they say. And kafir is a person who is an open disbeliever. He's not a hypocrite. He's a person who says, I disbelieve. So at least he's honest about his disbelief.
Thank you for your presentation. It's a very clear explanation. Your Shan Nuzul was very clear and correct according to Tafsir Namuna, which Enlightening Commentary usually takes from as well. And I felt that you went through the verses really well, alhamdulillah, as well. A few questions. One, the question that Sheikh asked, I don't think, well, we got the answer, but I want to take it from a slightly different perspective. As a summary, maybe the points you mentioned were sufficient. I want a summary, a quick answer. So, Allah guides who He pleases. You suggested that one way of explaining this could make it unjust. Could you explain the way that is unjust and why it's wrong? Brief.
Like if someone wouldn't understand the verse in terms of Allah guides whom He pleases, like for example, I will favor whoever I want and I'm not going to favor whoever I don't like in a classroom setting, for example, like a teacher.
Okay.
So it's not going to be fair on some students, right? But if the child has already been shown the guidance and taught, and if the child shows effort and the teacher favors the child by giving the child a bonus, then that's fair enough.
Very
So
good.
that's how we understand this.
Very good. Wallahu yahdi man yasha. What does yasha mean? What's the root word of yasha?
Wills.
Wills.
Yes.
Why is this word used over here? Allah guides who He wills.
Because over here it says pleases. But in other parts of the Quran, like in Surah Al-Tahar, like the last verses, وَمَا تَشَاءُونَ إِلَّا أَن يَشَاءَ اللَّهُ, that you may wish for something, but it cannot happen unless if Allah wills.
Pleases,
it.
wills, both have the
It's- yeah.
same question.
Yeah.
Why is the word yasha used in such a context? Wallahu yahdi man yasha.
It is because Allah is in control of everything. It proves the power of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Allah does what He wants then. It's not what the humans want.
No, the power of guidance to who is receptive
My
of that
focus over here
guidance.
is on yasha. Allah does what He wills. If I say, for example, I will put the scores as I will. Allah says, I'm guiding, Allah guides to Sirat al-Mustaqim the way He wills. What does this mean? Why the word will? Do you understand my focus on the word will? Yasha. Have you got the question or not?
Kind of confused.
My question is this, that you're trying to say that Allah guides based on justice.
Yes.
But the verse says Allah guides based on His will, not justice.
That means if Allah wants it to happen,
Not if it's just, if Allah wants it to happen.
yeah, of course Allah does judge us with His not only justice in the world, it's with His mercy, because of course the doors of mercy are closed in once a person has passed away. That's what is very clear. So even like I think I don't know the name, but of any of our imams, one of them have said that oh Allah, like either it's a dua, I'm not very sure. When you judge me with your mercy and not with your
Amilna
justice.
bifadli, correct. But
Yeah.
that's a separate topic. What
Yeah.
I'm saying, you answered Sheikh's question by splitting hidayah into two types. Right? But why is the verse saying, Wallahu yahdi man yasha? Allah guides who He wills. Why is the word will being used over here? This is my question. Exactly that. Why is the word will being used in the verse over here?
Because a person may wish for something,
Okay.
but it cannot happen because
No, but the
not everything
guidance
is
of
in our
Allah is for
hands.
everyone. Yourself said that the second type of
But
guidance
if a person is receptive to that guidance,
Perfect. But why the word will? My point is exactly on the word will. Explain why is the word will used here? Why the word will? Yasha. Let me try and give you a hint. When human beings say the way I will, it has a certain meaning. When Allah says the way I will and I want has a certain meaning.
Of course.
Okay, if you explain this, you get to the answer.
Nothing or no one can stop Allah.
Good, that's not the
But
point
when it
here,
comes
though.
to the human beings,
It's a good point.
something will happen because it says that we plan and you plan and Allah is the best of planners.
That's not the point of it. It's a very good point and a correct point, but
Okay.
not this one. Let me give you a more detailed example. For example, when I say that we will have the Maarifa sessions when I will, everyone starts complaining. They say, who is this person? On what basis? On his will should we have the sessions? But when Allah says that I will guide people based on my will, why don't we have an issue with that?
Because we all submit unto Him. He's the Lord, He's the
Why
Creator.
do we submit to Him?
He's our Lord, He's the Creator.
No,
That's why.
it's more than that.
Obedience to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Ati'u Allah.
The reality lies in Allah's will. That Allah's will is not like our will that's
Yes.
based on no reason. Allah's will is based on
Hikmah.
justice.
Yes, and His wisdom.
So in essence, Yasha is used here. If somebody asks you that Allah guides whoever He wants, yes, He does guide whoever He wants. But Allah's whoever He wants is different to our whoever we want. Allah's want is based on justice.
Justice.
So the reason for the word Yasha, you find this in the Quran very, very often. That Allah yahdi man yasha, yudillu man yasha, yaf'alu ma yasha. All of these are in the Quran. It doesn't mean the way I say af'alu ma asha, that I do what I want.
I can have my own selfish reasons.
Sorry?
I can have my own selfish
Exactly.
reasons.
Exactly.
But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does it equally,
Based on
fairly.
justice.
Yes.
Ahsan. Based on wisdom, based on justice.
Yes.
That's the reason. Ahsan. So that's one discussion. You mentioned, and I appreciated that you quoted different verses, some with the references, some without. It was very good. It's an important skill to have, to be able to link verses. You mentioned that somebody who believes and then disbelieves, Allah will stamp their heart. Where is this from?
Surah Al-Munafiqun, verse
Sam?
number 3.
Explain it.
ذَلِكَ
Verse.
بِأَنَّهُمْ آمَنُوا ثُمَّ كَفَرُوا. That is because, so Allah is giving a reason to verse number 2.
Okay.
That there are some things that they do. Okay, so firstly, اتَّخَذُوا أَيْمَانَهُمْ جُنَّةً فَصَدُّوا عَنْ سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ. They make a shield of their oaths and they bar from the way of Allah. إِنَّهُمْ سَاءَ مَا كَانُوا يَعْمَلُونَ. Evil is indeed what they do. So because of those reasons, that is why Allah is giving a reason to those things which they do, that they make a shield of their oaths, they bar from the way of Allah, they do evil. The reason is because of their pretense. They believe, then they disbelieve. So it's like from outside they believe, and then from their hearts they disbelieve. And that is the reason why Allah has set a seal upon their hearts. So it's not like Allah didn't give them chances. Allah did, but they chose not to take it.
So if anyone believes and then disbelieves, Allah will stamp their heart. Finished.
If
Because
they
you
don't
made
do
it-
what's mentioned, if for example in the next verses it says that when it is said to them in verse number 5, come, that the messenger of Allah will ask for forgiveness for you. What do? They twist their heads.
Okay.
They
So
got a chance.
I heard you say that, this is what I've written from you, that there are clear verses. We need to allow our hearts to be receptive. If we deal like the hypocrites, belief and then disbelief, we'll have a stamp on our heart. So you don't accept this as a general statement.
Yeah, like if you accept, like if you improve and you open up your hearts to the
Okay.
guidance, then of course Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is not unjust.
I understood it to be a general sentence, so it shouldn't
No.
be put across as a principle, because of course the door of Tawbah is open.
Of course.
Okay. The discussion of this was a very good point that you mentioned. The end of So the end of verse number 50, you mentioned بَلْ أُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الظَّالِمُونَ. The three causes before it, you said that this leads us to the fact that this is dhulm to themselves. Correct?
Yes.
And then you linked it to ظَلَمْتُ نَفْسِي.
Yes.
Okay. I can understand oppression to others. But what does oppression to myself essentially mean? I know you've linked it to the verse, but what does it mean? Come out of the verse for a second. Can I really oppress myself?
Of course.
How?
Your soul.
How?
By sinning.
How? How is that oppressing? If right now we call anyone, we tell them, okay, there's a young person over there, for no reason a person goes and hits them. Everyone in the world calls this oppression. But sinning, how is this oppression? What's the link between these two?
Because we have the esoteric version of ourselves, which is the
Okay.
soul, of course. And
The
a
soul.
person is nothing without a soul. Once the soul is out, everything's
Perfect.
gone.
What is the oppression of the soul?
Sins,
How?
pollution.
Who said? On what basis?
As we can see here, in their hearts, there is a disease. So, of course, the disease of the heart is guna.
No. Let's not right now. If we go to a verse, the same verse, it'll take us around.
Okay.
What does oppression mean? Define oppression in itself.
Dhulm,
Yeah.
doing something that is against the principles, like of someone, like for example, torture, or
So
taking
against the
someone's
principles-
rights, for example, the haqq of someone.
This is better.
Yes.
So explain dhulm again.
When you take someone's right,
Okay. When
Yeah.
you take somebody's right.
haqq, yeah.
Okay, what right do I have to my soul that you can say that I'm oppressing
The
myself?
right of the soul is that it should be kept pure from sins.
So we have to explain it like this. Dhulm means injustice, means that there's a right being taken. It's true, my soul belongs to me, but I've been created with a purpose.
Yes.
And if I don't fulfill that purpose, that's me wronging my soul.
Yes.
Otherwise, dhulm doesn't make sense until there's a right.
Yes.
So a good question, let's see if you can't, is outside of the verse. That in a certain ideology, dhulm to oneself doesn't make sense. Which ideology is this?
One who doesn't believe in the day of judgment.
Good. What does that cause them not to believe in? More essential, more central. That is one of the results of this ideology. With your own explanation, you can
Those
get.
who are summun bukmun umyun.
These are all the results of it. Good. Go back to your essential explanation. What does dhulm mean?
Taking away rights.
Okay.
Haqq.
Okay. Which person will say that dhulm to yourself isn't dhulm? A person who doesn't believe that?
No. A person who believes that dhulm means taking someone's right or your own right or your soul's right, only that person
Yes.
will not do the dhulm.
Yes. So a person who says, I don't have any rights to my soul. I am a free person. I do what I want.
An atheist.
This is called being liberal.
Yeah. Like
Or-
I don't care.
And it's based on
Yeah.
humanism.
Yeah.
This ideology doesn't accept dhalam to nafs. Because I don't have any rights to my soul. I do what?
I want.
This I want is different to Allah's I want.
I will.
This I will is the different one, the bad one.
Yeah.
Okay, last question. You mentioned muflihun and faizun. You explained muflihun to be those who are successful. Faizun, you said the achievers, the people who achieved the ridayah of Allah, or ridha Allah.
Yes.
Where is this from?
So, if we look at the two translations, like the difference in the translation between muflihun, success, and achievement. So, when I've achieved something, when I'm successful at doing maybe a task, a general task, like let's say maybe I wanted to make a meal and I'm successful at doing it in something which is maybe a minute thing. But when it comes to I've achieved my goal, so this is a more of a higher level of success. As we can see over here, that it's not only those who say that we hear and obey, but he obeys Allah and the apostle and fears Allah. So there's a higher level of obedience over here that is topped up with taqwa and is careful of his duty towards him. So the khawf, there is taqwa, there is ati'u Allah, ati'u Rasul, and through that they are the faizun.
Okay, قد أفلح المؤمنون is falah.
Yes.
But thereafter it's got the best of qualities.
Yes.
And sometimes the best of verses at the end it has وَمَن يُوقَ شُحَّ نَفْسِهِ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْمُفْلِحُونَ.
Yes.
يُوقَ شُحَّ نَفْسِهِ. They have control. So I find it a bit difficult to take that. Fawz and falah are quite similar in meaning. Now, it's true that person is translated as achieved, but I wouldn't base a conclusion on it.
Okay.
Fawz means success, falah also means success.
Could mean, okay.
There's a small difference between them, but it's not like one is about a higher level of
Okay.
achievement than another is.
Okay.
So I wouldn't draw these conclusions from the translation being achieved over there. And the ridaya of Allah would be something additional. That's a whole discussion on its own. So what they've achieved also, because in essence success is a form of achievement as well.
Yes.
And depending on what you've achieved, your success also will have levels to it. So to say my only question was the rida. I wrote that you said ridayat of Allah. That's
Okay,
fine.
so when I talk about rida of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala being, of course, a very great achievement, the greatest of all achievements, I would take the example of Imam Hussein alayhi salam on the plains of Karbala. When he was being massacred on the hot sands of Karbala, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave him a personal invitation, Ya ayyatuhan nafsul mutma'inna, ارجعي إلى ربك راضية مرضية فادخلي في عبادي وادخلي جنتي. That, O servant, O my servant who is at peace, like content soul, ارجعي, come, return to your Lord. Of course, you being well pleased with him, me being well pleased with you as well, and enter into my garden and among my servants. So this rida'at that I'm talking about over here is one in which I would connect with the Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam. So if I was to connect this ayah to the Ahlul Bayt, the highest level of taqwa, of course, would be assigned to none other than them. The highest level of achievement would be assigned to none other than them, because they are an'amta alayhim, the one upon whom Allah's favors has been bestowed on, of course, through immaculacy.
Awesome. That's a very good point again, Rizayat. I don't see it in the verse at all. It's a very good point, and it's a very valid discussion in its own place.
Okay.
Whether it's the highest level or not, again, there's another discussion for its own place. Some have suggested even higher. That's a separate discussion. But Faizun over here, I don't see Rida mentioned in the verse. And if you're saying that it's from the Ahlul Bayt being the highest level, the verse isn't directly about the Ahlul Bayt. In fact, it's about the people that obey the Prophet.
Okay, so basically, obedience to Allah and His Prophet would automatically mean obedience to those who are vested with authority. As I had mentioned in the beginning of
Agreed.
my explanation, Surah An-Nisa, verse number 59, أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول وأولي الأمر منكم. Or the verse of Wilaya, Imam Ali alayhi salam giving him the ring, Ayat Tadhir, Ayat Mawadda, Hadith Saqalain, all of those come to the same conclusion that, of course, we know the hierarchy of the leadership is different. Of course, Allah always comes first, Rasulullah, and then the Ulil Amr, which is none other than Imam Ali alayhi salam, of course, and the Aimai Tahirin. But the essence of that mastership, the essence of that obedience is the same.
Ahsan, that's
Yeah.
a very good point. Again, I agree fully with that point. What I'm just trying to say is that Faizun doesn't necessarily only connect to Ridaya. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Otherwise, mashallah, thank you very much.
Thank you so
I had
much.
one more discussion that maybe Shaykh will bring up about. So, where do you see this verse? There's one key concept in this verse, in these verses, that connect us to some form of connection to wilaya. Can you explain that further without not something that you're using other verses to explain? This verse itself in it you'll find
So the
wilaya.
verses from 47 to 51,
Correct.
all of them?
Some of them have it, as in if it's one context, but there's one verse, two verses in particular that push us towards a concept that's very closely tied with wilaya.
So I would look into the concept of judgment.
Very good. So it's the exact concept
I would
had in mind.
connect
So if you
that
can explain a bit, then I'll pass
The
the mic.
best of those who can deal with jurisprudence would be none other than our Aimah Tahirin when it comes to laws and ways of life and their seerah, of course. And who better than them?
MashaAllah, last question, Famida. Then we wrap it up, inshallah. So if you look at all these verses, what practical lessons do we learn from them? Practical, this is a reflection. Has nothing to do with the tafsir and stuff. It's a reflection.
I would look into the one that really touched me was verse number 51 and 52, of course, that if I am obedient to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I'm invited to Him, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala invites us every day through salah. Hayya ala al-falah. So first is Hayya ala salah, Hayya ala al-falah. So of course, Sheikh Ali Rajani, you made it very he opened up this for me. Thank you so much about قَدْ أَفْلَحَ الْمُؤْمِنُونَ, that successful are the believers. And then it goes to who maintain their prayer, and it keeps on going on and on and on. So for me to achieve success, to be from among the Hizbullah, who are the muflihun, who are the faizun, I need to do ati'ullah wa ati'ur rasul wa ulil amri minkum. I need to achieve taqwa. I need to achieve the fear
How
of
do
Allah.
I do that?
Of course, by treading on their path. By
How do I
taking
tread
them
on their path?
as my role models, by making sure that I don't do anything that is against Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because if I do anything against Allah, it will be against Rasulullah. And
So
automatically-
someone comes to you as a madrasa teacher, youth, says, Sister Famida, I heard you loud and clear that I need to follow the path of Allah, the path of Ahlul Bayt, Taqwa. I understand all this, Sister Famida. I am struggling. Give me something practical to do it. What will be your response?
For example, I can say I'm a Muslim.
Then I say, I'm talking of a Shia.
Yeah, yes,
Comes to you, Sister Famida.
humanity.
I understand all this. It's important to
Yes,
follow and
yes.
obey Allah. I love Ahlul Bayt to beat. No issue about that. But I'm just struggling to follow and obey. Give me something practical. I don't want theory anymore.
So I can give an example.
Okay, Bismillah.
For example, Azadari. A practical example.
No,
No?
no. Sister Famida, I love what you've said. Solid, no cracks. That's what I believe in ever since I was born. But I'm struggling, I'm struggling to build that obedience. Give me something practical I can do, something, relatable. Somebody comes to you and says, look, I know to pass exams is excellent, but I'm lazy to study. I don't know what to do. So practical, I will say, you know what? Find like-minded people who are more studious than you. Hang around with them. Go with them from time to time.
Of course.
So the same thing. I want to be obedient to Allah because it's very important for me. But I don't know how to do it. I am struggling. Give me practical tip.
I should surround myself with those who take me towards Allah subhanahu wa
Another
ta'ala.
example, another practical tip.
Okay. Apart from that, pondering upon the verses.
No, I ponder. I've been sitting and pondering the whole day. My stomach is empty. I'm so tired. I need something practical. Because a youth can come to you today. This is one of the challenges our youth have faced. It's not that they are not believers. It's not that they don't love Ahlul Bayt. On the contrary, they love Ahlul Bayt alayhimu salatu wassalam. But it's a Sheikh, I'm struggling because I'm too much into the social media. I'm too much into Fortnite. I'm too much into so many games. I'm too much into vaping. I don't know what to do. Give me something practical to lean on. So number one, go with like-minded. Number two,
Reasoning.
No. Reasoning, Baba, is an intellectual exercise. I don't want to do that.
Oh, so you mean like physical?
I've understood
physical,
all this. I need something practical, physical.
Physical.
Yeah.
What can I think of?
Yeah, that's my last question to you, and then you are out, inshallah.
I'm trying to think.
But this is very important. Because you see, I can tell him go to Majlis. So I've been going to Majlis. I've been listening. Now I want to implement. It's difficult for me. I'm struggling. I'm toasting on my bed. I've been thinking about it. It's practical. Something practical.
Of course, Rome was not built in a day.
Yeah,
so
I
you
agree.
can't just tell the person that stop vaping in a day, maybe.
So give me the process how to build the room.
Let's take the example of the person who is addicted to vape, for example.
Okay.
Let's say the person wants to stop.
Yeah.
So you can't just tell the person, oh, you know, it's harmful to your health. He knows.
Okay,
that
so
it's
give somebody something practical to stop, and then we say wassalam.
Maybe another option.
Okay, give me.
He can do something else apart from that, maybe.
Like what?
Maybe read books or
I want to be obedient to Allah. I don't want any intellectual exercise.
maybe charity work. Maybe go to the orphanage. Maybe keep himself busy.
I've been doing that. How many people come and tell you, you know what? Don't talk about akhlaq. I've got the best of all akhlaq, but the salat is what I'm having problem with it, Sheikh. This is a very important question.
Sheikh.
Yeah, Fahmid. Because it's easy for me to sit here and talk, isn't it? You say, Muhammad, go do. Show me how to do it, man. I'm struggling, bro. You know what I will do? Of course, there is no one answer to this. There are so
Maybe
many
you can
answers.
give me a hint like how.
Yes, that's
Sheikh,
what
give me
I'm
hints.
doing now. Then we make
You're
it
not
work.
giving me hints, Sheikh. No.
No, I'm
It's not
giving-
fair.
The hint is what? I believe God is one. I believe Ahlul Bayt are the legitimate successors of the prophets. I believe to worship God is the best thing. I really want to do, but I don't know how. Show me the way, Muallima Famid. I want to do that.
I should do it myself.
Yeah, but I'm struggling. It's like somebody comes here and tells you, I've got problem with mental health, and you tell me it's Najar.
I cannot just tell the students to do this.
Then you tell me it's Najar, somebody throwing gin to you. Somebody comes, he said, I suffer from Islamophobia. I tell you, okay, I also suffer from Islamophobia. We have a solution. So, okay, you know, if I'm faced with this question, yeah. Okay, number one, I will look at the friend cycle of that person
Of course.
and try to see if I can introduce him to other friend cycles.
course.
Not necessarily living these ones, but slowly but surely. Maybe that friend cycle can help.
Yes.
That will be one.
Yes.
Number two, I will look at the inclination of that person. Maybe the
Yes.
person loves sports a lot.
Yes.
Whatever the person loves, so long as it's a good thing, I would use that as a means to introduce
Yes.
God to him.
Yes.
So, for example, I'll say to Sheikh, you know, this gentleman he goes to the sports every week, but he doesn't come to mosque. So, Sheikh, if you have time, you know, visit the sports ground, just hang around with them, talk to them, you know, befriend them,
Yes.
establish that relationship, and then slowly. But you said it's a process. I agree. I introduce us to the person. Number three, you know, I will organize like some social night. You know, social night.
Yes.
Not necessarily come for majlis, no social night, but Sheikh will be there, and then through social night we'll be able to
Yes.
introduce something. You know what I mean? I'll say, you know what? Come, let's go to what are the restaurant in Mombasa? Abbasid or M Cafe. Abbasid, M Cafe. Let's go chill because they like using the word chill. Let's chill, bro. Let's go chill.
You
As we
behave
ch-
like them, like, you
yeah,
be their level. You
yeah.
be their level.
You don't throw them in Jahannam
No.
overnight.
No, you don't scare them that way.
Asante.
You look at the source
You
of
see,
what's
the world we
causing
live
it.
today,
Yeah.
we are done with theory. We need practicals.
You look at the source of what caused that.
Excellent.
Maybe they are fearing to go to the mosque because, not fearing, maybe because they feel they are being judged.
Maybe.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
That's the biggest
all,
problem
not-
among
yeah.
our youths. That's the fear
So that's
of
why
being
we need
judged.
people like you to step in. That's why I'm asking you this question. Allah bless you, Famida. Wish you all the best of luck.
Thank you, Sheikh,
Assalamu
for
alaikum wa
challenging me.
rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. All the best. We'll see you next year, inshallah.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
We have one more participant, but it seems to be a mute participant. I'll call out the code, but I don't think they're here. BA13MA. Okay. With that, we come to the end of the 18 plus Maarifa. Thank you all so much for coming. It's been a very interesting last couple of days. I thank you all for your attention and for your decorum. Inshallah, God bless you all. Enjoy your stay in Mombasa, and we'll see you inshallah next time. Allah Hafiz.